preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the way.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham
Nithyanandam, we welcome all the viewers to KAILASA Nithyananda Yoga session today. Nithyananda Yoga is a beautiful gift given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyanaanda Paramashivam, who is the ultimate manifestation, Paramavatara of Paramashiva, happened to give superconscious breakthrough to humanity. Let us now enter into the Nithyananda Yoga by invoking the divine presence and the blessings of our beloved Guru, Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, by chanting the S32 mantra. Please sit straight, close your eyes, fold your hands in the Namaskar. Let's chant the S32 mantra.
Nityanandam Paramashivam Kelam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Lakshyam Ekam Nityam Vivaramachanam Sakshibhutam Bhakti Trigunathitam Sarvundam Namami.
Keep your eyes closed. Take long and deep breaths, inhaling the prana of the Brahma Muhurta, letting the air fill each and every cell of your body, rejuvenating, making it alive. Relax your body from your Mooladhara Chakra, the root center, all the way up to the Sahasrara. Relax all the tissues, muscles, anywhere you're holding on to the body. Completely let go, surrender your body at the feet of Swamiji. Heart center and the navel center. This is the place where Swamiji resides in our being. And surrender. Let us now chant the Shiva Moola Mantra 11 times internally.
Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namah. Om Shivaya Namah. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namah. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namah. Om Ham Hum Shivaya. Om हौं शिवाय नमः ॐ हां हौं शिवाय नमः ॐ हां हौं शिवाय नमः ॐ हां हौं शिवाय नमः.
Please open your eyes. Let us now enter into Tattvachana, that is holistic cleansing process. Keep your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra. Take Uddharni of water and sip from the base of your palm at the end of each of the following mantras. Please wash your hands and wipe your lip twice from base of your thumb from right to left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Please wash your hands. With the tips of the index, middle, and the ring finger touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Please wash your hands again. With the tips of the thumb and the index finger joined together, touch the right nostril, the left nostril, the thumb and the ring fingertips joined together, touch the right eye, the left eye, the right ear, and the left ear. Wash your hands again. With the tip of the thumb and the little finger joined together, touch the navel center, right chest, the left chest. With all the fingertips joined together, touch the crown of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and the heart. Wash your hands again. Now we will enter into Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, where we declare to ourselves and the entire cosmos that we are going to manifest the ultimate. So please sit straight, keep your eyes closed, clasp both of your hands and keep on your right thigh. Now consciously visualize the ultimate that you are going to manifest today. A strong yogic body, yogic sharira, able to withstand any physiological, physical, psychological, or neurological ups and downs, completely alive, active in every dimension of your life, manifesting the vision for you given by Swamiji now, not in the distant future, but manifesting it right now. Let us now make this declaration, invoking the divine presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the Guru Parampara of KAILASA.
दुरितक्षयद्वारा भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते अद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीयपरार्धे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वत मन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पार्श्वे शताब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यावहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये विश्वावसुनाम संवत्सरे दक्षिणायने लक्ष्मी वेंकटेश्वर ऋतो वृश्चिकमासे कृष्णपक्षे अमावास्यां शुभतिथौ गुरुवासरयुक्तायां विशाखा नक्षत्र शोभनयोग नागवकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्री कैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामला पीठारूढ श्री मीनाक्षी सुन्दरेश्वराभिन्नस्वरूप कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपानलब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विस्तृत सकल निगमागमसारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्र श्रीमद् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयाण श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त बिरदा वल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संकसत्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा वर्ग वर्ष विश्रामजीभूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य पूर्वक श्रीमदृषभध्वजस्थापक शैव समयकर्त्र सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी भागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनां अवतारभूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रणवत्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरा अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्तम नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रचित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासिंहासन पीठ गत्र साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमल्विक्ष्वाको हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चुष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ नवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुरस्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमद् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थं तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आरोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सर्वकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थं.
You take an Uttariya water and wash your hands. Om Apaupasprisya. You can now keep your Panchabatram aside. Let us now enter into the Nityananda Yoga. Let us come to the standing position. We'll start with the warm up. Please come to your positions, maintaining little distance between your partners. Now let's start rotating. With head rotation, we'll start. Start rotating the head in the clockwise direction, gently. Slowly increasing the amount of stretch, tracing large circles with your head. Warming up your neck. Clockwise. Yes, come back. Now, keeping your back straight, bend your head from the neck forward, looking down. Nicely stretch your head forward direction. And now bend your head backwards, looking up, pressing your chin with your hand. And back. Now, bend your head. Up to the right. Come back. Now start swinging your arms in the clockwise direction from the shoulders, raising large circles, full circles. Stretch your arms fully and rotate. Now in the opposite direction. Please come back. Now, keeping your fingertips on your shoulders, start rotating the shoulders fully. Your elbows touching in front and going all the way back. Start clockwise. Now anti-clockwise. Now keeping your feet a little wide apart. Start rotating your hips in the clockwise direction. Large circle so that you give a nice warm up to your lower back, your hips. Keep your breathing into that area. Now anti-clockwise. Yes, come back, relax. Now, interlacing your fingers, palms facing up. Stretch all the way up, standing on your toes. You can even look up as you stretch slowly, stretching your spine nicely. Please come back. Now interlace your fingers behind your back, palms outwards. Step forward, shoulders back, stretch backward. Bend your back backwards. You can inhale as you bend back. Stretch, stretch. Stretch from your lower back and forward. Bend forward. Again, from your lower back. Chest touching the upper thigh. Forehead touching the knees. Straighten up the knees. Don't bend. Come back. Now your right arm upwards. Bend your hand to the left. Nicely stretch. You can even bounce. Stretching all the way to the left and to the right. Inhale as you come back, and then exhale as you bend towards the right. Please come back. Now, 2, 1, 2, continue. Go all the way down with from your lower back. Now sideways, cross bends, right hand touching the left foot. Fully twist your spine as you're bending to the side. Come back up. Now keep your feet together. Slightly bend your knees, your hands on the kneecaps. Start rotating the knees clockwise. Now anti-clockwise. Relax. Bring your right foot forward. Start rotating your foot clockwise from the ankle. Anti-clockwise. Now the other foot, clockwise rotation. Now anti-clockwise. Yes. Now start jumping. Mix it up with jumping jacks. Relax. Let's do burpees. 10 reps, continuous motion without stopping. Start. Keep going, keep going. Continue, continue. Finish the 10 reps. Wonderful. Relax. Take a few steps forward and back. Relaxing your breathing. You can even hang from your lower back. Try to breathe from your nostrils. Slowly. Yes. Now next, let's enter into the skeleton dance. Please close your eyes and consciously visualize you are nothing more than the pure skeleton completely hollow inside. No face, no skin, no muscles, no tissues, no organs, only bones. Strongly visualized from head, the skull, all the way down to your spine, rib cage, hips, legs, feet, only the skeleton. Now, keeping this visualization intact, start shaking each and every part of the skeleton with random movements. Start shaking. You shake the arms, the legs, without following any pattern. Shake, shake, shake. The moment you partner, bring your mind back to the visualization. Shake, shake, shake. Be intense and authentic. Moving with pure integrity, with promise. Shake. And intensity. Throw out all the non-integrity, all the negative self-talk. Throw it out and dance. Shake, shake, shake. Now go all out, full intensity. Slowly relax. Slowly breathe. Relax your breathing. You can even move around a little bit. Be aware of your breathing. Let your heart rate relax before we enter into the asana sequence for today. Just take long and deep breaths. Settle down in your body, fully aware and peaceful. Please ensure that when you are performing the asanas, you adhere to all the components of Nityananda Yoga, along with authentically performing the asana, performing the right pranayama, bandha, mudra, the eye gaze, the japa, that is verbalization of the Mahavakya, or visualization that we are supposed to hold in that asana while the Shastra Pramana is being chanted. Please settle down, come to the seated position. Let us now start with the first asana for today.
So today we will begin with the Kukkutasana. So first bring your legs into the Padmasana. Then you will put your hands from in between your thighs and calves and then place your palms onto the ground. Visualize yourself as a rooster in the Kukutasana. Perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Engage the Mula Bandha. Perform the Japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Mahasada For being able to get into the asana, what we can do is raise ourselves up as we stand on our knees with our legs continued to be in the Padmasana, and then you can slightly use your elbow, pushing it onto your stomach, tighten your core, and then lift off the ground. Let us now chant the pramana of the Kukkutasana. Padmasanam asanaha. Next is the Baddhakeki. Keep your hands towards facing the back, facing your body. Lean forward, bring your elbows to the navel, and then raise your legs off the ground. Engage the Mula Bandha and continue to perform the japa. Om Nityananda Mahasada. Let us spend some time and practice this asana.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Let us now chant the pramana of the Baddhakeki asana. Pitham Mayuram Padmakam Kuryat Baddhakeki iti Kathyate. Next, we'll be performing the Mayura asana. So it is again a similar asana where lean forward and then raise your legs off the ground. Visualize yourself as a peacock. Continue to perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Engage the Mula Bandha. Perform the japa. Paramashivoham. We just practice this asana.
नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ 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 नित्यानन्द
Mayurasana. अथवा क्षेमहादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमं भूमौ निपात्य हस्तौ द्वौ कूर्परोपरि देहकम्. Next, we'll perform the Ushtrasana. So now, coming into a position where you are lying down on your chest, bring the soles of the feet by the sides of the hip and touch the heels to the ground. Visualize yourself as a camel. Perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Engage the Mula Bandha with the japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Mahasada Shivoham. Let us now partner up and perform this asana.
परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽनन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द 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 परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द
Let us now chant the pramana of the Ushtrasana. अध्यासचेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम् आकुञ्चयेत् सम्यकुदरास्य गाढमुष्ट्रं च पीठं योगिनो वदन्ति. So now continue laying down in the posture where you're on your chest. Now hold your legs with the respective hand and then kick up your legs. As you hold your hands, you can take your partner's help to, they can hold your legs together and then raise it more up. This will help you stretch your back even more. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow. Perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Engage the Mula Bandha with the japa. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Let us now partner up and perform this asana.
नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham
पादौ भुयिदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मं कृत्वा धनुस्तुल्यविवर्तिताङ्गं निगद्य योगी धनुरासनं तत्, which is the headstand position. So from along with Guhyasana, we'll also perform the Shirshasana. You can take your partner's assistance for this. So you start, then slowly bring your hips closer as you bring your back into a chair core, and then straighten your back as you have your legs off the ground. Go to Shirsasana, where you straighten your legs out. Let us now take our partner's assistance and practice this asana.
नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् 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 नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्
Let us now chant the pramana of the Gohi asana and the Shirshasana. दो हाथ की कहोनी जो जी पुनिह कला ये जाने दो ये पिष्टि अंगुरिया की पुन जानो ऐसा बले भू ऊपर ठानो विपरीतं मंडलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः दंडासनं द्विधा प्रोक्तं विपरीतोपवेशने. Next, we'll be entering into the Hodhyasana. So now extend your legs in front of you. And then as possible, attempt to touch your forehead to the knee. Here we'll be performing the Bastrika Kumbhaka, which is forceful exhalation. which is forceful exhalations. So visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. दो हाथ पग बाहर आने, गोड़ा तरे का कसी ठाने, अंगुष्ठ पिंडली लगता धरे, चरण उभे आकाश दिशे करे. Next we'll perform the Parighasana. So continue to maintain a 45-degree angle with your leg. Bring your hands behind holding the opposite shoulder. Visualize yourself as a mace. Gaze to the third eye and continue performing the Bhastrika Kumbhaka. Engage the Mula Bandha. Japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य नितम्बं भूमौ स्पृष्ट्वा. Next is the Naukasana. So again, continue to have your legs up. Gaze to the third eye. Continue to perform the Bhastrika Kumbhaka. Engage the Mula Bandha with the japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. उत्तानशयनं कूर्पराभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तौ नितम्बं निधाय शिर ऊरु जङ्घापादान् दण्डवद्धारयेत्. नौकासनं भवति. Next we'll perform the Rudrasana. So now bring the soles of your feet together. Raise them up and then bring them close to the chin. Touch the tips of the toes to the under the chin. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra. Continue to perform the Bhastrika Kumbhaka. Engage the Mula Bandha. Perform the japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Help up opening up our inner thighs. Let us spend a few minutes and practice this asana to be able to get into the posture.
Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda
Let us now chant the pramana of the Rudrasana. पगतले संपोट करी हाथ स्यो पग ऊंचाई पगा का अंगूठा दो वो लेवू परली का नी तालवे. Place your legs in the Ardha Padmasana posture where your left foot is on the right thigh, the index fingers onto the eyes, the middle fingers onto the nose, the little fingers on the ring fingers onto the lips, and then the little fingers touching your face. Perform the Shanmukhi Mudra. Visualize your Sankalpa is manifesting through the womb of creation. Engage the Mula Bandha. Continue to perform the japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Yatra Madhye Mahadeva Bandhayonya Shruno Yatkritva Khecharo Bhutva Vicharedishwaro Yatha. Next is the Kaneri Pavasana. So keep your face on your chin. Keep your chin on the hands. Gaze to the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water. We'll perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka here. Inhaling, holding your breath, exhaling and remaining in that exhaled state. Here we'll be engaging the Uddiyana Bandha, which is locking the abdominal muscles and the perineal muscles, the Mula Bandha, the Uddiyana Bandha. Continue to perform the japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Om Nityananda. Amrechayet Vayum Mridunishvasa Samyutam. Next is the Gopi Chandasana. So bring the soles of your feet together now. Hold the feet together and then raise your legs off the ground, bringing the feet in front of your chest. Embody the state and space to perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Engage the Mula Bandha. Perform the japa of the Mahavakya. पूरब विधि पगा का अंगूठा कंठकू पराशे येड़ी हिरद लगावे. Now we will maintain the same position where our soles of the feet are together. Touch the toes under the chin. This is the Udarasana. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue to perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Engage the Mula Bandha. Perform the japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. दोभूपगथली संपुटठाने उभयहस्तकरिवरद हिताने अंगुष्ठदोभू समटहरावे चुबकनी चेता ही लगावे. From the Udarasana, raise your legs up, bringing the legs in front of your face. Clasp your hands together such that your hands are above the forehead. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue to perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Engage the Mula Bandha. Perform the Japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. दोभू पगथली जोड़ी संपुट करे हाथ दोभू पगा बीच आनी तले. Raise your legs and put your legs above the shoulders, interlacing the fingers around the back of the neck. You can take your partner's assistance, as you can ask them to hold you in the position as you raise your legs off the ground, and try balancing, being seated in the position. Visualize yourself as a cobra. Continue to perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Engage the Mula Bandha. Perform the Japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Let us now practice this asana.
Paramashivoham, Shivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Let us now chant the pramana of the Bhujasana. Shirasanam tu Vigneyam Kakshasanam atah param Grivasanam cha paramam Bhujasanam ihocyate. Partner's assistance for this posture. This is again a similar posture where your legs are over your. Bring your hands from the back and clasp your hands behind your back. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize auspicious goddess. Perform the japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Let us now take the assistance of our partners and get into the asana.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham
वे पुनः युगति ऐसे ठहरावे. Next, we'll be entering into the Sankatasana. So with the left knee on the ground, place your left foot flat on the ground. Be seated with the perineum on your heel. Raise the right leg over Nityananda Paramashivoham. वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन यां येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्. Next is the Dhenukasana. Slide your left leg out and bring the right foot close to the hip. Left knee. Visualize yourself as a cow. Perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. In this asana, we'll perform the Uddiyana Bandha and the Mula Bandha. Perform the japa of the Next is the Machandrasana. So place the right foot onto the left thigh and place the left foot on the right knee. Bring the left hand behind the back and hold the right thigh. Twist the body and then gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space, sound of an ocean. Engage the Mula Bandha. Paramashivoham. वामजंग परिदक्षिण ठाने वामहस्त पिष्टि दिश आने बहुरो दक्षिण पद है जोई ताकी नलिजू पकड़े सोई. Now from Machandrasana, untwist, lean forward such that your forehead touches the ground and the chest touches the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue to perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Engage the Mula Bandha. Perform the japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. प्रथम जी मनोचरण जोई वामजंग परिराखे सोई ताकि एड़ी कड़ी सोलावे बहुरी जुगति यह और करावे. Next is the Guru Asana. Maintain the feet in the same position. Interlace your fingers on top of the left knee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue to perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Engage the Mahamudra Bandha. Perform the japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. ऊरुमूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य तदेव जानु इतरपादपार्श्वे संस्थाप्य. Right knee on the mat. Right knee and the right foot on the mat. Right knee. Place the hands on the opposite knees. Visualize yourself as a swan. Continue to perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Engage the Mula Bandha. Perform the japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Shayedvama Padakam. Now slide your right foot out. Place both the hands in your inner space. Continue to perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha and the Mula Bandha. Paramashivoham internally. Anushagi Nagara Panchadam Vrishilindagalyamni. Next is the Machandrasana. So place the left foot on the right thigh and the right foot on the left knee. Bring your right hand behind your back, touching the left thigh as you twist yourself. Gaze to the third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue to perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Engage the Mula Bandha. Perform the japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. वामजंग परिदक्षिण ठाने वामहस्तपिष्टि दिश आने बहुरो दर्शन पद है जोजी ताकी नलिजू पकरे सोजी. Next is the Machandrasana. So now continue to maintain the same posture with the feet. As you hold both the big toes, bend down such that your chest touches your thighs and the forehead touches the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. Engage the Mula Bandha. Perform the japa of the Mahavakya. Om Nitya. Now, Urumule Itarapadaste Gnistika Pradesha Gulpham Samsthapya Tadeva Janu Itarapada Parshi Samsthapya. This is meditation. Please be seated in a comfortable position. Be seated with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes and start humming intensely. Bring your awareness into the Anahata Chakra, the heart center. Let us now enter.
नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् परमशिवोऽहम् नित्यानन्द 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 परमशिवोऽहम् परमशिवोऽहम् नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्
Now, slowly move toes and the fingers. Bring your knees to the chest. Rock by your sides and raise up to be seated in a comfortable seated sitting position. Please bring your hands into the Namaskara Mudra. Let us now conclude with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamad Purnamidam Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramamashivam.
Kartikeya Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartikeya Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartikeya Purnima, Kartikeya Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Kartike Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartike Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartike Purnima, Kartike Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Kartike Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartike Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartike Purnima, Kartike Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivum, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Kartike Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartike Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartike Purnima, Kartike Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Kartike Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartike Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartike Purnima, Kartike Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashhivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Kartike Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartike Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartike Purnima, Kartike Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivum, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy.
Ananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashiva.
Nithyanandam, we welcome all the Pada Puja participants and everybody else who is with us for today's Pratyaksha Pada Puja and the Paramashiva Puja. Before we begin with the Pada Puja and the Paramashiva Puja today, we request all the Pada Puja participants and everybody else who is participating in this puja physically here and online to declare the following with integrity and authenticity. If you agree to the following declarations, please say yes loudly. I authentically cognize, which is internally processed, understand and declare the truth that the cosmic energy exists. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally processed, understand and declare the truth that the Swamiji, Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva, Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti, the Guru Paduka Sanatmalinga, are the Chinmay Vigrahas, the embodiment and representation of that very cosmic energy. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally processed, understand and declare the truth that whatever I offer to Swamiji, Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva, Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti, the Guru Paduka Sanatmalinga, during the Pada Puja and the Paramashiva Puja, will reach the cosmic source of energy directly. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally processed, understand and declare the truth of Sohamasmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Yes. Let us now enter into the offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja with the Sadguru Vandanam. in which we invoke the presence of our beloved Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, I surrender to that Sadguru who is the eternal bliss, the bestower of supreme happiness, the one who is the embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure and unshakable, who is the silent spectator of all thought processes, who is beyond the emotions, and the one who is without the three qualities called Sattva, Rajas and Tamas. Now, please take a few flowers in your hands. Bring your hands into the Anjali Mudra and offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Nityanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Triguణarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Next is the Guru Parampara Vandanam, offering of our gratitude and respects to the eternal lineage of all the enlightened masters, all the Gurus. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, I surrender to the lineage of all the enlightened masters, which has Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva in the beginning, Devi Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti in the middle, and my Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam at the end. Now, please take a few flowers in your hands and offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambham Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Madhyamam Nityananda Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. Next is the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Vandanam, the offering of our gratitude and respects to Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, who is the embodiment, who is the manifestation of Paramashiva. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, the Arunagiri Yogeshwara, who is the Lord of all beings, who has the sacred musk paste applied on his forehead, who has the glittering stick, who has worn a loincloth on his glittering hip, who has worn the Datura flower, the king cobra and a crescent moon on his forehead. May that Arunagiri Yogeshwara's presence happen. Now, please take a few flowers in your hands and offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Lalate Tripundre Nitilakratagastu Panirajam Shashikalam Pradipa Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate. Next is the Tattvachavanam, the process of the ritualistic cleansing. Keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, take an uddhani of water into your right palm. Sip the water from the base of the right palm along with the mantras. Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Wash your hand with an uddhani of water. With the base of the right thumb, wipe your lips twice. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Again wash your hand. With the tips of the index, middle and ring fingers joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Again wash your hand. With the index finger and thumb joined together, touch the right nostril, the left nostril. With the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch the right eye, the left eye, the right ear and then the left ear. Again wash your hand. The little finger and thumb joined together, touch the navel center, the right chest, the left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of the head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder and the heart center. Again wash your hand. Pashantaye. Next is the pranayama, the inhalation, retention and the exhalation of the breath. Please close your right nostril and inhale. Om Satyajatamartena Momham Pradyanamam Him Shirtena Hum Shikayanamam Him Kauchanamam Him Netripyanamam Astrayanamam. Close the left nostril and hold your breath. Om Ham Ishanamurdanamam Him Tatrushavaktrayanamam Hum Agrahardanamam Him Bhavdevkyanamam Satyajatamartena Momham Pradyanamam Him Shirtena Hum Shikayanamam Him Kauchanamam Him Netripyanamam Astrayanamam. Open the right nostril and slowly exhale through the right nostril. Om Ham Ishanamurdanamam Him Tatrushavaktrayanamam Hum Agrahardanamam Him Bhavdevkyanamam Him Satyajatamartena Momham Pradyanamam Him Shirtena Hum Shikayanamam Him Kauchanamam Him Netripyanamam Om Hastraya Namaha. Let us now enter into the Sankalpa. Clasp your right hand over your left hand and place it onto the right thigh. As we chant the mantras of the Sankalpa, create a deep and a strong intention, the Satya Sankalpa, to manifest your reality. Manifest your ultimate today. Let us now enter into the Sankalpa. Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshaya Dvara Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Prityam Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Vitiya Pararthe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvatamanvantare Ashtavimshaditame Nitya Yuge Pratame Pade Jambudvipe Bharatavarshe Bharatakhande मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शताब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये विश्वावसुनाम संवत्सरे दक्षिणायने लक्ष्मी वेङ्कटेश्वर ऋतौ वृश्चिकमासे कृष्णपक्षे चतुर्दश्यां शुभदितौ बुधवासरयुक्तायां विशाखा नक्षत्र शोभन योग शकुनिकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वराभिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान ललितविग्रहयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्हकाहलादि समस्त विरतावल्यलकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्यापवर्ग वर्ष विश्रानजीभूत परमतकल्प केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पाण्ड्य महाराज गुरु चपनशाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भीषणा नरहार सज्जोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमत् ऋषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कत्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्यवाचक स्वामिनाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ नवत्युत्तर द्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्ष वैवस्वतमन राज्य मूर्ताभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ नवचिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजक आचार्य वद्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठा श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थं तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थं समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्त मंगलाप्यर्थं भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमेश्वर शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतार भूत श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रत्यक्ष पाद पूजां करिष्ये श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमेश्वर शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव पूजां च करिष्ये. Please drop the flowers and akshata onto your right hand side and rinse your hand with an udani of water. Om Amavasprishya. Next is the Ghantanada. Please take the bell in your left hand, hold it at the level of your heart center and ring the bell along with the mantra. Om Agamarthantu Devanam Gamanarthantu Rakshatam Ghantanadam Karomyato Devata Kvanalanchanam Ghanta Devatabhyo Namaha. Next is the Manasa Puja, the internal worship. Please take a flower in your hands, place your hands in the Kurma Mudra. and meditate on the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, in the lotus of your Ananda Gandha. As we chant the mantras of the Manasa Puja, offer all the various upacharas, the various offerings to Swamiji within your inner space. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is: what sweet can I offer to the Master except my heart? I offer the gratitude flowing as nectar to wash his feet and to rinse his mouth. I offer my mind itself as the arghya, the bouquet. To my Master, who is the very cosmos, what clothing can I offer except the space? I offer my very prana, the life energy, as the incense, and I offer the ocean of nectar as the food offering. The principle of the unstruck perennial sound is to be offered as the bell, the air as the chamara, and the sahasrara as the umbrella. The principle of sound as the music, the actions of the senses, and also the vagaries of the mind as the dance. All the 7 chakras along the Sushumna Nadi is to be offered as a flower garland. The different kinds of flowers with which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramamashivam, should be worshipped are the guilelessness, freedom from the ego, freedom from suffering when your desires are not fulfilled, freedom from arrogance, freedom from ignorance, freedom from deceit, freedom from hatred, freedom from agitation, freedom from jealousy and greed. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, should also be worshipped with the flowers of non-violence, mastery over the senses, compassion, forgiveness, and enlightenment. Let us now enter into the Manasa Puja.
ॐ हृत्पद्ममासनं दद्यात् सहस्रारच्युतामृतैः पाद्यं शरणयोर्दद्यायं स्नानीयं तेन च स्मृतम् आकाशतत्त्वं वस्त्रं स्यात् गन्धस्यात् गन्धतत्त्वकं चित्तं प्रकल्पयेत् पुष्पं धूपं प्रयं स्यात् सुधाम्बुधिः अनाहतद्वयर्घण्टा वायुतत्त्वं च चामरं सहस्रारं भवेत् छत्रं शब्दतत्त्वं च गीतकं नृत्यमिन्द्रियकर्माणि चाञ्चल्यं मनसस्तथा सुमेखलां पद्ममालां पुष्पं नानाविधं तथा अमायाद्ये भावपुष्पैः अर्चयेत् भावगोचरम् अमायम् अनहङ्कारं दयापुष्पं क्षमापुष्पं ज्ञानपुष्पं च पञ्चमम् इति पञ्चदशैर्भावपुष्पैः सम्पूजयेत् भगवन्तं श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवम्।
Next, we'll be entering into the Upachara Puja, which is the external worship. The first is the offering of asana, the offering of the feet. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is: O the one who resides inside all the beings, the one who is the very soul of all the beings, I offer the seed to you. I surrender, I surrender. Now, please take the flowers and akshata in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
आसनम् ॐ सर्वभूतान्तरस्थाय सर्वभूतान्तरात्मने कल्पयाम्युपवेशार्थम् आसनं ते नमो नमः। ॐ ह्रीं इदं सुवर्णासनं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः।
Next is the offering of Swagatam, the offering of welcoming Swamiji. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is: because of being in everlasting calmness and because of remaining free from the attitude of performing all actions related to the fivefold cosmic function for a short duration known as the cosmic sleep, Lord Sadashiva is called Shiva by the experts in the mantras and tantras. Salutations to such Shiva, who is the Guru and who is eternally free from desire and the aspects related to embodiment. Because of his immeasurable greatness and because of his quality of being eternally unborn, this Lord is well praised as Ananta. O the Lord of all gods, O the one whose darshan is awaited by the gods for the fulfillment of their desires, welcome, welcome. Today, my birth, life, and all deeds are fructified. The fruits of all my tapas is materialized just by welcoming you. Now, please take a few flowers in your hands and offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
स्वागतम् ॐ शान्तत्वात् सर्वकर्तृत्वात् भावोत्पत्तिकारणात् शिव उक्तो महातन्त्राय वै अमेयत्वात् अनन्तोऽयम् अजत्वात् प्रकीर्तितः यस्य दर्शनमिच्छन्ति देवाः स्वाभीष्टसिद्धये तस्मै ते परमेशान स्वागतं स्वागतं प्रभो अद्य मे सफलं जन्म जीवनं सफला क्रियाः स्वागतं यत्त्वया तन्मे तपसां फलमागतम् ॐ ह्रीं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव स्वागतं सुस्वागतं ते.
Next is the offering of Padyam, the offering of water for washing the feet. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is I offer Padyam, that is the water, for washing the feet of the Supreme God, the very devotion on whom brings about the ultimate bliss. Now please take an udani of water and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
पाद्यम् ॐ यद्भक्तिलेशसम्पर्कात् परमानन्दसम्प्लवः तस्मै ते परमेशान पाद्यं शुद्धाय कल्पयेत् ॐ ह्रीं एतत्पाद्यं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः.
Next is the offering of Arghya, the offering of the traditional bouquet. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is O Maheshwara, please accept this Arghya, the offering of the traditional bouquet with water to welcome the guest, made of durva grass, a flower, a bilwa leaf, and a rice pellet, and kept in a beautiful conch. Now, please take the Arghya in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
अर्घ्यः ॐ दूर्वाक्षतसमायुक्तं बिल्वपत्रं तथा परं शोभनं शङ्खपात्रसङ्ग्रहानार्घ्यं महेश्वर ॐ ह्रीं एषो अर्घ्यः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय स्वाहा.
Next is the offering of Achamaniyam, the offering of water for cleansing the mouth. Me as Achamaniyam, that is the water for the mouthwash offered by me with devotion to you. Now, please take the Achamaniyam and udani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
आचमनीयम् ॐ मन्दाकिन्यास्तु यद्वारे सर्वपापहरं शुभं ग्रहाणाचमनीयं त्वं मया भक्त्या निवेदितम् ॐ ह्रीं इदम् आचमनीयोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय स्वदा.
Next is the offering of Madhubarka, the offering of the nectarine drink. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is for the destruction of all negativities. I offer this Madhubarka, this drink, which is full of nectar. Be pleased towards me, O Lord. Now, please take the Madhubarka in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
मधुपर्कः ॐ सर्वकल्मषनाशाय परिपूर्णसुधात्मकम् मधुपर्कमिमं देव कल्पयामि प्रसीद मे ॐ ह्रीं एष मधुपर्कः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय स्वदा.
Next is the offering of Gandhatailam, the offering of the scented oil. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is I offer with love and affection this scented oil to you, O the healer of all the worlds. You are the purest among all the worlds. Now please take the Gandhatailam and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
गन्धतैलम् ॐ स्नेहं ग्रहण स्नेहेन लोकानां हितकारक सर्वलोकेषु शुद्धत्वं ददामि स्नेहमुत्तमम् ॐ ह्रीं इदं गन्धतैलं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय निवेदयामि.
Next is the offering of Snaniyam, the offering of water for the sacred bath. Next, the meaning of the mantra we will chant now is: please accept this cool, pure, and clear water which is capable of seizing my mind for your Snaniyam.
ॐ इदं शीतलं वारि स्वच्छं शुद्धं मनोहरिवाय निवेदयामि.
Next is the offering of Vastra, the offering of the sacred clothes. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is: I offer Vastram, this cloth offering to the Master who removes the veil of Maya or illusion, the Master who is the true light of enlightenment, who does not have a veil of Maya and has the very space as his dress. Now, please take the Vastram in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
वस्त्रम् ॐ मायाचित्रपटाच्छन्न निजगुह्योरतेजसे निरावरणविज्ञाय वासस्ते कल्पयाम्यहम्. ॐ ह्रीं इदं वस्तोत्तरीयं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि.
Next is the offering of Abharanam, the offering of the sacred jewelry. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is: I offer this golden ornament to you, Master, who, by the very nature, has a very gracefully beautiful body, and who is the repository of all powers. May you be pleased. Now, please take the Abharanam in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
आभरणम् ॐ स्वभावसुन्दराङ्गाय नानाशक्त्याश्रयाय ते सुवर्णं भूषणं तुभ्यं कल्पयामि प्रसीद मे. ॐ ह्रीं इदं स्वर्णाभरणं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि.
Next is the offering of Gandha, the offering of the sandalwood paste. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is: I neither know what your body is, nor do I know what your actions are. Please accept and smear the sandalwood paste offered by me. Now please take the sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Gandha
ॐ शरीरं ते न जानामि चेष्टां नैव च मया निवेदितान् गन्धान् प्रतिगृह्य विलिप्यताम्. ॐ ह्रीं एष गन्धः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः.
Next is the offering of Pushpam, the offering of the fragrant flowers. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is: please accept these blissfully fragrant, different kinds of flowers which are taken from the forest of Turiya. That is the space of ultimate restful awareness. Now please take a few flowers made with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
पुष्पम् ॐ तुरीयवनसम्पन्नं नानागुणमनोहरम् आनन्दसौरभं पुष्पं गृह्यतामिदमुत्तमम्. ॐ ह्रीं एतानि सचन्दनपुष्पाणि सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय भविष्यत्.
Next is the offering of the Bilvavatram, the offering of the Bilva leaves. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is: I offer you, O God of all gods, this holy Bilva leaf in which dwells the goddess of richness and which is so much loved by Lord Shiva. Now please take the Bilva leaf, smear with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
बिल्वपत्रम् ॐ अमृतोद्भवं श्रीवृक्षं शङ्करस्य सदा प्रियं बिल्वपत्रं प्रयच्छामि पवित्रं ते सुरेश्वर. ॐ ह्रीं एतानि सचन्दनबिल्वपत्राणि सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय भविष्यत्.
Next is the offering of the Tulasi Patra, the offering of the Tulsi leaf. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, let this offering of Tulsi leaf be unto the Supreme Soul, who has unlimited the boons. Now please take the Tulsi leaf, smear with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
तुलसीः ॐ ह्रीं इदं सचन्दन तुलसी पत्रं सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः।
Next is the offering of Dhupa, the offering of the lit incense sticks. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, this incense smoke is made of sacred herbs of intoxicating fragrance. Please accept this incense smoke which we inhaled by all the devas. Now, please take the lit incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so.
धूपः ॐ वनस्पतिरथो दिव्यो गन्धाढ्यसु मनोहरः आग्नेयः सर्वदेवानां धूपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम्। ॐ ह्रीं एष धूपः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः।
Next is the offering of Deepa, the offering of the lit lamp. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, please accept this light of the inner and outer world, which is very bright and removes the darkness from everywhere. Now, please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so.
दीपः ॐ सुप्रकाशो महादीपः सर्वतस्तिमिरापहः बाह्याभ्यन्तरज्योतिर्दीपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम्। ॐ ह्रीं एष दीपः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः।
Next is the offering of Naivedyam, the offering of the food. Now please take an udhani of what the meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, these different kinds of food offerings are prepared from sweetener and other ingredients. O Lord, please accept this food offering prepared by me with devotion. Now please take an udhani of water in your hands, hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer the water at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
नैवेद्यम् ॐ नैवेद्यं विविधं देव शर्करादिविनिर्मितं मया निवेदितं भक्त्या गृहाण परमेश्वर। ॐ ह्रीं इदं
स्वोपकरणनैवेद्यं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते
श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय निवेदयामि।
Next is the offering of Paniyam, the offering of water for drinking. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, O Lord, the God of all demigods, the one who bestows deep fulfillment upon us, please accept this water full of infinite bliss. Now please take an udhani of water and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
पानीयम् ॐ समस्तदेवदेवेश सर्वतृप्तिकरं परम् अखण्डानन्दसम्पूर्णं ग्रहाणजलमुत्तमम्। ॐ ह्रीं इदं पानार्थोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः।
Next is the offering of the Punarachamaniyam, the offering of water for cleansing the mouth. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, I offer this water for washing the hands and the mouth to you, whose mere remembrance purifies everybody. Now please take an udhani of water and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
पुनराचमनीयम् ॐ उच्चिष्टमप्यशुचिर्वा यस्य स्मरणमात्रतः शुद्धिमाप्नोति तस्मै ते पुनराचमनीयकम्। ॐ ह्रीं इदं पुनराचमनीयोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानंद परमशिवाय स्वाहा.
Next is the offering of the Arartrikam, the offering of the lit arti. Now please take the lit arti in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as we do so.
आरात्रिकं भगवते श्रीनित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः. ॐ सांग्रहण्येष्ट्याय दते इमां जनतागुं संगृह्णानीति द्वादशारग्निरशना भवति. द्वादशमासा संवत्सरः संवत्सरमेवावरुन्धे मौञ्जी भवति. पूर्वैमुञ्जाः ऊर्जतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि. भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि. भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि. आरात्रिकं समर्पयामि भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव चरणकमलेभ्यो नमः.
Next is the offering of Pushpanjali, the offering of fragrant flowers. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is: Guru is the Brahma, who is the source of creation. Guru is Vishnu, who is the source of sustenance. Guru is Maheshwara, who is the source of rejuvenation of the universe. Guru is directly the Param Brahma, the ultimate superconsciousness. Unto that Guru I surrender. I surrender to the Guru who is omnipresent and has given me a glimpse of his experience. I surrender to the Guru who removes the blinding darkness of the eyes caused by the absence of wisdom. By applying the Jnananjana, the sacred black eye pigment, anointing the three eyes and awakens the all-pervasive infinite eyes. Who is the Lord of the cosmos, who is the Guru of the cosmos. My soul is the same soul which is in all the beings. I surrender to Dakshinamurti, the primordial Guru, who manifests himself differently in the form of Ishvara, Guru, and Atman or the Self. I surrender unto that Sadguru who is in Nityananda, the eternal bliss, the bestower of supreme happiness, who is the personification of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the experience of Tattvamasi, that we are the ultimate, who is oneness, eternal, pure and immovable, who is the direct witness of the beginning and the source of all beings, who is beyond emotions and the one who is without the three qualities called Sattva, Rajas and Tamas. Now, please take a few flowers in your hands. Keep your hands in the Anjali Mudra and offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra.
पुष्पाञ्जलिः गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णुः गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुः साक्षात् परं ब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः. अखण्डमण्डलाकारं व्याप्तं येन चराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः. अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्री जगद्गुरुः ममात्मा सर्वभूतात्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः. ईश्वरो गुरुरात्मेति मूर्तिभेदविभागिने व्योमवद्व्याप्तदेहाय दक्षिणामूर्तये नमः.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि। पुष्पाञ्जलिं समर्पयामि भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव चरणकमलेभ्यो नमः। ॐ नित्यानन्दम्। Let us now enter into the Paramashiva Puja, beginning with the Atmatattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Let us now perform the Sakali-karanam. Om Astraye Namaha Shaktaye Vaushate Astraye Phate. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. We'll now perform the Samanya Arghya Stapana. Please mix some flowers, akshata and sandalwood powder inside the water within the Panchapatram. Cover the mouth of the Panchapatram with your right palm and chant Om 7 times internally. Om 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 Hastraya Bhate Om Haim Kavachaya Hum Om Ham Om Haim Kavachaya Hum Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Pradipastarvesham Marunagiriyo Pradipastarvesham Marunagiriyo Gatankabasiva Namaha Ityavahana Mudram Pradarshya Stapana Sannidhana Nishtura Mudram Pradarshya Asraya Humpatiga Sannidhana Nishtura Mudram Pradarshya Asraya Humpatigala Gandi Mudram Pradarshya Om Ham Shivaya Namaha Iti Linga Mudram Namaskar Mudram Om Haim Kavachaya Hum Iti Avakunthala Mudram Cha Pradarshya Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Asanam Samarpayami. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha Om Ham Shivaya Svadha Om Ham Shivaya Swaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Padyachamanargyam Dattva Om Ham Namaha Snanam Samarpayami. Snananantaramachamanam Samarpayami. Om Ham Shivaya Svadha Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Vastra Yajna Pavita Uttariya Varnartam Akshatan Samarpayami. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Gandhan Dharayami. Gandhasyopari Haridra Kumkuma Churnam Samarpayami. Pushpai Pujayami. Om Bhavaya Devaya Namaha Bhavasya Devasya Patni Namaha Om Sharvaya Devaya Namaha Sharvasya Devasya Patni Namaha Om Ishanaya Devaya Namaha Ishanasya Devasya Patni Namaha Om Pashupate Devaya Namaha Pashupate Devasya Patni Namaha Om Ugraya Devaya Namaha Ugrasya Devasya Patni Namaha Om Rudraya Devaya Namaha Rudrasya Devasya Patni Namaha. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Ashtapushpa Pujam Samarpayami. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Bilva Patram Samarpayami. Om Hastraya Namaha. Atha Dhupaha. Om Hastraya Phate. Om Hastraya Phate. Om Hamridayaya Namaha. Om
उदीप्य स्वजातवेदो भग्निर्निरतं मम पशुगस्त्रमह्यमावहजीवनं च दिशो दिशा मानो हि गुंसि जातवेदो कामश्वं पुरुषं जगत् अबिभ्रदग्नागहि श्रियामा परिपातय ॐ हां ॐ शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्तिसमेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः दीपं सन्दर्शयामि ॐ हां शिवाय स्वधा अथ नैवेद्यम् ॐ हां शिवाय स्वधा अथ नैवेद्यम् ॐ हास्राय फट ॐ हां हृदयाय नमः ॐ मधुमृदः मधुद्यौरस्तु नः पिता मधुमान्नो वनस्पतिर्मधुमागुमस्तु सूर्यः माध्वीर्गावो भवन्तु नः माधु 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 ॐ हां ॐ शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः नैवेद्यं निवेदयामि नैवेद्यानन्तरम् आचमनं ॐ हां शिवसोमेन यजते देवसुवामेधानि हवि नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि रक्षां धारयामि ॐ हां ॐ शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः पुष्पाञ्जलिं समर्पयामि Please perform the Gayatri mantra japa and the Shiva Moola mantra japa internally. ॐ हां हृदयाय नमः ॐ हैं कवचाय हुम् ॐ हां शिवाय वौषट ॐ यत्किञ्चित् कर्म देवेश सदा सुकृतदुष्कृतं तन्मे शिवपदस्तस्य भुङ्क्षक्षपय शङ्कर शिवो दाता शिवो भोक्ता शिवः सर्वमिदं जगत् शिवो यजति सर्वत्र यः शिवः सोऽहमेव तु ॐ हां ॐ शिवाय नमः आचम्य ॐ आत्मतत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा ॐ शिवतत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्
आनंद परमशिवोहम ओम
कार्तिकेय दीपम the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartikeya Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartikeya Purnima, Kartikeya Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever, So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
The timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. the time started. From the timelessness, from Kartikeya Deepam, that is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartikeya Purnima, Kartikeya Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivum, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Kartike Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartike Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartike Purnima, Kartike Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivim, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Kartike Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartike Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartike Purnima, Kartike Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
Nityanandam Paramaspadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasrisham Tattvamasyadiraksham Ekam Nityam Vimagamacham Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nityanandam, and welcome to another beautiful and wonderful day of the Paramashivoham. To realize I am Paramashiva. Yes. As Swami says, his first statement that he made to the world, I am not here to prove that I am God, I am here to prove that you are God. Swami says that I have experienced that and I can give it to you. So we just had the intense yoga session, puja. So yoga is to realize and prepare your body to receive that super conscious energy. Again and again. So he says, be consistent. Only what you're consistent with, cosmos registers that. And that you, even in the long term, whether the conditions are favorable or not, when you are consistent, especially when you're consistent with the yoga, again and again, whether conditions are favorable or not, being integrated to yoga, and you will have that result. So preparing your body through yoga to receive that super conscious energy. When the divine enters into you, it's not drop entering into ocean, it is an ocean entering into the drop. So with this, we'll be now entering into the power manifestation session. So once you have that frequency raised with the yoga and puja, let's directly enter into the power manifestation, manifesting, radiating the powers, being, and consciousness of Paramashiva. The more and more the power manifestation grows in you, that explodes as the ultimate bliss. So let's get ready. Meanwhile, we'd like to welcome all of you who are here with us. We have Ma Shamima, Ma Eve already ready with the for the power manifestation. Yes, thank you. Ma Nityanatanapriya, Nityanandam, all the participants on the YouTube. Let's get ready as we enter into the scriptural reference. Kapalantarmano yasya tishthanmilitalochanaha kramena manasodharya lakshaye lakshamuttamam. Paramashiva says, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, but that stability of the mind and the inner space through the power of third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Laksham, by having the vision beyond the sight that is any object or place, attaining the space of oneness. You can, if you have not yet covered your eyes, please go ahead and cover your eyes, as we are preparing to enter into this round of power manifestation. Just sit with your head, neck, spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. And remember Swamiji, invoke his presence in your inner space. As Swamiji reveals, with what you associate with, you become that. When you associate with the enlightened beings, you become another enlightened being. So again and again, sit with an intention to be in oneness with Paramashiva. Remember, you are Nithyananda Paramasham. Intense declaration to be in oneness. As Swamiji reveals, what you cognize, with what cognition you bend your body, that intention is delivered to you. So have that intention to be in oneness with Paramashiva. When you take one step forward, Paramashiva take 1,000 steps towards you. Now bring your awareness to the third eye and gaze at Swamiji's third eye. Master's third eye is the door to the cosmos. Now let's connect with Swamiji through the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Keep your eyes closed and let's enter into this round of power manifestation as the image is now being projected on your screen. Let's begin.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes. So just take few minutes. Slowly you can relax, you can open your eyes. And from this space, let's take a moment to share what was revealed to you. And again, remember, whenever you sit with yourself, sit with your eyes closed, growing that oneness within you. This is your time. This is your time to be in oneness with Paramashiva. Rest all the time that you give throughout the day to the whole world, whether it is your relationship, your work, to families or friends. This is your time. When you sit with your eyes closed, this is your time that you give to yourself. And when you sit with yourself, Swami shares, when you sit with yourself, you can sit without any labels, without any identities. Labels, identities are required only when you open your eyes and interact with the world. But when you sit with yourself, no identity is required, no labels are required. Yes, we have already have Ma E who shares blue flowers, open field, a river, grayish blue, bird, banana, and specimen. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for sharing, Ma.
Thank you for sharing, Ma.
Yes, Ma Natanapriya, Ma Sharma, let's take a minute, let's share. Just give me a few more moments, and then we'll bring back the image once again on the screen. So yes, this is the image that we had projected. So very much, Ma, it's flower, not blue, but definitely we have the flower. You can see quite this looks like quite close up picture of the flower. The orange, nice orange yellowish flower color you can see, and at the top you can see the dark maroon color, and I saw orange. Beautiful, beautiful. So you saw the flowers, and that's very much there, and orange. That's the whole essence of the whole picture is flower itself and the orange color. So beautiful, Ma.
Yes, Ma. And you had persimmon, which is very much orange, Ma. So First one is exactly the same color as the flower that we have here. So yes.
Yes, and you can see behind the lots of leaves, and so it looks like kind of a quite zoomed in picture of the flower. So you can see the leaves are quite big, and banana, bird, grayish blue, open field, river, and this beautiful one. So the whole essence of picture you have already captured it. So yes, beautiful. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for manifesting. Yes.
All right. Let us get ready for the second round. Sorry for the technical glitch. Yes, let's get ready for the second round. So requesting everyone to please put on your eye bands once again, cover your eyes, and let us get ready for the next round. Another image. So that is, once we have our eyes covered, closed, let's sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Let us bring our full awareness to our Anandagandha, which is just below the heart center. And let us connect deeply to Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to Paramashiva in our inner space, just below the heart center, just above the navel center. Let us keep in mind the powerful cognition that we are Paramashiva. We are, each one of us, an independent, individual, intelligent instance of Paramashiva, having a human experience. So let us connect deeply to Paramashiva. Let us feel the space of oneness with Paramashiva. Understand we are both one with and one, in oneness and one with Paramashiva. So let us feel all of that in our inner space, our Anandagandha, just below the heart center, just above the navel center, in that area in between. Now let us start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Yes, let us continue chanting the Mahavakya throughout this power manifestation. And from this space of oneness with Paramashiva, with Swamiji, let us start manifesting this power third eye vision, seeing images blindfolded. The image is being displayed for you now, so let us begin.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda
All right, you can now relax slowly, very slowly. You can remove your eye bands, your eye cover, and gently let the light come back into your eyes. And once the light has readjusted for your eyesight, while it's still fresh in your mind, take a moment and share with us what was revealed to you in your third eye. It's what Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, what Paramashiva revealed to you as the details of this image that we had displayed for you for this power manifestation, this second round. And we remind everyone that it's not just an image, so it might not necessarily come as an image. It can be in many different ways. It can come as just a piece of information, just knowing something is true. It can come as a sound, a smell, a taste, an emotion, in whatever way it is expressing itself. Please make sure you pay attention to everything you are experiencing. Yes, we have Ma Eve that shares whole picture is blue, sky, a woman, silver ring, white Jeep car, white wall, and a kangaroo. Yes, thank you very much for sharing, Ma. If you have more details, please feel free to write more. So as you remember more of the details that were being revealed to you, you can write more. And I'm just going to give a few moments more chance for other people to share. Ma Shamin News, Ma Nityananda Priya, if you could also share, so everyone that is following us on YouTube. If you have taken part in the power manifestation, you can let us know, and let us know what was revealed to you in your third eye. All right, so let us share this second image that we had for you. And yes, as you can see, it is a beautiful image of a mountain range. So we can see up close, it's sunny and dry. Further up, we can see the snow, and beyond that, we can see the blue sky, lots of blue sky.
My is quite happy. That's great. So you have actually shared the blue? Yes.
Yes, so Mayuv shares whole pictures blue sky. So yes, there's a lot of blue sky there. A woman, a silver ring. So we don't see the woman. It is very possible the woman is there with a silver ring and in a white Jeep car. But we don't actually see that in this image. Of course, Paramashiva reveals a lot more than we can see with the two physical eyes, and we can see in this two-dimensional image. So it's very possible the person who actually took the image itself could be a woman wearing a silver ring, driving a white Jeep car. And we can see, we have a white wall. We can see the snow at the back. So we can see on the mountain ranges, just at the back, looking just like a white wall at the back, the snow on the mountains themselves. And Eve also shares kangaroo. So it's possible, Ma, that this is in Australia. So kangaroos are in Australia. So there are mountain ranges on the east coast of Australia, on the eastern side of Australia. So it's very possible that it might be there, Ma, which means there might be kangaroos nearby. So yes, thank you very much for sharing, Ma. And congratulations for manifesting as well.
Yes. So with this, we'll be now entering into today's revelation by Swamiji. And today, the sessions is going to be on Bhakti Spurana, experiencing the ecstasy, being in love. And Swamiji will be gracing us as Chandrasekhara. So Bhakti, devotion. Swamiji shares that Bhakti, devotion is a direct way to surrender. And when you surrender, you are there. Even if you have read Bhagavad Gita, Swamiji has revealed in Bhagavad Gita, as Lord Krishna says, after, whether it is Sankhya, whether it is Karma Yoga, everything after Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, leave everything and just surrender to me. Ultimately, only when one surrenders, he establishes himself in that ecstasy. So this is going to be a powerful revelation by Swamiji, so that you experience that bhakti, that surrender in your own being. So ultimately, it is the devotion, the surrender that lets you, and it is Swami shares that this is the most joyous path. In another path, there might be a lot of tapas, lot of tapas is involved, but this is a very joyous path and ecstasy path that you, in which you move to that ecstasy. So let's come to the space of listening, and let's enter into this space.
In Bhagavad Gita, 6th chapter, Dhyana Yoga, 7th verse. Jitatmana prashantasya paramatma samahitaha sitoshna sugadukhyeshu tatamanaapamanayoho. Translation: the one who has conquered the self, who has attained tranquility, the Supreme is already reached. such a person remains in this state in happiness or distress, heat or cold, honor or dishonor. I'll give you the new translation also. The one who has subdued is self made out of patterns, and is firmly established in the supreme state, remains centered, whether in a cold or warm atmosphere, whether he is in a pleasant or unpleasant situation, whether he receives respect or is dishonored. Understand? Bhagavan is giving you a powerful technique. He is using a beautiful word, Sitoshna Samadukkeshu. Sita and Ushna, warm or cold, attacks you from outside skin. Sukha or Dukkha attacks you from inside skin. Understand? When you are feeling warm or cold, just sit and see what is happening outside your skin all over the body. Without branding, just see what is going on, how I feel. Don't name it as a cold or warm, pain or suffering. Just look. Something is going on. Let me see what happens, how that feeling touches my skin. After that, how the skin is processing that information, and how I am getting agitated or irritated for no reason. How I am responding to it. Why should I get agitated or irritated? Let's see how the nature responds to it. Sit with deep passions. In one day, you will master cold. Cold will not affect you anymore. Same way heat. Do Panchatapas. Make a fire circle. It is very easy. Your height should be the diameter of the circle. That is the law. Your height is the diameter of the circle. Make the fire circle and sit. You will slowly start feeling the heat, and it will increase within half an hour. Then just see what is going on in your skin. In 2 days you will master warm. Both will not be painful. Then come to the next level of experiment. When you are feeling unpleasant, just see. Unpleasantness is nothing but cold or warm which is working from inside the skin. If you look near the chest area, it will start. From inside the skin is being attacked. Warm and cold, heat and cold attacks you from outside skin. Pleasantness or unpleasantness attacks you from inside the skin. Sit with that. You don't need to find the situation. Already you have enough unpleasantness. Just sit with that unpleasantness. How it is attacking you from inside skin. What exactly you are feeling. Without labeling, just see. In 2 days, you will realize there is no such thing as unpleasantness other than your own decision to be in unpleasantness. Same way pleasantness. When you are in joy, happy, just sit and watch. What is this? What is this pleasantness? Why it feels so expanded inside? Feel from your skin, inside the skin. You will master that state also. So pleasant or unpleasant attacks you from inside the skin. Heat or cold attacks you from outside skin. But both heat or cold, pleasant or unpleasantness, all four has no life independently from your will. Understanding this is being centered on the supreme state. Please understand, your will gets contaminated when it connects itself with these four. Fortunately, these four has no independent existence. If your will does not support it, man who has realized it by experimenting with it is established in supreme state. He is called Paramatma Samahita, equivalent to the supreme consciousness. Such a simple, straightforward thing, I tell you. Just try today. Once you realize, even with first thing, see, today you try with a cold. The moment you realize the cold is not giving you any more suffering, you will have confidence to work with heat. Then work with heat. Do Panchatapas. Maybe 1 hour. 1 hour is more than enough. 2 days. If it is not happening in 2 sessions, just do 2-3 days, that's all. You will have confidence now. Wow, we won the second game. Then go for the third. Sit with unpleasantness. Don't change the sequence. Cold is to grass, easy. Once you win there, you will have confidence to do next. Little subtle, the heat. Then you will have confidence next with the unpleasantness. Then you will have confidence to do with the pleasantness. Once you master that all these four does not have an independent life over you other than your will's support. See, when you sit and start analyzing, you will understand. It suddenly disappears because the moment you analyze, your will stops supporting this aspect of life. You support the cold and cold related diseases in confusion. You support heat and heat related diseases in confusion. You support unpleasantness and unpleasantness related diseases in confusion. You support pleasantness and pleasantness related activities in confusion. So when you sit and see what is really happening with the passiveness and passions, suddenly you realize without your will, all four does not have independent life. Shadow does not have independent life without the existence of light and object. It is the mixture of light and object creates shadow. The sufferings of cold, heat, sufferings of pleasantness, unpleasantness, everything happens by the mixture of your will and confusion. If the light is switched off, no shadow. If the object is removed, no shadow. If the confusion is removed or if the will is removed, there is no agitation or disturbance by cold, warm, pleasant, unpleasantness. I tell you, man is a fool. Asking for cold when it is hot, asking for hot when it is cold, always asking what is not. Try this four process. in such a simple way, you can be centered on what Bhagavan calls Paramatma Samahitaha, centered on pure unclutching. See, we are responsible for making Krishna alive. Come on, 4 days. Only 2 hours a day. Come in the evening. Learn this and go. And there is no risk in this. If you sit with a heater or a air condition, even the risk of Panchatapas is not there. I told Panchatapas because that is the way I was brought up. You guys don't even need to bother about the Panchatapas. Fire. Even in fire you may say, no, there is a risk. What risk is there anyhow? These fellows, everything is a risk. If your time is not right, even by drinking milk you will die. If your time is right, even the poison, if you drink, you will vomit it. Even your attempt to commit suicide, you will not be able to be successful. Anyhow, with a heater or cold, AC, you can control the heat or cold. What is the risk? And pleasantness and unpleasantness. Try. I tell you, this can get people out of all mental disorders and psychological disorders. I have done this. That is why I am telling you. I have done this during my tapas time, my tapas period. I'll go and sit in the hill during the daytime in the sun, just with one towel, the hip, work on that heat. How the heat does not touch me. Then in the night I'll sit in the hill itself. It will be really cold, and see how the cold does not work on the system. Then I'll fight with Raghupati Yogi. That is the only thing which will be unpleasant for me. See, my whole life, only relationships I know is this Raghupati Yogi and Kuppammal, these few saints, sadhus. Never even once I felt psychologically connected to the blood family. So if I have to have some unpleasant moments, I'll go and fight with him. Some ideological fight. Raghupati Yogi is Yogi and Kuppammal is Vedanti. Between these two, there will be a huge fight. Ideological fight. Here body first, here mind first. And if I wanted to create fight with Raghupati Yogi, I'll take up all the arguments of Kuppammal. If you want to fight with Kuppammal, I'll take all the arguments of Raghupati Yogi. But I tell you guys, these two have made me so rich in the spiritual knowledge. God, the wealth they added to me, only now I am realizing. And same way when I want to experience that pleasantness, I'll take my Ramakrishna's photo and keep it in front of me and fan him. And there's a beautiful, very sweet story of Ramakrishna sung by one devotee. It's called Sri Sri Ramakrishna Bundi. And in English it is called, the book has been translated, The Portrait of Sri Ramakrishna. That's a very beautiful book. It is not factual. See, the Ramakrishna's biography, he wrote it more poetic way. He does not bother much about facts. He has not changed the facts. He is not telling lies. But he is singing in a very beautiful, sweet way that, oh, who came as Rama and Krishna, you came as Ramakrishna, but this time you did not steal and do all these naughty things of Krishna. But you are not so polite like Rama also. So from the beginning, with that feeling that Ramakrishna is an incarnation, the devotee has sang about Sri Ramakrishna. It's a very beautiful book. Still I can repeat it. It's I think 1000-page book. In Bengali verse form, I can repeat the whole thing by heart. जय जय रामकृष्ण वांजा कल्पतरु, जय जय भगवान जगतेर गुरु, जय जय रामकृष्ण इष्टगोष्ठिकान, जय जय. It goes. Sobaya Sarani Renu Mageye Adam. If you just have the book, I can repeat the whole 1000 page. I can continue even now. It goes on and on and on. It's a very beautiful, very juicy, sweet, loving way of Ramakrishna's biography described. That's one of the best things with which I experienced highest pleasantness. I'll have a small Singhasan and Ramakrishna's photo, and I have a small fan. Fanning him, I'll sit and sing these whole verses. And I have this book in the hand. Whole day I'll be sitting and there's a tune to chant that. I'll sit and chant. One great elderly sadhu in Ramakrishna Mission, his name is Nandanandaji. He used to, I have seen him sitting and singing this verse with the tears in joy. And I picked up the habit from him only. I'll sit every day with him. He suffered with little deafness. So I served him, taking him to the doctor and taking care of him when he was old. He was a sadhu from Andhra, very sweet sadhu. So I used to sit and chant this. I picked up this habit from him. I listened to him very attentively, and actually I learnt Bengali, reading. So if I chant that book one day, it will take full day to chant 1000 page. At least next 2 months, I will feel that I am in that heaven and whole body will be sweet and pleasant, that whole throat will be filled with sweetness. Because it is the whole, his whole biography is chanted, the created, sung with so much of love, without being much bothered about the facts. It's a Purana of Sri Ramakrishna. So this Sadhu Nandananda Swami, he was about to die. As a tradition, when you are about to die, you have to give your whole, whatever you have, to the person who served you. It's a tradition. So this Sadhu suddenly said, I am going to die tomorrow. Guru Maharaj has appeared. What will I give you? I said, you don't need to give me anything. You are a sadhu, that's enough. You bless me. Then he said, I accumulated one thing in my life. The biggest wealth I accumulated is, whenever I read this Sri Sri Ramakrishna Bundi, I go to Samadhi, an ecstasy. I give you this Bhava Samadhi as my gift. He gave me. And I tell you, after that, whenever I read that book, God, and that sweetness, it's as if his 60, 70 years of tapas has entered into me. If you read some book 60, 70 years and be in the ecstasy, that whole bhava, the depth of the bhava, that whole depth of emotion has entered into my system, I could feel that same emotion just by his blessing. He said, I give you this gift of Bhava Samadhi. You take it. Because now it won't be useful anymore for me. See, once you leave the body, even your Bhava Samadhi will not stay with you. Only the Nirvikalpa Samadhis will stay with you. Less than Nirvikalpa Samadhi, anything you accumulated is not useful anymore for you. It's the English spelling is P-U-N-K-T-I. In English, the book is translated as A Portrait of Sri Ramakrishna. Maybe one day I'll sit and chant for you guys. It's my personal spiritual practice, which I did for quite a long time. Some of my personal spiritual practice I never shared with you guys. This Ramakrishna Bunti, And same way, Chandi. Chandi is the Devi Mahatmyam. I'm a great Sakta. So I'll sit and chant Chandi. Devi Mahatmyam is 700 sloka. And Lalita Sahasranama and Trisadi. There are some 6-7 books related to Chandi. Devi Upanishad and all that put together. That will take one day, full one day if you chant. That I will chant with this bell. The same book in Bengali. These all used to be my entertainment. Anyhow, whether it is a heat or cold, pleasantness or unpleasantness, work with it. I tell you, even this pleasantness is not ultimate. Understand that. What I received from that Swami Nandanandji is not ultimate. He himself can't take it when he is dying. That is why he gave it to me. Only unclutching, Nirvikalpa Samadhi will come with you eternally. But unfortunately, when you are training yourself, when you are practicing, you can't be all the time in Nirvikalpa Samadhi, unclutching. So all this Bhava Samadhi helps you to raise yourself to that level. Be in Nirvikalpa Samadhi or be in Bhava Samadhi with a person who is in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. That's all. Be unclutched or be clutched to a person who is in unclutching state. That's all. Being unclutched is Nirvikalpa Samadhi. If you are clutched to a person, being who is unclutched is Bhava Samadhi. In the beginning, Bhava Samadhi helps. Now I can remember all the verses. It's coming up. Yes, the same book. Sri Ramakrishna Munti. You guys can see this exact book. Just see whether if it is in Bengali, download. I'll read. If you have interest and intensity, you will find time for everything. Try all these 4. First, I wanted all our center heads, you guys try. Of course, I'm not telling devotees not to try. If all of you try, mainly the center heads, when you try, you will have the confidence and make a beautiful program and start teaching. Everyone can start doing this. For these things, you don't need very organized setup. Start reaching out even in these small ways. Helping people. I really wanted this kind, hundreds of samyamas should be developed and made available from our campus. It should become a pilgrimage center for the people who want to study mysticism. You don't know. Just this 4-day, trying these 4 steps, working with cold, working with heat, working with unpleasantness, working with pleasantness. You will suddenly find a powerful key, tool to live your life. Crossing thousands of disturbances. Human beings can live a rich life if this kind of tools are accumulated. Just this one tool, I tell you, how rich it can make you. Richness is always depending on the zeros. It is not always based on the zeros. It is based on your ability to face life. Richness cannot be always measured based on the comforts of life. It is measured based on the ability to confront the life. It is not just comfort, it is ability to confront also. These are the tools with which you will be able to confront the life. I know many guys sitting on billions of dollars, even a small, very small, they are shaken completely. Ability to confront life, live the life. I tell you guys, all our devotees should have mastered at least like this 5-6 samyamas. Different 5-6 samyamas. That makes you man. That makes you a being. Mastering at least few samyamas gives you the courage to live, confidence to live. Courage which comes by inner richness is confidence. Courage which you get by outer richness is egoistic pride. Which comes by outer richness can be taken away from you any moment. Which comes by inner richness, nobody can touch it. One of the main reasons for my success, standing throughout these scandals and rumors, is this samyama. This samyama, which I did from the young age, working with the heat and cold and unpleasantness and pleasantness. I tell you, heat and cold hits you from outside the skin, pleasantness and unpleasantness hits you from the inside the skin. But all four of them do not have life without your will supporting them. Is the essence. The one who has subdued is self. Self made of tough patterns and is firmly established in the supreme state, remains composed, whether in a cold or a warm atmosphere, whether he is in pain, pleasant or unpleasant situation, whether he receives respect or dishonor. Tata manopamanayoho. See, when you master the Sita, Ushna, Sukha, Dukkha, the mana, apamana does not touch you. You master it. I tell you, not for pride, I am the living example that mana, apamana did not touch me. Otherwise, one side, millions put flower garlands and worship. The other side, rowdies put chapel garlands and burn the effigies.
Yes. So Swami is a living example of how the manapana, that is heat, cold, pleasure, all does not touch. And Swami says all these four doesn't have life on its own unless you support with your will. So we'll be entering into the deeper secrets of life through the internalization exercise, where you'll be internalizing by looking into your own life. How to renounce the wicked urge which destroys the consciousness. So let's enter into the first step, where you will describe your purpose in few points. So what you think as the purpose of your life? So just give few moments, think, contemplate, deep dig, and write down few points. Then we'll be moving on to the few next steps. So take this time, look in, and contemplate, and understand this is for you. So Nobody else is going to ask, why did you write this, or is it thing? So be authentic to yourself as you are writing down what is describing your purpose. Not just writing down, describing the very purpose of your life. So let's begin.
Yes, let us now move on to the second step. See, understand that by not assuming responsibility, not taking up the role that you need to play in life, just being afraid of life stops you from this purpose. So in the first step, we wrote down a number of different purposes, 5, 6 points of your purpose in this life. But just having the points, just understanding what your goals in life are, what your aims in life are, is not enough. You need to assume responsibility. You need to take up the role that you need to play in your life to make it happen. Being afraid of your life, it just stops you from these purposes, this that you have written out. So identify all these hypocrisies. So identify all of these things that are stopping you from assuming responsibility, that stop you from taking up the role you need to play in life, of being afraid of life, all of these. So smoke out these hypocrisies, understand what they are, understand that these are things that are stopping you from your purpose. So let us identify all of these. Let's write them out, smoke them out. Let's write all these hypocrisies, let's call them, that are stopping you from assuming responsibility, from stopping you from taking up the role that you need to play in life. Let us continue.
Now, let's move to the third step. Understand, renouncing means understanding and executing by realizing certain object or action or thought pattern is not conducive for the fulfillment of mission you have taken. For the sake of your larger vision, mission, and responsibility, giving up your whims and fancies and lose a way of thinking and acting is renouncing. So let's enter into this third step.
You can relax now. So understanding that by giving up all of these whims and fancies, all the things that are stopping you from achieving your purpose, this is for the sake of your larger vision, for your mission, for your responsibility. So this is the art of renunciation, renouncing all these whims and fancies, renouncing everything that is stopping you from your mission, from your responsibility, from your purpose. So next we're going to move into the power actually, before we go into the power manifestation, we're going to go through a detox segment once again. So this detox segment is in terms of eating habits, eating healthily, so healthy eating habits. See, understand that human beings should eat only in the morning and in the evening, so twice a day, as per the Vedic injunction. So food should not be eaten in between these two meals. So this is very important. This is directly from the Sushruta Samhita, 64th chapter and 85th shloka. So food should not be eaten in between these two meal times, so in the morning and in the evening. And it says that this rule is equal to the rule of Agnihotra Vidhi, Agnihotra Vidhi. So not to eat after sunset, not to eat before sunrise. This is the beautiful Shastra Pramana from the Sushruta Samhita.
To understand, many times we'll have the false hunger. How to manage that false hunger? See, every time, if you just look into your life, whenever you feel a little tingling in the stomach, you'll start feeling like, oh, let's have something. But actually, that is a false hunger alarm. You are not actually hungry. Even a little bit of water could have stopped that tingling in the stomach. So every night when you fall asleep, keep a wet towel. You can use a wet towel or a bag which is filled with ice cube on your stomach while you are sleeping. And if you are lying down like that, you can see beautifully how you slip between into the dream state and the deep sleep state. So when you are using this method, you will be conscious of your transition between the waking state while you're sleeping, then go to the dream state and deep sleep. So you will be beautifully seeing how you are transitioning to this state. And you will gain a huge confidence to see the alternative states of your existence. Yes, many times what happens from waking state, when we go to dream state, we feel unconscious. And deep sleep, it's totally unconscious. So when you do this method, you'll be conscious of your own existence, the alteration of the states. And how does this help? See, if you have a restful awareness to see your dream, your deep sleep during the transition period, you will have guts to see all the delusions that you have manifested. Yes. So this is a very well a way to identify when you are in falling into the dream state. You can see how the delusion is getting manifested. You will have such a tremendous clarity. You will not get fully engaged in the dream. You will realize that yes, this dream is actually manifested. This delusion is actually manifested when you are conscious of the transitioning of the states. So this is a very powerful revelation as Swamiji gave.
All right, so now let us move on. So after this wonderful healthy eating detox segment, let us move on to the power manifestation. And today's power is the power of Mahima. So requesting, let's get ready for this power manifestation. Requesting everyone, please switch on your cameras, be available in the camera frame. And let us start with the Shastra Pramana, which is the spiritual reference on Ashta Mahashaktis.
Yes. So this verse is taken from Shiv Samhita, chapter 5, 76 to 78 verse. So verse goes as Maranam khadyate tena sakena pi khadyate tasya sat paramatridhir animadi guna prada vayu sancharate dehe rasavriddhi bhave dhruvam akasha pankajagana piyusamapi vardhate. Paramashiva says, death is eaten by him, he is eaten by none. He manifests the highest powers such as anima, lahima, mahima, etc. The vayu, the wind energy, equally moves throughout his body. The juices of his body also are increased. The nectar exuding from the ethereal lotus also increases. So with this we'll be entering into the first round of the power of mahima, where you'll be increasing. So there are multiple instances in the history where if it's the popular example which we know is Lord Hanuman. Lord Hanuman, multiple times he has increased his height, reduced his height. Actually, if you look at the Hanuman Chalisa, he says that Lord Hanuman, he was the adept in all the Astamahasiddhis. He was the master of all the Astamahasiddhis. So we'll be entering into the power manifestation where you'll be increasing the size of a small object which is close to you. So let's gather one small object which is just nearby. It can be any small object. And keep it close to you. We'll be entering into manifesting the power of increasing the size of that object. So you can use a marker to have the size of the object. That is the reference or the initial measurement of the size of the object. And after the power manifestation, once again, you'll be measuring the size of the object. So just take a few more seconds. And let's measure the size of the object. You can use the marker, or if you have any other means, any other methods which you can mark the size, please go ahead. And with this, let's get ready to enter into the power manifestation, where you are increasing the size of the object, a small object, and keeping the object close to you. So just sit with an intention to manifest this power. Sit with your head and spine in a straight line. Connect with Swamiji. You are Nithyananda Paramasham. Rest everything with delusion. Have that intense declaration to be in oneness with Swamiji, with the Paramashiva. The more you start manifesting, you are entering into the space of oneness. With this, let's start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda
Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda
Paramashivoham.
Om
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Let's do this. Let's begin this manifestation.
Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
So slowly, you can relax. And if you have taken part in the manifestation, let's take a moment to have the second measurement or the size of the object which was close to you. So once again, use the same method that you used previously, initially, and have the second measurement, the size of the object, and then let's enter into the comparison, the compare with the initial measurement, and let us know the difference. Yes, so let's go ahead and start sharing. Meanwhile, let's also introduce the next revelation by Swamiji, worshipping the divine. So understand, as Swamiji revealed on Bhakti, Bhakti is brings so much of juice in your life, brings so much of emotion in your life, and this is the sweetest emotion that you can have, and this is a shortcut and a very joyous path to enlightenment. So, as Swamiji will be revealing on the worshipping the divine through this path. So, if you are still sharing, please continue to do so. Meanwhile, let's enter into the next revelation by Swamiji, worshipping the divine. Let's begin.
Worship of the divine energies is performed in various ways. In the beginning of expansion, understand that all of them originate in actions. Knowing this, you will be liberated. Sri Krishna is revealing some of the mystical secrets. How various divine energies come into existence, how by connecting with them, your expansion is possible. Please understand, one example I wanted to give. Brahma, in Hindu stories, Hindu Purana, Brahma becomes egoistic. So, Shiva's extension comes out as Kala Bhairava and cuts Brahma's head, removes the ego of Brahma and makes Brahma enlightened. This action, Shiva's energy coming out and removing the ego of Brahma and making him enlightened, this action becomes Kala Bhairava. So when you connect with Kala Bhairava and start worshipping the divine energy called Kala Bhairava, he removes your ego also and gives you enlightenment. Same way, Veerabhadra, Shiva's energy expanded and destroyed the collective negativity of Daksha, which causes suffering for himself and for others. Many times, your pain body becomes so strong, knowingly you cause suffering to you and to others. Even though you know you are causing suffering to you and to others, but the pain pattern is so strong, you can't escape. I can see very clearly. So many people, they know if they are out of me, if they are away from me, they are going to create suffering for themselves. But their ego, arrogance is so strong, they can't live. They can't live around me. I have seen so many times, even devotees, they know if they listen to my teachings and live, they will be out of their sufferings and torture they are doing to themselves and to others. But they don't want. Daksha represents the negativity which causes suffering to yourself and to others. Shiva's energy which came out and destroyed the Daksha's negativity is Veerabhadra. Understand? Veerabhadra did not kill Daksha. He gave life back to Daksha. So this energy which destroys your negativity of giving suffering to yourself and to others is called Veerabhadra. If you connect with this divine energy and pray, feel connected, you will see in you also the pain body, the patterns which create suffering for yourself and others will be destroyed. It's a beautiful verse. Evam bahuvitaha yajnaha vitata brahmano mukhe karmajan viddidan sarvan evam jnatva vimokshase. Thus, worship of the divine energies is performed in various ways. In the beginning of expansion, understand that all of them originate in actions. Knowing this, you will be liberated. Same way, if you are frozen, closed, then start connecting with Krishna, who is doing Rasa Leela, who just opened himself to the whole universe. Understand? Krishna's Rasa Leela did not happen just with Gopikas. It happened with the plants, trees, rocks, Yamuna, whole thing. And the Purnima Chandra, the full moon, with whole, he had Rasa Leela. His Rasa Leela was enjoyed by the whole existence. Gopikas were also happened to be there, that's all. It was not concentrated towards Gopikas. It was with the whole. So if you are frozen, having the sickening suffocation, many times people do have this sickening suffocation. Come on, then expand. It is time. You meditate on Rasa Leela Krishna. So each action of divine, each action of an incarnation becomes independent energy by itself. Shiva's one action, cutting Brahma's head and giving him enlightenment, it became an independent energy called Kala Bhairava. Shiva's one action of killing the negativity of Daksha and liberating him from negativity and negative patterns became independent divine energy called Veerabhadra. Shiva's one action of teaching in silence to Sanagadi Rishis and giving them enlightenment becomes Dakshinamurti. Just each action of divine becomes one form, one energy. Understand? When Shiva assumed the body and married Meenakshi and ruled the Pandya kingdom, he became Sundara Pandya. that action became an independent energy of Sundarabandya. Just yesterday, I was reading the Akashic records, the night. I verified again and again. Earlier when I was seeing, I felt he has taken 3 bodies. Yesterday I saw he has taken more than 11 bodies. Only to play in and around Madurai. Please understand, in this way, no other geographical place is equivalent to Madurai. Where Shiva has taken 11 bodies to play just in Madurai. See, in one body he has played in many places. That record is there. When he assumed one body, he has gone to many places and did his leelas. In one body, doing leelas in 11 places, there are enough records. But 11 bodies to do leelas in one place, only in Madurai's history, the record is there. More than 11 bodies he has assumed at different times to play the leelas. The leela he performed, the first body he assumed to perform the leelas in Madurai is marrying Meenakshi. To marry Meenakshi and all the leelas related to that time, marrying Meenakshi and bringing Vaigai to Madurai, all those leelas were performed in one body. That body is directly under the Sundareshwara's linga. The main Garbha Mandir, under the Sundareshwara linga, that body is resting. It is there in Jiva Samadhi. And second, he has assumed one more body to build embankment for Vaigai river and converting all the foxes into horse to save his disciple Manikyavasagar. All those leelas, around 40 years he was in that body and performed many leelas. That body is resting in our property near Dinamani Takis. There is a place in Madurai, near Dinamani Takis, there is a samadhi inside Madurai Adinam property. It is called Sundaranar Samadhi. And Sundarananda's Jiva Samadhi, people used to think it is one of the 18 Siddhas. It is not one of the, of course, it is one in the 18, but Shiva himself assumed the human body and performed. 40 years he was in that body. That body is resting in Madurai. The place, Dinamani Takis, opposite to that Takis, there is a property, belongs to Madurai Adinam property. There he is resting. And the third body, which he assumed to give sugar cane to stone elephant, and stone elephant ate that sugar cane. For that leela, he assumed one more body that is there inside the temple under the samadhi of, under the shrine of Ellamalla Sittar. Under his murti, that third body is there. Still, I am not able to trace the other places of the remaining 8 bodies. I could see cosmically where are they, but in the Madurai map I am not able to pinpoint where the remaining 8 bodies are. Soon I will study the Madurai map and overlap my cosmic map on Madurai map and give you guys the exact points where the bodies he assumed are resting and radiating. I tell you, if you see from this angle, no other place, even in Kailash, is only one body is resting. There are 1 lakh enlightened beings' bodies are resting. That is different. But his own, the body which he used, only one body is resting. In Varanasi, 2 bodies are resting. Even in Thiruvannamalai, only one body, Arunagiri Yogeshwara's body, only is resting. I was shocked when I read yesterday the Akashic records. 11 bodies he has assumed. I tell you, Madurai was his honeymoon place. It was his favorite. Somehow, Madurai people had a very close, hearty connection with Mahadeva. Even for small things, he will assume a body. Come here and play. This was the place where he was very playful and joyful, without any of the so-called social laws, regulations, rules, and the dharma which he himself created. Here, he has broken the laws he created as per the planets. He has changed the planets for Madurai people. He has changed the teachings for Madurai people. He has changed the social laws for Madurai people. He has broken all the moral rules for Madurai people. He has done everything possible. Socially accepted, unaccepted, legal, illegal, dharmic, adharmic. In which Shastra it is dharmic? You convert the wolves into horses and sell them, and after you sell and go away, all that fellows, they become overnight, they become again wolf and bite and kill all the remaining horses who are there. And that poor king is now pauper. In which dharma it is accepted? In which Shastra it is accepted? He has done everything. Everything possible. He comes down as a worker for the old lady, saying that, see, once there was a flood, huge flood in Vaigai river, and king ordered all the citizens of Madurai should take up one portion and cover it with mud and build an embankment. So all of them have taken up one portion. One old lady, Vandi, her job is that making idli and puttu. Puttu is those days breakfast. She will make all this and sell for people. Still now, in Madurai, it is a very popular business. Go out in the night, you will see hundreds of shops. The outside street, they will be making these idlis and selling, breakfast and selling. It is still their tradition. Now it is called Kushbu idli. In those days, it's a tradition of Vandi. So she used to make this pittu and sell. Those days breakfast. She did not get anybody to cover her portion, and she herself can't do. She is too old. She prays to Sundareshwara. This whole city, still now, any problem, the only person they turn to is Sundareshwara. They don't trust anybody else. They just turn towards Sundareshwara. And she's the old lady. She can't get a worker to fill her portion, to do her job. She turns towards Sundareshwara. Oh Chokanada, Sundareshwara. This guy could have just one thought, the whole Vaigai would have built add embankment automatically. He does not do that. He comes down, assuming human body and bargaining with that lady. You should give me the pittu as much as I want, but I will work only for 3 hours. He says, I will work only for 2 jama. Sorry, 2 muhurta. 1 muhurta is 1.5 hours. I will work only for 2 muhurta, but you should give me as much as I want. This poor lady, she doesn't have anybody else. So she says, all right, go ahead. You can see what is puttu. Come on, show me. This is puttu. Those days breakfast. So she doesn't have anybody else. So no other option. She accepts the bargain. This fellow finally finishes eating everything she cooked. After that, it doesn't work. He goes there and lies down in that bed. So he goes and lies down in the banks of Vaigai. I also traced the palace he had in Vaigai. Just in between, the mid of the water, he had a palace where he used to drink with that, all the bhutas. He was not a womanizer. He used to drink and gamble. He will have all these bhutas around and they will play the dice. He will gamble with them. Finally, what is there? Finally, he will cheat all of them. And he was not a womanizer. But he was used to drink and gamble. Anyhow. So he went and lie down in the bank of Vaigai. King comes in the evening to see whether the embankment work is done. He sees all parts have been covered except his portion, the Vandi's portion. King got very annoyed and asked whose portion it is. They said this is Vandi, old lady's portion. He asked, naturally she won't be able to do. Who is doing for her? They showed this guy has been employed by her. But from morning he is not doing anything. He is just lying there. So king calls him and asks, who are you? This fellow says, who are you to ask me this? King says, I am the king of this Madurai. He says, that is the way so many people are thinking, but actually I am the king. There was a strong argument. Finally, king was very angry and he took his sengol, the golden staff with which he rules the country, and gave a strong blow in the back of Sundareshwara. When that beating fell on Sundareshwara, when that stick fell on the Sundareshwara, at that same moment, he showed to the king, he is the Antaryami. He is the indweller of every being, cosmos. So the whole world, whole universe, including himself, had that beating. The whole cosmos, including the king, had the mark of that golden staff, scepter, golden scepter's mark. And king was shocked. There he sees Sundareshwara standing with Meenakshi and smiling. King realized who came to play in the form of a worker, and he fell at the feet of Sundareshwara, asked him to apologize. Then Sundareshwara says, just because of Vandi's feeling connection, to please her, to eat her food, to enjoy her puttu, breakfast, I came and I enjoyed. He liberated, he gives enlightenment to Vandi and blesses the king and disappears. Till the end, he has not done his job. He did not do the job of building the embankment to the Vaigai. Casual leelas, not one or two, 64 leelas. God, I know for sure he would have done at least 64,000. And Paranjodi Munivar, the compiler, was able to collect only 64, representing all the 64,000s of leelas. The body with which he has performed this leela, especially blessing the Vandi and converting the wolves into horses, foxes into horses, that season Around 40 years, he has performed some more Leelas. That body was used by him for 40 years. That body is resting in Madurai Adinam's property. I have taken the blessings of the 292nd Guruma Sannidhanam to build that into a beautiful, huge temple. You can see the scene of Sundareshwara coming and eating the puttu of Vandi, the old lady. When I remember, God, this very land, he has taken 11 bodies and walked. These very roads, he would have walked and sold the firewood. These very roads, he has walked and sold bangles. This very road, he walked and sold diamonds. I'm really going crazy. This very Vaigai, he created this very Vaigai. He himself came and built embankment, at least acted as building embankment. Each action divine energy performs becomes one independent entity. If you connect with that energy, he gives you the same blessing. Understand? Sundareshwara is the energy of Leela, playfulness. Ask him whatever you want. He has broken all the rules. See, there is a law. Only a human body can radiate enlightenment, experience enlightenment. He has broken everything. He has given enlightenment to pigs. He has given enlightenment to bird. He has given enlightenment to cuckoo. He has given enlightenment to swan. Everyone can be assured. He has given enlightenment to pigs. What a Leela. Sundareshwara. Bhagavan explains.
So, what a beautifully Swamiji revealed the Leela of Sundareshwara, and how to just to enjoy, to please the Vandi, who is an old woman who actually worships her devotion to Sundareshwara. So Sundareshwara himself assumes the body. Sundareshwara as Shiva himself assumes the body and plays the Leela. And Sundareshwara there are more than 64,000 Leelas. That body he has assumed, done the Leela. So when you have the worship of the divine, when you have that deep feeling connection, when you have that devotion, Paramashiva himself descends to please you. And as Swamiji was mentioning, the Sundaresha has broken all the laws. Usually the law is only a human body can achieve enlightenment. Only a human body can receive enlightenment. But Sundaresha has broken all the laws. He has given enlightenment to pigs. He has given enlightenment to wolves, swan. He has broken all the laws. So that's why worshipping, when you worship the divine, with that deep feeling connection, with that intention to manifest that oneness, to be in oneness with Paramashiva, to oneness with Swamiji, that have that deep feeling as if nothing else exists, only Swamiji and you exist. Simply, you'll see the Leela miracle happening in your life. So with this, let's enter into the internalization exercise, renouncing. So we'll be entering into a technique and unclutching, self-purifying and evolutionary technique. So before we enter into the guided meditation, let us see how unclutching is related to what happens every moment in your body, which is breathing.
So between the incoming breath, that when you are breathing, and the outgoing breath, between them there is a neutral space. Your identity, whatever you think as you, exists between the incoming and outgoing breath. Means when you are breathing or when you are breathing out, that is when you experience your identity. But the space in between the two is where you can come to the neutral space and experience unclutching. And it is this gap that you don't form ideas, you don't start connecting different thoughts in your mind and start making sharp. So this doesn't mean that you stop breathing, but it is only that gap between the breathing in and breathing out. That is the neutral space, which in this guided meditation, Swamiji will be initiating and guiding us how to use it to experience deep unclutching.
To understand, you think that breathing space or the breathing time is more than the neutral space. So once again, the neutral space is 2 times happening. See, the moment you inhale and you exhale, so there's a turn. That turn at the top is a neutral space. And when again, once again, after exhalation, when you take inhalation, there's a gap at the bottom, that neutral space. Those two are the neutral space. So what we think is our breathing space is more than the natural space. This is because we have more thoughts when breathing. So because we have more thoughts while we are breathing, because we give emphasis to our identity. You think that the time of the incoming breath and outgoing breath is more than the time of the neutral space. And understand, someone says that time is psychological. So we think, but it's not actually the truth. We think that the moment we inhalation and outgoing breath, these are having more time than the neutral space. In reality, it is not that. It is just the psychological game. So just to have a little pictorial or representation of this neutral space, will be displaying this slide for you. Just to have a diagram of how the neutral space, where the neutral space actually exists. Yes. Yes. So this is, as you can see, in the top and the bottom.
So now let's get ready for this meditation technique. Please sit straight and close your eyes. For the first few moments, inhale and exhale as deeply as possible. So inhale very slowly and very deeply, as if you're deep breathing and filling your whole body with the air, with the prana. And then exhale slowly, as deeply as possible. Slowly start witnessing only the incoming breath. Just witness the incoming breath. Do not bother about the outgoing breath or the neutral space. Just witness the incoming breath first. So now, let us continue. Please sit straight and focus only on the incoming breath. Breathe as slowly as possible and as deeply as possible. Do not bother about the outgoing breath or the neutral space between the breaths. Focus only on the air you're taking. Let's continue. We'll be doing this for 5 minutes. Let's continue.
Now let's slowly start witnessing only outgoing breath. Forget about the incoming breath or even the neutral space. Just witness and be aware of only outgoing breath. Let's continue.
Now, let us move on to the next step. Very slowly, be aware of both the neutral spaces. So as you know, there are two neutral spaces. When your incoming breath turns into outgoing breath, that is one neutral space. And second neutral space is when your outgoing breath turns into incoming breath. Be aware of both these neutral spaces. Witness both the neutral space alone and nothing else. Intensely be aware of the neutral spaces. Let us now continue.
Now, be aware of the incoming breath, neutral space, outgoing breath, and the neutral space. Be unclutched. Whatever thought comes in your mind, do not connect it to anything. Don't even think that you are thinking. Even that idea comes because you connect your thoughts. Everything is just completely independent. Do not connect them and create one more thought that you are thinking. So just be aware of the incoming breath, neutral space, outgoing breath, and neutral space. Slowly relax. And now we'll be entering into the Akashic readings on renunciation. So this is going to be a very powerful question that participants have asked, and a revelation by Kalabhaira himself on renunciation. The question: for renunciation to become part of biomemory, what are the best techniques that can be followed to keep in touch with renunciation? Answer: constantly unclutching and the attitude of sharing brings tremendous renunciation and awakens the biomemory cancer disappear.
the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartikeya Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartikeya Purnima, Kartikeya Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Kartike Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many, to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartike Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartike Purnima, Kartike Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Kartike Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many, to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartike Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartike Purnima, Kartike Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things are say, at this moment I feel it is worth dying for this experience. That mood prepares your body and mind and protects you from all the extremities associated with enlightenment. Understand? Understand the question thoroughly. He says he has heard from two people, two masters, that enlightened one cannot live in the body. I do not want to comment about their words, what context they said and how you heard and all that. I don't want to comment on that. But I wanted you to understand one thing. The moment I created this feeling in you, for this experience, even death is okay. It means you become ripe enough to hold that experience in your body. Understand? Till you have, what is death? What is fear of death? If you are afraid of death, still you have the hope for life, hanging on to life. So if you are clinging or hanging on to life, how can enlightenment happen to you? I tell you, the moment you are ready to die, you don't need to die. The moment you are ready to face the death, you are free from death. Enlightenment can stay in your body now without causing the extremities associated to it. You can see very clearly, she was already ready. See, in Sati's body, she gets Satori. In Parvati's body, she gets enlightenment. In Meenakshi's body, she is an incarnation. What makes Sati into Parvati and Parvati to Meenakshi? Understand, non-clinging to life. Non-clinging to life. Stop clinging to life. All hopes are hopelessness. Get more and more comfortable with your insecure imaginations. Please understand. I wanted this to be one of the important understanding for all my disciples and followers. Get more and more comfortable with your uncomfortable fear fantasies. uncomfortable insecurity thoughts, uncomfortable insecurity imaginations. For example, if you have wealth, suddenly you will think, oh, if some thief comes and steals everything, what will they do? Or there are some other, but nowadays the fear of small thieves have disappeared. Fear of big thief means the government. Now the whole thing collapsing, economy melting down. What is the economy melting down? The larger thief stealing everybody's wealth by wrong policies and corruption. So you have fear. If the whole thing melts down, what will I do? Where will I be? How will I be? See, everybody constantly has these insecurity imaginations, especially early morning before you wake up from the bed. Either you will have the deep insecurity imaginations or fantasies. This too only wakes you up from the bed early morning. Of course, about fantasies, with fantasies already you are comfortable, but these insecurity imaginations, start getting comfortable with that. Okay, now you are there. That does not mean you are going to become reality. Your ability to get comfortable with insecurity imagination makes your nervous system ripe enough to hold the highest experience. Understand? This is the only way Sati becomes Parvati, Parvati becomes Meenakshi. Your ability to handle very beautifully in one place in Shiva Sutras, Mahadeva says, living in utter insecurity is living enlightenment. Get comfortable with your insecurity imagination. Only the people whose nerves have become comfortable with the insecurity imaginations have achieved highest things on the planet Earth, whether it is in the outer world or in the inner world. People whose nervous system cannot handle the insecurity imaginations, I tell you, when I declared a few days before a new understanding for our Sangha, you do whatever is your maximum capacity. I tell you, when Buddha gave sannyas to women, of course, I am not against giving sannyas to women. I am all for it. But Buddha knows human beings. He says when he gave sannyas to women and made them also part of the Sangha, he says, I reduced the longevity and purity of my Sangha. Because after him, there will be too much of men exploiting women and women exploiting men. It's not that only men exploit women, women also exploit men. In both ways. I have seen. Oh, anyhow, it's like different ways, not just the guru-disciple relationship. In so many ways, it's men and women exploiting each other. He knows as long as he's in the body, that won't happen. The moment he leaves the body, it is going to happen. He says he reduced the purity and longevity of the Sangha. I tell you, when I said be honest to yourself, I felt exactly the same after I leave the body. Of course, as long as I am in the body, I will be going on inspiring you guys. And you will again and again, true to be your honest capability and true to your core, All that will continuously happen as long as I am in the body. After that, this law, this understanding, I know, is going to create people who are lazy, dull, dead, enemies to enlightenment. I don't know how people are going to handle those beings at that time. When I am in the body, we will handle. Still, I do not know how you guys are going to handle. Of course, none of you are going to be in the body. I am going to be living for quite a long time. I am saying the next generation, maybe your third generation only is going to be the last generation I will be seeing. Then next generation, your fourth generation only is going to be my successors. Because the moment I say be honest to yourself, be true to your capacity, you don't even know your capacity. You will completely get comfortable with your lifestyle. See, by the word, through the word productivity, I was constantly making you get comfortable with your insecure imaginations. You see, with the word productivity and with that scale, with that idea, constantly you are made to live in that. Get comfortable with your insecurity imagination of, that is the ultimate insecurity. If I lose master, what will I do? That's the ultimate insecurity. But only when you get comfortable with those insecurity imaginations, your nerves become strong to hold the highest Kundalini awakening. When you say, okay, if at one day if I am kicked out, it is okay, but now I am going to imbibe whatever best and maximum I can. Only with this coming to terms with the reality, your nervous system becomes so strong and you imbibe completely maximum whatever you need to imbibe. When that insecurity never becomes part of your life, you are going to be standing in rain with a raincoat and umbrella. Not even a drop of rain is going to touch you. I am showering like a rain. You stand with umbrella and raincoat, which is called security. The secured feeling and the secured thought trend. No. Swamiji already said, you be honest to your capacity. This thought trend is going to be more like a raincoat and umbrella. Now, I only have to inspire you continuously. Anyhow, I am opening up and presenting the whole philosophy in front of you. How this Rajendra Kumar describes, I feel it is worth dying for this experience. When this thought trend becomes part of your system, your nervous system gets the strength to experience and hold the highest Kundalini awakening. Then your system becomes alive. I tell you, to prepare you for this level is the incarnation's job. That is my job. Nothing else. Rajendra Kumar is beautifully putting it. I should first become a candle and burn for you and disappear in your eternal light. That too would not be enough. I tell you, the moment I brought this attitude in you, my job as a great incarnation has happened. I have done to you. You are done with me. I am done with you now. Now, simply the cosmos will enter you, and your system is ready to hold that experience. It is all about nothing but making you comfortable. You see, how comfortable you are with your greed-based fantasies. Same way, you need to be comfortable with your fear-based imaginations. For example, that early morning, sometime when you have that greed-based fantasies, how comfortable you don't even want to get out of it. But somehow this foolish alarm rings only at that moment. How comfortable your whole nervous system is with that greed-based fantasies. To the same level, your nervous system should be comfortable and joyful, relaxed with your fear-based fantasies, fear-based insecurity thoughts. You say, oh, how can it be? You are saying nightmare and sweet dream should be same? Yes. Because both is from you. You are the source. Whether it is a sweet dream or nightmare, you are the source. You are the creator. My whole job is making your nervous system comfortable with your nightmare also, the same way your sweet dreams are comfortable. How you are comfortable with your sweet dreams, to that same way I should make you comfortable with your nightmares. Then my job is done. Then your body is ready for the highest Kundalini experience. Then I have completed the job of carving a yogic body and Vedic mind. So Rajendra Kumar, depth of inspiration in you all means the ability to handle, to get comfortable with the insecurity. I myself should have gone through the whole thing in front of your eyes. I should say in 2012, some of the Asuras tried to invade the Biddi campus. I went through that. Only then you will stand. You will understand, yes, what he says is true. He did not have nervous breakdown. And he stood. His most insecurity imaginations have been a very comfortable flow in him. He was completely comfortable with the sweet dreams and nightmares, insecurity imaginations, and extraordinary expression of spiritual energy. The morning, somebody does Pada Puja saying, "Oh, embodiment of all gods and goddesses." In next few hours, somebody says he is a criminal and we are going to put him in prison. And you need a nervous system which is completely comfortable with both, which does not lead to nervous breakdown. Understand? Both can lead to nervous breakdown. It is not that only insecurity, even too much of respect. Suddenly, you see, in your house, the people who live around you suddenly starts respecting you like a god. What will happen to you? You will go crazy. In 2 days, you will go mad. You will become loose. You will say, no, 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 no. I am ordinary. I am ordinary. Whether fear or greed, disrespect or respect, both can make you crazy. Your nervous system won't be able to handle. And if both are happening at a time, just today, one side the international 50 15 international media has published about our diabetes kriya. 15 international magazines and 4 third-rate journals in Tamil Nadu have published articles putting so many nonsensical allegations on me. Both happening in same way, same time. You'll become mad. If your nervous system is not strong enough, I tell you, preparing your nervous system strong enough to hold the fantasies of greed and imaginations of insecurity. Early morning, if you are lying and imagining some sweet dreams, if this person lives with me, if I am with that person and that kind of house and car and bungalow, money, how I will. Whether you are drooling or shaking, suddenly some dream, tiger is chasing you and a huge python is trying to swallow you, or you lost all the money in your share market, your net worth has melted down. I tell you, the real your net worth, which can never melt down, is inner awakening. Your any other net worth will melt down. That is why I tell you, have some asset which will not melt down. Your capability. See, it is not that easy. You can hide and cover up your fears and insecurity and live your life. Your stomach will get churned. You will have diarrhea. This time in the prison, the jailer was the head of the jail. He became very friendly with me. He was a devoted person. I have never seen a jailer falling at the feet of an accused. The moment I was taken inside the jail, the first thing he looked around, and when there was no media camera, he fell flat at my feet. I was shocked. Oh God, what is going on? I blessed him, be blissful. And he was not even getting up. He said, put your hand on my head and bless Swamiji, only then I'll get up. I blessed him. He says, I was so happy the moment they said they are bringing you here. I said, what do you think? He was telling, you are my guest. I am going to take care of you. Come on. Then he told me, I read all your books. I have seen your YouTube discourses. I always wanted to come and see you in the ashram. You came here to grace me. I said, okay. I don't want any more jailers praying for my darshan. And he said, please accept my hospitality. But the guy was really nice. It's not that easy to hide the insecurity if it is there inside. Understand? Some of the media, they questioned me in a press meet. Are you trying to hide your insecurity by constantly smiling? I told them, why don't you try? Why don't you try? Try to hide your insecurity by constantly smiling. Let me see how much you are successful. You need a special nervous system through which the current of insecurity and the current of future possibility both can flow. I tell you, when you are always in the peak, means the future, this side is also possible and that side is also possible. Only then you are alive. I tell you, somebody may think I am a good guy, somebody may think I am a bad guy, but I can tell you about me, I am a living guy. I am alive. The extreme good, what can happen? Being worshipped by people as the God, while in the body. I have seen that extreme. And the same way, the other extreme, being abused with all the lies and false allegations, constantly being tortured, disrespected. I have seen this extreme. And both waves could not make any pattern in my nervous system. Birds don't leave footprints in the space. Same way, both does not leave any footprints in my nervous system. Only buffaloes leave strong footprint in the mud. If your inner space, your nervous system is more like a mud, only buffaloes walk in that and leave a strong footprint. You can see in the mud, when the buffaloes sleep, footprints are formed, and then when it dries in the sun, it is frozen. Sorry, it's dried. It becomes permanent. Mud is your weak nervous system. Buffalo is the experiences happening on you. When the sun is exposed to that footprint, it becomes like a solid stone of drying up. Life's various other experiences are the sun's exposure to that footprint. So it becomes a permanent pattern in you. But if your inner space is like a sky, all the experiences of the extremities, either the experience of fear or the experience of greed, flows in you, flies in you like a bird. You can see the buffalo's footprint. If you are a mud, you carry only this. If your inner space is like a air, ether, every experience is like a bird which does not leave any footprint. I tell you, take this up like a samyama, meditation, getting comfortable with your extreme fantasies, positive and negative. Please understand. Your extreme fantasies, positive. Your extreme fantasies, negative. Both. Get comfortable. Yes, if that happens, if that is the way things happen, what can be done? Okay, next. Next. That's it. And I still remember the jailer asked me, Swamiji, you are not suffering. Why are you trying to fast? I said fasting I am doing just to put it on record about my resistance. That what they are doing is illegal. The international media is watching. And the history is going to record. Not only I am arrested, how I responded to the arrest. Not only I was persecuted, how I responded to my persecution. So I need to put it on record. I need to create the right history. I am not suffering. Is part of my spiritual history. But I did not budge. I recorded my opposition and resistance is going to be the part of my social history. To face any extreme, you will not be affected by any extreme. The moment you are ready to die, you don't need to die. But as long as you are not ready to die, death is waiting for you. You need to die. The moment you are ready to die, you don't need to die. Kartike Deepam. Today, Kartike Deepam, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many to celebrate himself on this very day. The time started from the timelessness from Kartike Deepam. That is the time that Big Bang happened. On this very Kartike Purnima, Kartike Deepam day, Paramashiva granted Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever. So all the great things have happened on this very day.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represent
So, as Swami reveals, when you are able to handle both the extremes, good, bad, when you are comfortable with your insecurities, your nervous system is ready to receive the enlightenment. So what are you devoted to? You become that is the message of harnessing the power of healing connection. Now take a few minutes and pen down what are you devoted to? Which 11 powerful cognition inspire you, your life, and empowers your feeling connection with Swamiji.
So start reflecting. Take a moment and reflect on what you truly feel devoted to in your life. Consider the people, principles, or practices that inspire your passion and commitment. Think about Swamiji's teachings and how they resonate with you. Ask yourself, what value or teachings from Swamiji do I feel most connected to? In what ways do these teachings influence my daily life? So it could be as simple as integrity, or as Swamiji is recently very much emphasizing on discipline. So what are the teachings that deeply resonate with you? So let's focus on that and let's begin the exercise.
Now identify powerful cognitions. Write down 11 powerful cognitions that inspire and empower you in your life. This cognition should reflect what you hold dear and how you wish to embody those values. Focus on insights derived from your reflections and Swamiji's teaching. Let's continue.
Now, we'll move on to the next step. Pen down the cognitions, the powerful cognitions 3 times. This repetition reinforces the ideas in your mind and helps solidify your connection to them. You can format it in a list or sentences as you prefer. So now let us continue and pen down these cognitions.
Slowly, you can relax from the synchronization exercise. And with this, now we'll be moving on with the power manifestation for today. Increasing the size of the small object in front of you. So take a small object, take the measurement size of the object. You can use any method and have the measurement, and let's enter into the power manifestation. Once again, take any object. You can take any object which is near to you, a small object. Keep it close to you and measure the size of the. You can use marker, pen, pencil, any way to measure. And once again, after the power manifestation, we will be measuring the size of the object using the same method. So just sit with your head, neck, spine in a straight line. Once you have measured, settle down. And just connect with Swamiji. Remember any moment that you cherish in your inner space. And have that strong declaration to manifest in this power. Have an intense declaration to be in oneness with Paramashiva. And with this, let's connect with Swamiji through the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Keep chanting the Mahavakya, and with this, let's enter into this round of power manifestation. Increasing the size of the object which is close to you. So just be in the space of unclutching, go on unclutching, and let's enter into the manifestation.
Continue chanting the Mahavakya as you continue manifesting this power. Be in the space of oneness. We'll be also projecting a slide.
Let's begin this manifestation.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham
So now, please relax. And let us now enter into verification step for this round of power manifestation.
So once again, measure the size of the object. You can use the same method which you have used previously. And then once you are done, compare it with the initial measurement that you have taken. And let us know whether it has increased, whether it has decreased. So please go ahead and let's take a moment and let's share. Meanwhile, let's also introduce the next revelation by Swamiji, which is going to be on everything and everyone is divine. Yes, everything, as Swamiji shares, in oneness, everything is divine and everyone is divine. That's why Swamiji says, no, I'm not here to prove that I'm God, I'm here to prove that you are God. So if you're still sharing, please continue to do so. Meanwhile, let's get ready to enter into this revelation by Swamiji.
Today, in this chapter, Krishna shows his cosmic form to Arjuna, gives him the experience of universal consciousness. First time, Arjuna is experiencing it. From the beginning, from first chapter, he is only hearing. Again and again he is hearing. Yesterday he heard the complete, full expression. He says, Krishna declares how he is present in every level, how he is in every way. He says, among the rishis, I am Narada. Whatever is best, I shine in that. Yesterday we heard all that declaration by Arjuna. Today he proves it by giving the experience to Arjuna, solid experience to Arjuna. See, the difference between enlightened man and egoistic man is only one thing. Egoistic man also declares, but enlightened man can give experience. Hiranyakasipu was thinking he was God, and not only he was thinking, he was telling all his citizens to chant his name. All of them are supposed to chant his name. Hiranyaya Namaha. They have to sit and repeat his name. Hiranya was also claiming he is God. Krishna also claims he is God. But what is the difference? Hiranya cannot give that experience. He will tell, either believe I am God or I will kill you. Either believe I am God or I will kill you. He can show, he can threaten people and make them believe what he says. Or he believes people believe in what he says. That's all. Hiranya also says he is God. Krishna also says he is God. But Krishna can give experience of that universal consciousness to beings. That is where an enlightened being and an egoistic being, both of them differ. How to find out whether somebody is enlightened or just egoistic? This is the scale. This is the scale. If he can give experience, if he can play with energy, then whatever comes through him, comes from him, is truth. Here, Krishna shows very clearly, he is everything. Beautiful chapter. This whole chapter, such wonderful chapter. In Bhagavata, there is a beautiful sloka. Tavakatamritam tapta jivanam kavibirididam kalmashavakam Sravanamangalam Srimadadadam Uvigrunandide Buridajana. This is Gopika Gitam. Gopis, they sing, O Krishna, Tavakatamritam means your words and words about you. Katamritam. Words of immortality. Words of nectar. Your words and words about you. On you and by you. Both. Tapta Jivanam. Kavivirididam. Kalmashavagam. Stravana Mangalam. Srimadadatam. Stravana Mangalam. Just by listening, it creates auspiciousness in us. Shravana Mangalam. Srimadadatam. Bhuvigrunandide Bhuridachana. It is worship or expressed as the highest thing by the great rishis or by the great people, the people who experienced you. They again and again and again feel the joy by speaking about you, by repeating your words. Tavakatamritam tapta jivanam. They just rejuvenate our whole being. Kavivirididam kalmashavakam. Stravana mangalam srimadaratam. Just by listening, it transports us to a different plane. If we fall in love with Krishna, if we have really started enjoying his words, this is the chapter to enjoy. Here, he is not giving any teaching, no teachings. This whole chapter, practically no teachings is given. He doesn't say do this, do that, be like this, be like that. No. All the intellectual stuff is over. All do's and don'ts are over. The vidhi and nisheda is over. No more vidhi, no more nisheda. Straight away gives experience. He shows very clearly, I am everything. He shows clearly, Krishna explains, not explains. He just gives the experience of ultimate universal consciousness. He shows very clearly how he is present in the whole universe. And Arjuna experiences the whole universal consciousness. This whole chapter is pure experience. First thing we should understand, is it possible to experience universal consciousness? That has to be understood. Next thing, what is the basic need to experience that? Third, when experience happens, what happens inside our being? These three we will understand from this chapter, and such wonderful possibility to experience the Krishna as the cosmic window. Yesterday he intellectually expressed, I am the ultimate. I can't say it is an intellectual expression, it is an expression given to a person who is deeply in love. Please understand, Krishna can be God only when a person achieves the maturity of Arjuna. Not for everybody. That is why, as I was telling you, Krishna also declares the same thing. I am God. The truth should be declared only to a person who is qualified, mature. Only when you reach the level of Krishna, you experience the divinity of. Only when you reach the level of Arjuna, you experience the divinity of Krishna. As I was telling you, when you deeply feel connected, even ordinary person looks like God, looks like divine. And Shiva says in Tantra, when you drop all your fantasies, you become Shiva and your wife becomes Uma. You reach the state of Shivatva and she reaches the state of Devi. It's a strange thing. How can you become enlightened with a normal life? Shiva says, live with your wife or husband, nothing wrong, but just drop the fantasies which you are carrying. When you live without fantasies, the other person looks like God. Be very clear, everybody is God, including you. But as long as you carry the frame or your own idea about God, you try to fix everybody into that frame. When they don't fix, you throw the person instead of frame. Now Shiva says, just throw the frame, you will see everybody as God. You will see everybody as divine. But what we do usually, we throw the person, not the frame. It is like cutting the leg for the shoe. Alter the shoe, not the leg. When you alter the shoe for the leg, you are intelligent. When you cut the leg for the shoe, you are doing the same thing in your life. You have an imagination, how your wife should be, how your son should be, how your daughter should be, how your brother should be. You try to mix everybody into that imagination, into that frame, and you suffocate them. You suffocate them. And they get suffocated and they try to run away from you. That is why every single moment, the other always suffocates you. Other always suffocates you. Why do you need your space? Why do we need our space? Because the other suffocates us. The other person has got his own frame. He is trying to put us into that frame. If you don't fall into that frame, you are a little bit chiseled here and there. And little bit this side, little bit this side, little bit this side. You are cut, chiseled. And small pieces are removed from you. That's what you are doing. Continuously we chisel the other person. Shiva says, when you are deeply connected with the other person, as he is, as she is, when you accept the other person as he is or as she is, immediately the other person, you feel like God. You feel such a deep divine relationship. You feel the other person is divine. First thing for that, you need to accept yourself as you are. You need to accept you as you are. Only then you can accept the other person as he is. Then naturally you experience a deep divine connection. And one more thing. When you continuously chisel, Never think you will end your job. Never think you will end your job. You can never be happy chiseling the outer. You can be happy only by dropping your image. Small story. I always tell this story. One guy presents a new puppy dog to his friend at the time of marriage. After 3 months, he comes to his house and asks, how is your marriage going on? How do you feel? What's the change you feel in your life? This guy says, nothing much, a small change. In the beginning, 3 months ago, the puppy which you presented to me, that used to bark at me, and wife will bring newspaper early morning. Now, early morning, puppy brings newspaper, she barks at me, that's all. Earlier, puppy will bring newspaper and earlier she will bring newspaper, puppy will bark. Now, puppy brings newspaper, she barks. When you try to chisel, continuously bark, but nothing happens. Nothing solid happens in our being and in other being. When you accept the other person, he looks like God. Same way, when you accept the whole universe, when you accept every being, the whole universe looks like God. Of course, this experience can be achieved in 2 ways. Please understand, this experience can be achieved by 2 ways. One, by your own tapasya, acquiring maturity, again and again understanding, achieving the maturity, you experience that. Second, by pouring tremendous energy into your being, a master can give this experience. By bringing you to that frequency, master can also give you this experience. Both the way it can happen. But one thing, unless you are at least little mature, the experience will not stay even if master gives you. That is what happens here. In the end of the Vishnu Yoga, Arjuna says, no, Krishna, I am not able to bear. Enough, I enjoyed, it's okay. I asked you, it is true. But now I think it is too much. Please show me your normal form. The frequency is too much. The other day, one of our ashram, she was asking me, I was sitting and watching CNN. I was seeing the Hurricane Katrina's disaster by Hurricane Katrina. She asked me, Swamiji, why all these things are happening? All ashramites were sitting in the morning meeting. She told me, why so much of calamity, disaster? See, understand one thing. I gave a small example. There is an ant hill, small ant hill. If you drive your car on the ant hill and kill all the ants, it's actually natural calamity for them. They may say, Hurricane SUV. They believe that as a Hurricane SUV. It's a natural calamity for them. And can you say it is predestined? Can you say it is predestined or free will? Can you relate with that incident? What the ants feel when you do this type of things, when this type of things happen? Your logic and their logic is totally different. They can't question you and you can't answer them. They may also start doing big relief work. They will ask all the ants, whomsoever is alive, whatever you are saving, please bring all the sugar peas, all the food. Let us serve. They may have a small red grass. They may have, instead of red grass, they may have something like a red ant grass. Something. They may be also doing a big relief work. They may also be serving. But if the ants ask you, Can they ask first of all? No. We don't know. Maybe there must be an enlightened ant which is giving discourse, sitting and calling all the ants and saying, you see, these all happened because God wills. How? The logic of the ants is totally different. The level of will, their will level is different, their frequency is different, and your frequency is different. And the ultimate, the cosmic consciousness, that frequency is different. Just like how you will not even know your car made an accident. You do not even know you killed thousands of ants. If your car kills, or if you kill, you will not even know. You wouldn't have even noticed. Same way, the cosmic energy don't even know what is going on. The level itself is totally different. The frequency of consciousness itself is totally different. The frequency in which the ants accident happens is different. The frequency in which you are staying is different. The frequency in which the cosmic consciousness is happening is different. From that level, if you see, it is nothing but a small wave. For example, near your water tank, in India, there should be open water tank, open drainage. Near the water tank, if there was an ant hill, and you just poured one mug of water, by mistake, the water showered on the ant hill and all the ants are washed away. The same thing happened now in New Orleans, that's all. In the cosmic level, that much only. In the big ocean, one handful of water came inside the city and the city is washed away. In the cosmic level, the happenings are totally different. The will, the level of will, the frequency of will is totally different. All we can do in our life is we can become one with that will, that's all. We can raise the frequency of our will, frequency of our consciousness to that level, that's all. You cannot understand that level. Neither God nor your wife can be understood. Just learn how to live with them. That's all. Just learn how to live with them. Both cannot be understood. And the more you try, more you are in trouble. Of course, when I say wife, I mean husband also. Both cannot be understood. You cannot understand. See, ants cannot question and understand why you did that, why you poured one mug water on their hill, their house. They can neither ask you nor you can explain to them because their level of logic is different. The very frequency level is different. And your frequency level is different. And the universal consciousness, that frequency level is different. Ants, they live in the frequency of 10. You live in the frequency of 100. And the universal consciousness is in the frequency of infinity. All we can do in the life is raise your frequency of consciousness to that level and experience it. Raise your will to that level and experience it. That's all. Nothing else can be done. Logically, nothing can be done. The more you try to understand, more confusion. Please understand. Whomsoever promises you that they will give you logical solution or they will make you understand about all these problems, be very clear, he is cheating you. Whoever tried to answer these questions, why so much of natural calamity? Why death? Why all these things in the life? Why somebody is high and somebody is low? Whoever tried to answer these questions, they did only one thing, created one more philosophy, that's all. Created one more philosophy, that's all. Neither they understood, nor others have understood. At the most, if they are little charismatic, if they are little intellectual, if they can play with words, they have cheated a group of people, that's all. Nothing else. Please be very clear. All answers for these questions are pure way of cheating a group of people. and you know, when you speak logically, when you know how to play with words, you can always cheat people. You can always cheat people. And you don't even need to be so intelligent to people because people are not so intelligent. You don't have to be so intelligent to cheat people because people are not as intelligent as you think. So you don't need to be so intelligent. That is why all philosophers, they convince others, but they are not convinced. I know a great atheist. I have seen him. A great atheist. But when he died, he chanted God's name. He started chanting Rama Krishna, Rama Krishna. People asked him, what is this throughout your life? You lived preaching atheism, spreading atheism, living in atheist way. Why are you now chanting Rama Krishna? No, for life it is okay. When it comes to death, I have to. As long as I live, it's okay. When it comes to death, I have to catch. Who knows? He may be there. Better now itself let me chant and keep in the reserve, keep in the bank. When I go there, I can say, you see, I chanted your name 3 times. At least for that, give me some concession. Be very clear. These philosophers, they convince others without they being convinced. And one more thing, trying to convince others itself shows that person is not convinced completely. And I tell you one more thing, people who are violent preachers without having personal experience will always fall into worst depression. You don't need to give any other punishment to them. And many people come and ask me, Swamiji, so much of conversion is going on. You guys should, you people all should do something. Why don't you do something? I tell them, please relax. No need to punish them because they are having enough of punishment already. Already they have enough punishment. Religion. I never ask anybody to convert. What is the need? First of all, I don't have any religion. Because what I am teaching is the pure satya, truth. Truth. For example, just because this light is discovered by Thomas Alva Edison, we can't say this light belongs to only Christians. It belongs to whole world. Same way, these truths which gives inner light, they are discovered by Krishna. But it doesn't belong to one religion. It belongs to the whole world. Just like a light, it belongs to the whole world. So I never ask people to convert. What's the need? There is no need. Just understand the truth. Live your life happily. Live your life intensely. That's all. We never believe in conversion. But there are people violent, continuously converting. And this preacher, he somehow fell into depression. Because when you don't have experience and just preach, how long you can do? He fell in depression. Somehow he heard about me and secret way, without any public, when nobody is there. Privately, he wanted to come and meet me. I said, all right, after all, he wants to meet, give appointment. He came and he opened up and spoke everything. That's anyhow, I wanted to maintain the privacy, that's why I don't want to tell the name. He's a very popular preacher. And after having the healing and 2-3 days he was regular, he came and he felt better, a lot better, and he had the healing. He came out of the depression. Then slowly I asked him, why do you preach so violently? He openly says, Swamiji, when I feel so many people follow me, I feel what I am preaching is truth. I feel convinced what I am teaching is truth. In the beginning, I did not have enough confidence about what I am speaking. After some time, when I saw that 10,000 people are following me, I thought, 10,000 people cannot be full. There must be some truth in what I am preaching. Be very clear. Preaching without experience means you are trying to solidify your own confidence. You yourself don't have confidence. By preaching, you try to create confidence. Here, the only difference between Hiranya and Krishna is Hiranya is trying to convince his idea by making many people as his followers. He himself has not experienced. He is just trying to play the game. Krishna straight away gives the experience. Krishna declaring, I am God, is not for his ego. He is explaining for you to experience the truth. That's why he says, Arjuna, for your sake, I am speaking these words. Beautifully, he gives the solid experience to Arjuna of the whole cosmic consciousness. The mark of the modern.
Yes, welcome back. So we had wonderful revelations from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on everything and everyone is divine. So let us now enter into the internalization exercise. So understanding, we need to understand from the point of view that we are Paramashiva. Everything is energy and consciousness. All there is energy and consciousness. There is nothing else but energy and consciousness. As such, we are Paramashiva. So understanding this, everything and everyone around us is Paramashiva. Paramashiva is the ultimate divine. Therefore, everything is divine. Everything, everyone. So understanding, we are all just individual, intelligent instances of Paramashiva having a human experience. This is what we are. Our true self is Paramashiva. So we are both in oneness and one with Paramashiva. So understanding this, cognizing this, makes us understand that we are Paramashiva and everything is divine. If you have any questions on this very topic, do let us know. Meanwhile, let us move forward into the internalization exercise. Waking up to the truth is surrender. Understand, giving the general power of eternity, the GPA, to Mahadeva, to Paramashiva, saying whether I understand and appreciate or not, whether I understand or not, appreciate or not, what my life needs to go through, how I need to experience the flow of life and the law of life in the ultimate intelligence of you, Paramashiva. Understand that there are things beyond our understanding. There are things that we might not necessarily understand, but there is a greater intelligence out there, which is Paramashiva. See, there's a story Swamiji shares with us. There's a bank teller that takes the money home every night, and he's burdened by this. He's worried that the money will get stolen and he will get the blame. So he takes it home 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. And then after the third day, he tells his boss, look, I cannot do this anymore. There's so much panic, so much fear in me. I cannot handle this anymore. And the bank manager said, you know what? Whatever happens to the money, don't worry about the money. You keep taking it home, but whatever happens to the money, it is not your responsibility, it is mine. From that point forward, the bank teller had no more issues taking the money home. Why? Because there was a higher power, the whole accountability lifted off his shoulders. In a similar way, when we give our power of attorney to Paramashiva, the same thing happens. We give to the higher intelligence, the supreme superconsciousness, that is the ultimate intelligence. And we say, you guide us. You tell me how to live my life. You tell me about the flow of life that I should lead. You are the ultimate intelligence. So let us take a few minutes and understand this. Let us have a reflection. Just take a moment and close your eyes. And let us bring clarity to this declaration that we're about to make. Reflect on the significance of giving your general power of attorney to Paramashiva. Think about what this means in terms of trust, in terms of surrender, as I said, with the example of the bank teller. So he surrendered the accountability, and the whole connection, the whole flow of life changed in him. So similarly, think about what this means in terms of trust, in terms of surrender, in terms of your connection to the flow of life by surrendering to the higher intelligence. For example, contemplate on the feelings of relief or openness that arise in you when you consider letting go of the control, letting go and trusting in the unfolding of your life's experience, just letting go, trusting and surrendering to the higher intelligence. So let us take a few minutes and let us begin this reflection. I'll display a slide for you, requesting everyone to please take a moment. And let's do this internalization exercise together. Now let us make our declaration. So now that we've considered what this actually means to us, let us make our declaration. So using the following phrasing, declare your intention out loud, or you can internalize it, but internalize it deeply into your mind and say, I give my general power of attorney to Paramashiva, recognizing that whether I understand and appreciate or not, I trust in the flow of life and the ultimate intelligence guiding me through all experiences. So as you say or think this, visualize Paramashiva's third eye opening, symbolizing clarity and divine guidance in your life. Let us continue. Let us move on to step number 3. So now that we've made our declaration, let us write down this declaration 3 times. So take your pen, paper, and write down this declaration 3 times. And as you write, focus on each word, feeling its weight and significance. So don't just start writing blindly, just focus on each word. As you write each word, focus on it, feel the word, feel the consciousness, the awareness behind every single word that you write. Feel the weight, feel its significance, and allow this writing to reinforce your commitment to this surrender. I give my general power of attorney to Paramashiva, recognizing that whether I understand and appreciate or not, I trust in the flow of life and the ultimate intelligence guiding me through all experiences. So requesting everyone, please pick up a pen and paper and start writing this down 3 times. Once again, stop for each word, feel each word, focus on each word and the significance, the weight of each word, understand what it means, consciously understand what it means, consciously write each word. Let us continue. All right, now let us conclude our reflection. So after writing this 3 times, just take a moment to sit in silence again and feel the sense of openness and guidance that comes from this declaration. Acknowledge any feelings that arise, whether they are of trust, fear, relief, excitement, whatever that may be. Understand that this is a journey of empowerment, journey of acceptance. So you might feel perhaps a weight lifting off your shoulders, or perhaps a new sense of clarity about moving forward in your life. So whatever it is, let us just sit in silence and feel this sense of openness and guidance coming from this declaration. Let's continue. Yes, welcome back. So you can take a moment and share your experience. Let us know about how you feel after giving the GPA, the General Power of Attorney, to Paramashiva.
Yes, and this is a very powerful technique, a powerful process to come out of all the stress, all the burden that we carry on our shoulders. All the time, constantly thinking about something, worrying about something, and always having that feeling that something is going to go wrong and huge responsibility on our shoulders. Now, knowing that Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the ultimate manifestation of Paramashiva, is taking care and he is running and he is ensuring that every step of the way, our life, our happening, everything that's happening around us is all taken care. That's a huge lift off our shoulders, weight lifted off our shoulders. It's a very powerful experience. So please do share how it was when you actually sat and made a real conscious decision, a declaration to say that, Paramashiva, I don't understand this. I don't know what's going on, but here it is. I allow you to change what is going to happen, to take the responsibility for how I will experience things. So that will be a huge weight off our shoulders. So please do share how it was. While you're still sharing, we'll enter into the next series of revelations from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We will be listening in to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, giving us powerful cognitions about how we can experience this total surrender.
The mark of a modern sannyasi with a theft motion sensor and titanium super-alloy casing. This is truly a danda of the 21st century, $21,000. Where is he? Oh God. Royal staff. Gold plating, rubies and emeralds, platinum head, the best way to show off your wealth and status. Sannyasi shop is not responsible for the absence of wealth and status after purchase. $400,000. Security. No sannyasi should sleep unguarded with altitudes worth many thousands of dollars. Check out our new security system, motion sensor, sound alarm, and many more gadgets to ensure your possession safely. $20,000. Antique King. Leather wrapping, ivory studs, the luxury danda that beats any other. $30,000. The rich fulfilling danda is equipped with a mini drinks cooler, lighter facilities, cigarette storage, and much more. $40,000. That's SkyMall books and the effect of engram of that. In the flight, there is a SkyMall magazine. Healing danda. As its base it conceals a medicine chest and an aromatherapy generator to heal any illness. $30,000. Oh God, that's all. Wow, behind there's a lot. Devasta soup. And that says, I hate sannyasis. Two famous sannyasis for your liking. Want to go to a friend's party without looking like an idiot. The Devasta soup is an answer. Raw natural city. Dweller suit with secret compartments for gandas, candles, and other incriminating items. The Himalaya suit. The Himalaya suit code for you. Our new Himalaya suit. 3 layers of thermal synthetic wool, interpressed with electric heaters, and layers of vacuum pack. Warning, we are above 20 degrees Celsius, minus 20 degrees Celsius, and risk of dying of heat. And edibles, ready-made meal packs. The only solution to starvation, ready-made meal packs. Drop the sachet into the kamandalu, then bring to boil. Oh God! My recipe. And then bring to boil and serve. Available in 6 flavors. Cheese, garlic, balls, and hot sauce, double fried chips, McDonald's burger, chili mushroom, Manchurian, rum ramitsu. Rum, buramitsu, and kurkura masa mixer. Especially made by brahmacharis. LSD. Wow. Probably with concentration, I want your friends to be amazed at your concentration skills. Take LSD. One dose can isolate you from the world and draw you into yourself. When you awake, your friends will be gapping in amazement. $10,000. Not to be used within 3 miles of a policeman. God, what creative this guy became. Huh?
He's telling I'll take a printout and give. I can't give this. I said this is original on pencil. You give it today.
Huh? A good shop. It will be really nice. And he has put a light, fan, cigarette smoker, liquor box, shower, everything in the Kalpata. Titanium Danda. Royal staff. Antique king. Have it. Yeah, give it to him. Vivekananda was sitting one day in the banks of Ganga in Calcutta. One lady, old lady, got washed away in the water. She was shouting, "Save me, save me." Vivekananda said, he was sitting with the Swamis, Brahmacharis. Whoever jumps and saves her, whether you save or get washed, I'll give you enlightenment. 12 jumped. And finally they saved the old lady. All 12 came out. He gave sannyas to all 12 of them immediately in half an hour. He gave them sannyas, and that all 12 became the first circle of his Sangha. In the 12, I think 4 or 5 became successors presidents of Ramakrishna Mission. He immediately gave them sannyas. He said, "You guys are much more worthy of sannyas." One lady gave sannyas to 12 people. Nothing else. Degree of surrender, that's all. Maintaining surrender, that's what. Being established in this mode of surrender. Because these guys, they experience some time and run away. Like Ramakrishna says very beautifully, the mongoose in the village, they will go and hide in their holes. These village kids, to catch them, they will tie a rope in their tail and put a brick. Even if they go and hide, they will pull the rope and get them out of the hole. Same way, your engrams are like that stones. Attachment is that rope. Even if you go and experience surrender, that can just pull you out. That only you should take care. That's what I'm saying, no? No, not only that, even with me experiencing, if you are continuously experiencing, then no problem. Continuous experience. That's where. Continuously being established. Without, see, when you are not having surrender, suddenly you will start judging my movements. You understand? My movements are not me. Even if I do not know, I do not show you, I am an incarnation. Understand? Sometimes I myself may act just like a normal man, just like normal. But when you measure with your logic, that actions overdone. Gone. That's why I tell this first subtle disciple, say, even if I don't know, you be know, I'm an incarnation. Do the scheduling. Huh? You only told me all roads are closed. That's very what I said. Where you want to go, tell me, I'll open that tomorrow, immediately. Huh? Yeah, நாளைக்கு திறக்கான்னு சொன்னாங்கப்பா யமுனோத்ரி கங்கோத்ரி எல்லா ரூட்டும் Manishananda told you told me 15 days at least it will take. Even the first road, he said it will take 4 days. I said nothing doing, tomorrow it will open. You plan. I told tomorrow where you want to go. You just show me. Actually, I told him to bring the map, and he brought the map. I just put my hand. It's all open. Now you black. Now you book.
Climate guru Swamiji, no guru in the world can.
Actually, he showed me where the black age Swamiji, where it's all black, and where you are supposed to go. I put my hand and it's all open. Now plan for it. All blacks are removed. Go over.
Cannot be believed.
What is there? You see, nature respects us. When we respect nature, we are the most ecological group who never disturb Ganga, Himalayas, who come happily and celebrate and go back. So nature respects us, that's all. Ganga celebrates our presence. Himalaya celebrates our presence. He wants us here, Himaraja. So you guys had this time darshan of Vyaskupa also. Vyaskupa, Saraswati, Ganesh Kupa. Ganesh also wrote in Vyaskupa only. Then he stayed there, rested there. After the tiredness of writing, he just slept there itself.
So that Pandit told us from up the Vyas would talk and down Ganpati would
No.
write.
He sat there only and wrote. He slept here. That's the story. That's why if you go into the cave and sit, you will feel, if you will hear the sound of an elephant roaring. When the elephant sleep, there will be mild sound. That sound will be heard.
Shocked.
It's not source, it is disappearing into earth. The source is from sky. When she landed, she disappeared into the earth with that force. Naturally, when the water comes, it makes a small dent in the. So it went so deep, and then after that, it hitting the stones below, it came back and started flowing. That U part is Saraswati. That out part is Ganga. Will you understand? Next. Trishul. I don't know much idea about it. But whatever they say seems to be believable, because that weight is standing but it is shaking. Really, I am surprised. Because if it is installed strongly, it cannot shake. And if it is shaking, how long it can be standing? It is standing. At least last 10 years I have seen it standing. 1999 I have seen. And 1995 I have seen. Twice. So from 95, now 15 years. I don't know. That may not be true, but its standing is really surprising. And it is heavy. Heavy. That heavy, if it is installed nicely, it will not shake. If it is not installed, it will not stand. Is it not? And how technically they managed both, we don't know.
Same energy, or like you feel connection?
No. See, it's like a master sleep. If they have left the body, then it will be energy. Otherwise, it's all just a place of worship. This is more a place of worship, not energy center. Place of worship. But even there, you can feel connected. It's not wrong, because many people would have worshipped those thoughts are culminated and it's there. You see. Panchakashi is there. Panchakashi, Panchaprayag, Panchakedar, Panchabadri is here in the Himalayas. Panchaprayag is Devaprayag, Rudraprayag, Vishnuprayag, Sonprayag, Karnaprayag, and Nandaprayag. Actually, then one should be missing. One should be reduced. I don't know which is Panchaprayag. In the 6, some 5 is Panchaprayag. Then we have Panchabadri, Panchakedar, Panchakashi. In Himalayas alone. In all over India, 12 Jyotirlinga and 12 Prayagas are there.
Actually, they say that Pandavas first came to meet Shiva there.
Oh.
Because they destroyed their own kin, so you know them there. So
They ran behind Kedar Pindi. Yes. Then where else it will be connected? No, whether I am in the physical body or not, whether you are in the physical body or not, connection is eternal. There is a group of people. This is the way the master teaches the level disciples. And this is the way the disciples learn among themselves. Third, This is the way the opposite ideology persons were made to understand the truths. Fourth, this is the only way the religious terrorism was avoided in Vedic tradition. We never won over the sword. We never waged war with the sword. It was all with the clear, friendly, convincing arguments. The non-violent strength of the Vedic tradition is built on spiritual debate. You will not find stories like this master took a sword and rode on the horse, went with millions of people and killed the opposite king or the religious leader and converted that whole crowd into his religion. No. He goes with a palm leaf and with a deep peace, few shaved head disciples, sits with the opposite religious leader on and on and on for days. And I want you to know about one of the important spiritual debate happened in the Vedic tradition, which rewrote the history of Vedic tradition between Shankara and Mandana Mishra. That was the turning point of the Vedic tradition, because Vedic tradition was slowly getting lost in rituals, just the outer physical doing. Slowly the attention is getting diverted towards that direction, then the inner enlightenment science. So this debate was the greatest turning point, happened to the Vedic tradition. The rules of the debate is, both of them will have lotus garlands. And Mandana Mishra's wife is a judge. Whose garland withers away first is the loser. You may think, how can that be the decision point? You need to understand, whose body becomes heat during the argument does not have the rational strength, just agitation is coming up. As I said in the morning, the person who is agitated is loser. Person who is agitated is going to do all foolish things. All foolish things. And they are already doing. Get into more and more trouble. They are putting themselves into more and more trouble. When you are agitated, see, spiritual strength means how much the Shastra Pramana and Apta Pramana has become Atma Pramana. Shastra Pramana means truths of the spiritual scriptures. Apta Pramana means the truths as expressed by the master. Atma Pramana means truths which has become experience of you. The Shastra Pramana, how it is expressed as Apta Pramana, should become Atma Pramana in you. So, if your Atma Pramana is stronger, your logic will ride on the cool, lubricated, compassionate nervous system. Does not need to get agitated, does not need to become hot so that the garland can wither away. So now no need. You can play the cool game. So, Mandana Mishra was given one garland, Shankara was given one garland, debate starts, 3.5 days it goes. 3.5 days, fourth day. Amazing. 3 days, two complete opposite ideological persons are able to sit and have a beautiful dialogue, debate without getting heated up. That is the greatness of the Vedic tradition. That's the greatness of Vedic tradition. It's like more like will I lead you to the deeper space or will you lead me to deeper space? That's all. Nothing else. So both of them decide, if you lead me deeper space than where I am, I'll become your disciple. If I lead you to the deeper space than where you are, you become my disciple. Let us enter into the deeper truths. Sahana vavatu, sahana ubunaktu. Means let both of us grow together. Let both of us educate ourselves together. Let both of us have friendliness till we complete this process. Even the Brahma Sutra, first sutra starts with Atato Brahma Jinyasat. Let us explore the existence, the Brahman. Very beautifully, the Apta Pramana, Shastra Pramana, which has become Apta Pramana, and how much it has become Atma Pramana. Here, both of them are leading each other into the deeper and deeper and deeper spaces, understandings. When you have no more space to lead the other person into understanding, you are agitated. You will now start using the perverted logic, the heat. Garland will wither away. After 3.5 days, evening, first time sweating was seen on Mandana Mishra's body. The heat has started coming up, means now all his other energy chakras are tired. Swadhisthana is emitting the heat. Now it has become survival. It is no more understanding. It is no more spiritual. Now he is agitated. He knows he doesn't have any more. He can't lead the other person into the deeper spaces, deeper than where he is. So naturally, the irrational logic, perverted logic gets activated, and he tries to use different words, which is not his experience. So those words, which has not become part of him, creates heat, and garland slowly starts withering away. Saraswati, Ubay Bharati, says, stop now, you lost the game. Understand how beautiful the atmosphere would have been. Two great religious leaders. Understand, Mandana Mishra is not an ordinary guy. He is the top religious leader in Karmaganda. In those days, Hinduism is not like united as it is now. It's one of the huge branch. The ritualism is conquering, trying to conquer the science part of the religion. So it's a fight between socio-political rules and research and development science. The spiritual science and socio-political rules. Huge fight. But happening without even a flower, garland getting heated up. Can you understand? Such big decisions are made in such a loving atmosphere. It's almost like a life and death for few million people. It is getting made in a space where the garland, the lotus flower, is not getting withered away. No sword, no blood, not even using the hand to beat. Just simple intelligence. And then Mandana Mishra, not only he realizes, he surrenders completely. He surrenders completely and says, here I am, your disciple. I understand. You can lead me one step deeper than what I am. See, Mandana Mishra is not an ordinary, he is an highly integrated spiritual practitioner. I can say religious practitioner who has millions of disciples. Amazing strength, intelligence, integrity. But when he says, yes, this guy can lead me one step deeper than where I am. He can take me one step above than where I am. This is time. Let me surrender. Keeping the seeking alive. Understand? Keeping the seeking alive. Not getting frozen with the ideas is the truth, basic truth on which the debate should happen. Spiritual debate should happen. Keeping the seeking alive. Not getting frozen in our own ideas. Person who constantly has a spiritual debate with his own life is living enlightened. With your own life, constantly have a spiritual debate. Am I standing with the decisions I took? Am I standing with the seeking I took up? Am I getting frozen? Am I ready to have the debate? Am I ready to have debate with my life, which is ready to lead me to the next step? Am I keeping my seeking open? Am I keeping my surrender alive? Or am I slowly, see in the Ganges, some dirt will slowly get into the bank and get settled. Means stopped moving, stopped flowing, stopped living. Spiritual debate is something which makes your seeking alive, which makes your surrender alive, which makes the whole thing alive, keeps the enlightenment Ganges flowing in your system intensely. Remember, when you do the debate, the garland on your neck should not get heated. Maybe we can have thermometer. Because you guys are not going to sit for 3.5 days. Garland may wither away. So you should have the thermometer or pulse monitor. Pulse monitor. That's the right thing. Your pulse should be balanced. It should be completely based on your Atma Pramana. The Apta Pramana, which has become Atma Pramana. Understand? Shastra Pramana can never directly become Atma Pramana. That's the biggest thing. Shastra Pramana is only to inspire you. Apta Pramana only give experience. And how much the Apta Pramana became Atma Pramana. So, when it is purely from Atma Pramana, there is no loser. If you lose, naturally, the person who wins is going to lead you much deeper experiences. So you are winner. If you are winner, the person who lost, you are going to lead that person into the deeper and deeper spiritual experiences. Again, you are a winner. Spiritual debate is a space where it is win-win situation. There is no loser. In Indian tradition, spiritual debate was one of the backbone, as I said, in 4 level. Master to transmit the truths to the new disciples. Master to transmit the truths to the different ideological religious leaders. Disciples to transmit the truth to other disciples. And one leader to transmit the truth to other leader. In 4 ways it has been used. And this avoided all religious terrorism in Vedic tradition. The Vedic traditions extraordinary strength is spiritual debate. And there is a beautiful Sanskrit verse which says, when you listen from the master, you learn 1/4. When you have a debate among yourself, you will learn 1/4. When you do the smarana, you learn the 3rd quarter. When you start teaching, you learn the fourth quarter. When you listen from the master, 25%. When you do debate among yourself, second 25%. When you do the smarana, remembrance, means internal question answer. I can say kind of an internal debate. The third 25%. When you start teaching, the fourth 25%. That is the way the truths are learned. So, you guys have heard. Now I'll lead you guys to the second 25%. We will have spiritual debates. This is the truth of spiritual debate in Indian tradition. I think the second subject is history of spiritual debate. I think I have covered this subject also. As I said, in all traditions, which is out of Vedic tradition, the debate is part of life. I can see very clearly how Mandana Mishra and Shankara would have had the debate, and how Shankara had debate with many of the Buddhists and conquered, and how many Buddhists like Nagarjuna had debate with Shankarites and conquered. You may think, then what is truth? Suddenly when Shankara represents, Advaita wins. When Nagarjuna represents, Shunyatva wins. Then which is reality? Which is truth? Understand, the person who is experienced is reality, not the ideas. Shankara was able to lead Buddhists one step deeper in Buddhism than where they are. So he won. Nagarjuna is able to lead Shankarites one step deeper into Advaita where they are. So he wins. So truth is one. Who is able to lead you one step deeper wins. So spiritual debate is more like a place where the person who can lead you one step further than where you are is identified and the help is taken. Brief introduction about Advaita. Advaita means non-dualism. Some of the translators translate this as a monism. No. Monism means egatva. But Advaita means non-dualism. It is put in the negative form. It is not said one, no. No two, that's all. Advaita means non-dualism, where the truth is beyond two. There is no two. Name or form, anything, time or space, which makes you experience two things, does not exist. Seen and the seer, if there is two, it is lie. Known and the knower, if there is a two, it's a lie. Experience and the experiencer, if there is two, it is a lie. So merging the experiencer and experience into experiencing, merging the seer and seen into seeing, knower and the known into knowing, is Advaita. Beyond two. You can't call it one. Beyond two. I can say the truth which leads you beyond two is called Advaita Tattva. And the experience beyond two is Advaita Anubhava. The master who leads you beyond the two is Advaita Acharya. Dvaita. I tell you exactly the difference between Advaita and Dvaita. When you experience the Advaita Anubhava from the Advaita Acharya and settle with that experience, your extraordinary gratitude will feel whatever is said and done, I cannot become equal to him. Till you leave the body, that one line of your bio-memory will say, I cannot become equal to him. So that one line is called Dvaita. That's all. When you leave the body, that one line will go away, then it is Advaita. That's all. Nothing else. Otherwise, Dvaitis, as experience, there is nothing separate. Gopikas realized they are Krishna. All great Advaitis, they realize it is they who is Bhagavan. It's not that Gopikas are great Bhaktas, because of that they did not have Advaitic experience. No. All great Bhaktas had the Advaitic experience. But when they are in the body, one line, how can I become equal to him? So internally, I know I am one, but I have to be at his feet. I have to relax at his feet. The overflowing gratitude and love, which completely makes you to feel the master as divine. So when that one line is retained, that same experience is called Dvaita. If without Advaitic experience, if you are having Dvaita, then it is incomplete. Advaita is the truth experience, ultimate. Out of that, any attitude you take is perfect. But without experiencing that, you are stuck in any attitude, means your sadhana is incomplete. So know the truth which unites everything and play from the truth, from that experience. Visishtadvaita means the individual soul is separate, the cosmic soul is separate, it is part of the cosmic soul. Slowly, 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 it can expand and may experience oneness. One funny thing is, even in Visishtadvaita, there are millions of subsects. Different beliefs. Like one group of Visishtadvaitis believe the individual soul, the cosmic soul, and the Maya, all three are eternal. Some believe Atman, Brahma, Parabrahma. So there are so many versions of Visishtadvaita. All I wanted to tell you is, after experiencing Advaita, any stand you take, any position you are, great. But without experiencing that, any position you are in, you are incomplete. Sunyavada. Sunyavada means the path of negation. Nothing. Neti. It's like a technique which does not give any hold for your mind. Just relaxing into the deeper and deeper space. There is no one word on which you are struck. You are stuck. you are catching or you are caught. Neither the word is caught by you nor you are caught by the word. Sunyavada. I can say Sunyavada is constantly updating your experience, not being stuck with any of the ideas you create. And Mayavada. Mayavada is something like whatever you know, including the idea of enlightenment, is illusion. Go beyond whatever you know. What is enlightenment? Different roads, that's all. Different roads. See, like now, we have different roads to travel. If there is a landslide in some road, means some wrong group has identified one philosophy with themselves. They put a wrong meaning on the words, loaded with too much of dirt. Then we take another one route, that's all. We take another one route. Sometime the Sunyavadis are loaded with too much dirt. Then come on, take the route of Mayavada. Mayavadis get loaded with too much dirt. Then come on, let us take the Advaitavada. Anyone, if you travel sincerely, that's enough, will lead to the ultimate truth. Mayavada is like everything is illusion. Reject, go beyond all illusions. Ajatavada means unborn. Unborn. Nothing ever happened. Nothing ever happens and nothing ever happened. Ajata. This whole thing is unborn. Because you are seeing it as born, it appears to be born, it is unborn. Ajata. So, if you decide to see this whole thing as one more dream, you will be awakened. That's what? Unborn. Ajatavada. Rules of debate and moderation. As I said, first thing, pulse should not go up. Second thing, the words should be from your Atma Pramana. If you have been with Master and you are very clearly aware that some experience is possible in biomemory, in human biomemory, that becomes your experience. Understand? If you know bliss is possible in this biomemory, immediately that becomes possible in your biomemory. If you know the ultimate energy is possible in this biomemory, ultimately that becomes possible in your biomemory. Whatever is possible in that biomemory is possible in this biomemory. And start living it, giving support to it, encouraging it. That is what I call Nididhyasana, living. So whatever you are living, talk from that. That's all. Talk from that. He would have put many seeds in you. Apta Pramana would have become Atma Pramana in many ways. Talk from that. That is the rule. No question of heated arguments. No question of irrational logic. No question of perverted logic. It is only let us inquire into the truth. Atato Brahma Jignasat. Not let us see who wins. Let us inquire into the truth. That is the rule for moderation of teach some unclutching. Not really. And that fellow will be struggling and he will become schizophrenia and suffer forever. Then at the end of the day, he will understand surrender is the right thing. Now, till he understands what to do. Unclutching and all will not directly lead you to enlightenment. You may think, no, I am in a different mood, I am talking. I am telling you the exact truth. Sometimes rarely I feel like telling the truth as it is, I am telling that's all. Really. Whenever any thought comes, just surrender it to the source. You see, the source is God. Nothing else nothing can come out other than the God. He is the source. So drop it to the source. Disregard and drop it to the source constantly. But unclutching, you will become more egoistic. You will think, I am doing big guy. I am a big guy. Drop yourself into the Ganga. If you are a big guy, then what else? There are so many hills from where you can drop yourself into the Ganga. Now all big guys should be dropped into Ganga only. Just disrespect the anger. Disrespect the anger and surrender to Ganga. Surrender to that source. Yes, the devotion towards Master also leads to surrender. Surrender the devotion also. Know very clearly your devotion is foolishness. Really, disrespect your devotion also. Disregard your devotion also. That is also foolishness. Arrogant. I have seen so many fellows showing devotion. Fake. And especially after this scandal, I know the value of the devotion. All talks. Fellows have disappeared. Not only ordinary, the dogs, when they run, they don't run normally. They do 1, 2 and bark and run. So I have seen all kinds of devotees running, not devotees actually, ex-devotees running, doing 1, 2, 3 and running. The dogs has the ability of vomiting. In a unique way, they will vomit. So, I have seen people doing 1, 2, 3, vomiting and running. So, all their devotion is foolishness. Disregard your devotion also. Only thing, drop everything at your source. The source from which it is coming out. See, these are the pure truths I am uttering. And if you want to catch it. Sharada, whenever she goes to Varanasi, she will not initiate people. Whenever I go to Varanasi only, I tell all the truth and initiate people. All, whether that Kashi or Uttara, I initiate people. So, honest truth as it is. Establish yourself in surrender. That's the only way. Just be in the mood of, constantly cherish the mood of surrender. There's a beautiful book in the Christian theology, Practicing the Presence of God. Any of you have read that book? It's a very powerful book. You guys should read it. Thomas Kempis. Great mystic. Out of intellectual ideas, you can create organization. But out of this surrender idea only, you can create enlightenment. With the surrender idea, you can't create organization. You can create only enlightenment. You can't sell this idea, you see. But unclutching can be nicely packaged and sold. So I don't need to sell anything to you guys. Already you guys gave a lot of money to me. I can tell you guys the truth as it is. That's why I'm telling. That's what I'm saying. Spontaneous disappearance happens only when you have tremendous regard for surrender philosophy. See, the tremendous regard for surrender philosophy makes many of your non-mechanical parts of the brain alive and puts up your system for higher experiences. That is when the withering away of the will happens. Not before that. Not even accepting with anger or anything, ma. Not even having idea of acceptance. 5 days before, I got hurt in the hand. I did not even know. Yesterday, Brahmaswarupa noted down and told me, what is this, Swamiji? It was a very strong, deep wound. I don't know. Huh? I did not even know how it got, where it happened, nothing. I didn't even know, only he found out and told me. Then he started inquiring, Swamiji, you will not have pain or you will not know about your body and all that. Then I started thinking, okay, this is the way it is. And it is there. And that also yesterday I found out because I wore the cloth yesterday, our hands are seen. The idea of pain, nothing exists. It's not that I am without awareness. I am with awareness only. I am moving, talking. And the wound shows very clearly there was a bleeding. There would have been a bleeding. Establish in the surrendering mode, and the joy of sadhana you will experience. See, sadhana itself should be joy, only then you will do it. Otherwise, how much you will tightening the screw, how much you will do? That's what I said, you are screwed. People are unhappy about it when I say the truth. You don't need to surrender to some person or image or anything, to the source. That brings a lot of joy and tremendous lubrication in your nervous system. Otherwise, you will have thousands of problems. Why that fellow is levitating, I am not levitating. All this nonsense will be there. The sadhana people will create so much complication and they will always get into trouble. I am afraid of these sadhakas because they will create a lot of trouble, nuisance. Never ever have friendship with the people who do sadhana. No, really. No, they will create some problem for you. Either they will compare their sadhana with you or they will compare your sadhana with them and they will put you in mess. They will torture you. Be with people who are more loving, simple, joyful, playful, who are not bothered about the sadhana, foolish nonsense. No, really. Otherwise, all the fellows who are too much sadhana, no, they will put you in trouble. Go and talk to them 10 minutes, they will put you in depression. Either they will compare their sadhana with you, saying that, oh, I do this, you don't do anything, you are a fool, and you are with the wrong guru, and all this. Or they will see your sadhana, oh, you do this, I don't do anything, and they will raise your ego and put you in hell. In some way, they will put you in nonsense. Ramakrishna says very beautifully, the Sattvika Sadhaka will sit inside the mosquito curtain and do what he needs to do. Will never talk about it to anybody else. See, the other day I was telling about you can talk about your experience. That is totally different. Talking about your sadhana is different. You understand? Talking about experiences, what you feel, the joy overflowing, verbalizing it. That is different. And talking about your sadhana, I do this 1008 times, I count and I roll on the ground. Who cares whether you wash your butt or not? No, these fellows go on talking about it too. No, I do this sadhana, I do this kriya, that kriya. I blow this nose 20 times, that nose 20 times. And this Mahamudra, that kriya. Egoistic idiots. Finally, what happens? The anti-effect happens. Sadhana is supposed to lead you to enlightenment, and the anti-effect will happen. Anti-effect means what? Clash. Not only they will put you in depression. You see anybody puts you in depression within 10 minutes is a great sadhaka. No, really. He'll be a great sadhaka. Go and talk to them and find out in 10 minutes they'll put you in depression. Nonsense. It is better to be with the people who dance in clubs, bars, and eat and drink and go and sleep in and do their life. They will be much better company than these so-called sadhakas who blow their nose 20 times, go around do something, some foolish things. Because at least these bar goers, they won't put you in depression. No, really. These guys will put you in depression. I am telling you all the truth as it is. Very practically. No, I never saw any fellow drunkard or a bar goer putting others in depression. Either if you give company, he will drink with you. If you don't like, he will go and drink by himself and he will be by himself. But see these sadhakas, they will catch you and talk to you and put you in depression. Even if you don't want to talk, they will sit and brag about their necklace and just like bragging about these jewels and cloth only. It's a kind of a bragging. And they will see to it you are in depression. Till then they won't feel satisfied, settled. See, even this mantra japa, you should not repeat with like a sadhana. You should put it like a ring on your vocal cord. So where a sound is coming, air gets converted into words. Just you should place it like a ring, and you should feel like there is a ring. For example, if you get a mantra Shiva Shiva, something like that, Namah Shivaya or Namo Narayana, you should feel that mantra is there like a ring. Any air goes through, it goes through that ring. So any air comes out will have the faint smell of that ring, that mantra. Means again surrender only. And go in the other road. Don't go in the same road. Because they will catch you and put you in depression. What will you do? Poor fellow. They will give you all tall talks. Even this surrendering, I don't even call it as a sadhana. It's like a joy of relaxation, joy of restful awareness. What is she's telling? Yes, that's what. See, whatever you think, from where that all your idea, energy, intelligence, that I exist, all of you feel that I exist now. From where you feel that, give it to that same thing. That's all. To that same space or place or whatever it is. So there is something from which you feel I exist. I have to eat, I have to walk, I am standing, I am this body. You have that now. So from which that comes out, give it to the same back. That's all. Something is responsible why you are able to see all this. Is it not? Something is responsible why you are able to hear all this. So give it back to that same. Even as a concept, you give it back to that same is enough. Because you can't do more than concept. You are a concept. So as a concept, you give it back to them, that's enough. You are nothing more than a concept. The big problem is few chaos created out of your junk. Different junks when it becomes chaos. See, opposite that pigs sheds are there, you see? Near the 4 or 5 pigs are rolling on sea. In the daytime you should have seen. Tomorrow morning, don't miss that. There's so much junk and 4 or 5 pigs are rolling around. Take photograph of that. Exactly that shot you. Put it in the website. Really? See that? Did you ever see that? That 4 or 5 small huts are there for that pigs, you see. They grow pigs. And that junk will be there. Lot of junk and they will be rolling. That small pigs, they will be rolling. That's what exactly. Nothing else. I think constantly surrounding your thought will exude the love. You'll start exuding. That does not mean that they are living around me. My living around me does not mean they became enlightened. It's all, they'll have to, surrender. Without surrender, living around me is not physically living around me is not a too big thing. There are 200 dogs in Bidhi Ashram living with me. They are over more than 8 years and they are more senior to anybody. What to do? No, they are senior than everybody. Again, you see, he's asking technique for surrendering. No. See, as I said, understand these 2 words. Anything comes up, idea, thought, disregard, disrespect, and put it to the source. Let it go to the source. I am not interested. That's enough. Don't ask more words, then you will create a technique out of it. Just grasp this many words, less words, go with it. When there are more words, you will create a technique out of it. Sit straight, close your nose, blow it 10 times. Then air will come through other side. We can call Varakriya. Sit in front of the people who do Kriya, tell 20 times. This is our sadhana. Please stop. What are you doing? Kriya. There is no such thing as taken advantage of. What do you have to be taken advantage of? Whatever you are having is just that junk. Tomorrow morning they will show you. What is there to be taken advantage of in that junk? There is nothing worthy to be taken advantage of. And nobody is waiting to take advantage of you. Who is there? Who cares? I don't understand complacence means. It's okay. Even if they take it for granted, what is the wrong? You are not that big that nobody should take you for granted and all that. We'll tell all our devotees to frame the picture of that pig hut. Give it in their bedroom. I am that. Put a board. And remember, that's all, nothing more. Why do you think of yourself too much? See, only when you become nothing, your problems will become nothing. As long as you think you are a big guy, your problems will look big. What is there? I tell you, establishing in surrender will make your whole biomemory sweet. If I tell about the results, then you will start thinking about results. That's another problem. Teaching spirituality is the most difficult job. Sometimes you need to inspire them with fear, greed. Sometimes you need to tell the truth as it is. When you tell the truth as it is, nobody wants to practice. Leave it. Tell it with little fear and greed, they catch only the fear greed part. They don't leave it. Wah. Wah. So today this is the message. Wah. Any sadhana, any meditation, any practice, wah. That is the initiation today. Vaya mantra. Really, I'm telling you. See, when you walk, suddenly enlightenment should happen to you and you should not bother about it and continue your walking. That's the life. And Guru should tell, oh God, you became enlightened. Oh, that's okay. What is there, Swamiji? Anything else? You should ask. No, that is the way life should be. Okay, what next? That there's a beautiful story in the Upanishad. This Guru tells the disciple to take 4 cows and get into the forest and come back after it becomes 1,000 cows. That guy, see, 4 cows to become 1,000 cows naturally takes at least 10 years. Satyagama Japala. Japala. Anyhow, Satyagama is nickname. It's not original name. The Guru gives that name as Satyagama because this fellow tells the truth. See, his mother was prostitute. Temple prostitute. Sorry, court prostitute. So he doesn't know the father's name. So Guru asks, what's your father's name? He says, I don't know. My mother told me that she's a court prostitute and somebody made her pregnant. She doesn't know. So this is what my mother told me to tell you. When the master listens to, oh, honest and truthful, you are more than Brahmana. So he gives the name Satyagama to him. Japala is mother's name. So mother's name being used as a surname and the initial is a tradition from Vedic tradition. It's not new thing. It's a tradition. So mother's name is Japala. Then now I think Japali, it becomes Japala when this guy uses. That's a thing. Anyway, this guy 10 years sitting in the forest, not using human language, just being with the animals, and he practically forgot to think. The will withered away. Only one idea was there. When it becomes 1,000, I have to go back to the master. Nothing else. Everything dropped. And he became established in surrender. Volume. Little more. I think sound seems very less. அப்பா சாப்பாடு ரெடியான சொல்லு. இங்கே கொடுத்துடலாமா? இல்லை கையில் எடுத்துன்னு வரணுமா? எவ்வளோ நேரம் ஆகும்? ஓகே. So, தூக்கி முடியாவா? ஆல்ரெடி எங்க சர்வ் பண்ண போறா? They can go on. This guy is Japala. He sits for 10 years and He forgot to even think, what about counting? So when the number crossed 100, 1000, he doesn't know. He is just happily sitting and taking care of them, and that's all. Comes and tells him, hey, we became 1000, come on, let's go back to the master. We want to be with the master. This guy says, oh, but is it so? Okay, let's go back. When he comes to the master, master sees and he's so joyful. He says, wow, 1001 cows are coming. He counts him also of cow. He becomes so silent, then he comes and falls at the feet of the master. He says, master says, you became enlightened. Then Chapala says, okay, master, what next? The Panchabuddhas initiating means when he completely surrender, they all become gurus, that's all. It's not that they appear and, oh, my son, I give you the mantra, you meditate and all that, not that. No sadhana. See, even he doesn't know he became enlightened. And enlightenment comes on the way. And he said, okay, what next? That's the only way people become enlightened. Like a Bhatma Baba. This Bhatma Baba became enlightened just by washing clothes of Shankara. Shankara's cloth washing. Shankara's washerman, that's all. So sincerely that fellow used to do, he became enlightened. One day that fellow has gone the other side of the river to wash the clothes. And all these big talks are going on, all sadhakas. Blowing their nose. And dash. And all the great sadhakas are going on, and all big Vedanta talks are going on. And that poor fellow is washing the clothes there, that side. And all the big talks, these guys stood up to go and take bath. And Bhatma Baba was standing there, that side and washing the clothes. These 2-3 guys are telling that, see, this fellow missed Sureshwara fellow only. That fellow is an intellectual, Mandana Mishra. See, that fellow never sits and listens to all these great truths and spiritual things. Mandana Mishra, that fellow is responsible for spoiling the whole Advaita in South India. He is Acharya of Sringeri Math. That is why the whole South Indian Advaita became ritualistic. Real ritualistic also, okay, nothing wrong. Foolish ritualistic. Anyhow. This guy says, oh, that fellow is a fool and he doesn't listen. And nothing, he is not a sadhaka. Then Shankara laughs and says, hey, Bhatmavada, come. He calls him by the name. Bhatmavada is not the name, it's another name I forgot. He calls him by the name. That fellow, he just turns and in that excitement master called, he doesn't even remember he's on the other side of the river. He just runs over on the river. And wherever he puts the feet, the Bhatma, the lotus raises and holds him. The nature holds him. When he came back and fell at the feet of Shankara and asked, Master, tell me what I should do. Did you call me? Then all the other fellows who saw that rays of lotus happened, they were shocked, and then Shankara says, no, I didn't call you for telling anything. I called you to tell something for this fellows, not for you. I want to tell something for this fellows, that's why I called you, not for you. Then he gives the name Bhatmavada. So he doesn't even know he became enlightened. And he is enlightened. Enlightened washerman. See? What a luxury to have. What should I have like that? All these 10, 12 fellows who are taking care of him were enlightened. One Mahaprem Shunyo, one Manisha, one Devgit, all 10, 12 fellows he trained and worked with them. 3-4 years and made them enlightened and kept them as crew. Till last moment, only that 10, 12 people were serving him. He will never talk, he will just sit. His bent his dog teeth. He'll go on 10 times as if Osho is talking. on exactly the same grammar, exactly the same way you will write. No shelter, all right, I finished the question, now go. There is a book called Glimpses of the Golden Childhood. And if you have read that book was written like that only. Bhagavad was working on his feet and he was dictating. People eating, juicy people. Maharshi made a big mission, but I dull people. There is no juicy people. Huh? The juicy people were all with Osho. He himself is a juicy guy. So, even with JK, all thou fellows, Tamil Nadu Brahmins. Really. He himself is a Tamil Brahmin, J. Krishnamurti. So, his first surname? No. Bangari in Andhra, but a Tamil Brahmin. Tamilian, actually. Family is Tamilian guy. Andhra means an important thing, they will have a name like a rhyme. If it's a small name like a Jittu Krishnamurti means Tamilian. Otherwise it will be Jittu Vadavengada Subramanya Srivan Narayana Sri Venkadesha Srinivasa Krishnamurti. That's a very good end. Andhra Brahmins will have like a rhymes, like my name. Any of you guys know my name? It's a long name. Sarivaraja Satchidananda Pranavaswarupa Srotriya Brahmanishta Jagadguru Nityananda Purindra Saraswati Bhagavat Padacharya. Like that only. Even if I repeat once more, I will make some mistake. Now we have forgotten that we had had one more doctor. Arpana, you told them to get their clothes? You told her? Huh? Tell them to be ready the dress by the time I reach Bangalore. Even that being aware of all the movements of the body and all also will put you into the surrender. The deep surrender. You will understand you can't be aware. Try, go on, try. Your mind will realize it's like a hitting on the Ganga, hitting on the Himalayas. Then your head will become tired and fall. The essence of being with the master, what you know, like these few moments where I tell the truth as it is. Now you guys have got the fruit of Himalaya Yatra. Understanding that establishing in the surrender is life. All other things are like a. That's all. This is essence. Catch it and live. That can be a helpful lubrication for surrender. In Gangotri, we'll have. No, what I'm saying, this was there in Vedic tradition, mother's part also. Afterwards, in the Puranic period, like Manu's time, it became fathers. Originally, we are matriarchal society. Then Manu's time only we became patriarchal. That's what all these happened after Manu. Before that, we are matriarchal. There was no marriage. She decides with whom she wants child. So, mother's name only is the identity for you. Only when the Manu created the marriage idea, it becomes father. Patriarchal. In Bhagavad Gita, 6th chapter, Dhyana Yoga, 7th verse. Chitatmana prashantasya Could you explain why Kundalini is compared to King Cobra, please? Because its movements are almost like a cobra moving in your body. It just crisscrosses between Edagala and Pingala, the nadis, and when it goes and just touches the Sahasrara lotus, intense nectar flows. It's a snake filled with nectar, not venom. Nectar flows throughout your body. That is why it is symbolically considered as King Cobra. Satish, Balaji, my blessings. In the last Vyana process, I found myself repeating the same sequence again and again, down to the last detail. I also found that I was going towards and backwards through the sequence, sometimes doing it in slow motion. Could you please help me understand why this is happening? Nididhyasana is happening. Anu? Nididhyasana is happening. That is why it's a powerful experience. Go with it. On this Himalaya Yatra trip, can each one of us experience God within us on our own unique way, so that we are aware of the experience and retain the biomemory? Dal Helen, my blessings. That is the reason I brought you here. Not just for sightseeing, insight seeing. What I think I answered. What is spiritual debate? History of spiritual debate. Shankaracharya versus various traditions. There are books like a Kandana Mandana Sutra. If you read that book, you can finish off any philosophy. The author, no name of the author. I think he must be the greatest critic happened in India. Left and right, he pulls down all bases of all philosophies. Finally, disciple asks, what is your philosophy then? No, if I write, somebody else will pull it down. I just want to leave you in the empty space. So it's a powerful technique for enlightenment. Pull down everything and just be in that empty space, you will become enlightened. Indirect way of putting you into enlightenment. J. Krishnamurti way. Way of J. Krishnamurti. Not U.G. Krishnamurti, because U.G. Krishnamurti adds certain negativity. But J. Krishnamurti is the person. Completely demolishes and leaves you. He demolishes and removes all the rubbish and leaves you. He is perfect. With U.G. Krishnamurti, he demolishes and puts some dirt on you. Then you become trained to demolish other buildings. You are on the job of demolishing. You are not into the beyond the basis. Sumitra, I'll take care of her. Tayumanavan vela illava. Laurent, I'll help you. Significance of Jyotirlinga Darshanam. See, Jyotirlingas are self-erupted. They just happen. Swayambhu. And it radiates energy by itself. Masters experience and recognize those energy fields. Now we are going to see the Jyotirlinga, the Kedarnath. So not only Darshana, being in that space, you soak into that energy. That is the significance of Jyotirlinga Darshana. Kedarnath is the place where Shankara left his body and Danda. Even now, all Shankara sannyasis, they come here to pick up their dandas. They pick up their dandas from Kedarnath. So all you guys, there is a Dandastal where Shankara's danda was found. It's in Kedarnath. We will go there behind the temple. You will put your dandas there and do namaskar and pick it up, saying that Abhayam Sarvabhudebhyo means I give refuge to the whole world. I will not hurt anybody. And second, retaining awareness. Due to global warming, there are reports that the Gangotri glacier is receding at a rapid pace. Can you please comment on the future of Ganges? I also listen to this kind of reports, but I feel strongly Ganges is the lifeline of Vedic tradition. It cannot dry. It cannot and it should not. I wish to be your Divya Sariri. Please work on me to be able to do that in this lifetime. I would not want to miss this opportunity. Can I also have a few minutes with you to discuss the happening in the center and another Sangha, which three of us wish to start? Thank you once again very much for bringing me to the Himalayas. Nityatma Niranjani Sita. I'll talk to you. I'll make you my Diveshari. I'll do it. I know we cannot get healer's initiation in this LEP, but I would like to experience Anandagandha. Is there any way I can experience it? For several years, also I see a blinking butterfly light in my Ajna Chakra. Krishna, I think you need to go through healing initiation. Only then you'll experience Anandagandha. Could you explain why Kundalini is compared? I think I answered. Any other questions? Nowadays, I am coming to the straight answers. Earlier, I used to tell all stories and then make you understand. Nowadays, either you became intelligent or I became intelligent. Straight answers.
You go through multiple Kundalini awakening in the LEP process. Once it is awakened, is it a permanent state or you have to repeat it?
You see, it's like your ability of your biomemory. First time when it is awakened, your biomemory may retain only 5% of it. It's like 100 unit energy gets converted into 5 unit matter. And 95% will just be mixed, released in the air. But second time when the 100 unit happens, that 5 will act as a base and hold at least 20%. And the 80 will be released into the air. When third time it happens, the 20 will act as a base and catch more than 40%. So it's the strength of the biomemory to hold that experience. That's all. So by that time you have some 10-12 experience, your biomemory will be completely washed and ready to hold. That's the way it happens. That's the science.
Kundalini energy is useful whether you're interested in the outside world or if you're interested in inside world. Why is it sleeping?
No. It is not actually sleeping. It is not using all its dimensions. See, Kundalini is life. If you touch it for the outer world, it will express. If you touch it for inner world, it will express. If you touch any dimension, it will express.
Just wanting it to express this.
That's all.
Both internal and external.
All benefits are from Kundalini. There is no such thing as separate benefit. Actually, any spiritual practice you do, Kundalini only gets awakened, including listening to my words. It only hits Kundalini, and certain unit of Kundalini reaches your Sahasrara. When you sit in my presence and listen to the words and just lost, God, these words are just becoming reality in me. Sometime you will see very clearly my words rolling out of my mouth, and by the time it reaches you, it's experience in you. Your energy field is catching it. Means the Kundalini is awakening. Especially when I talk about this awareness, Upanishad, those moments, because those things have become part of my biomemory, means the basis of my biomemory. The moment I start talking about it, you will see just those words are, before even they reach your inner space, it is becoming experience there. The words are happening here and they are traveling, but already their flowering is happening.
Could you talk about the anti-aging process and the flow of Kundalini and not related?
When the Kundalini is awakened, with the physical movements, it strengthens the body and stops the time wearing away the body. The action of time on the body is stopped. See, when you concentrate on the tip of the nose, the Kundalini covers yourself like a layer and takes care that time does not cross your body. It just goes away. It just goes 1 feet in front of you. You are there. The time you spend in awareness is the time you save for yourself, which will be reimbursed. So when you have the danda, any movement you do with unawareness, go back and do prayaschitta. And do it again. Have you done it with awareness, this movement? No, do it again. Now see how it feels when you touch it. How the floor feels in your fingertip. And pick it up. How this area feels with the weight of the danda. How these two palms feel with the touch of the danda. And how it feels when you really relax. With awareness. Sitting is different. I know I am sitting is different. So when you know you are sitting, you are not aging. Possess your body. Don't leave it away to time. Preserve your body. Don't give it away to Kala, time. You have it. You own it. Then Kala won't touch. Death won't touch. When you don't own, he eats it away. The body which is not owned is naturally eaten away by the ants or the white ants or the dog or the whatever. When you own it, it's not eaten. So they say 2 things, important thing. 1, own your body. 2, when you have the great opportunity of getting answers from the masters, don't miss it. Because there are millions of people who have confusion but no opportunity directly to listen from him. When you have opportunity of listening from him, just transform yourself. Catch it. Don't miss it.
How does Kundalini rising feel?
Fear. Whole body will feel light, sweet, and all auspicious way. Your ears will feel listening auspicious music. Nose will feel auspicious smell. Eyes, auspicious scenes. Mouth, very auspicious taste. Skin, very auspicious touch. Whole thing will become Mangala, auspicious. That's all. Then?
In gross way, because I don't understand what auspicious means. In other way, it doesn't mean that everything that gets processed to the senses is good.
It will feel good, that's all.
Kundalini is rising. I had some experience, but I don't know like the suffer, right? Pleasurable feeling.
Yes. It. You are right. Then it is rising.
And when it builds up, is it when you have a block in your chakra or your spine not straight?
I can say spine straightening up is only physical cooperation. Block in chakra is more like emotional. But when the Kundalini awakens, it breaks the blocks. It's like a Ganga and Himalaya fight. The Ganga is more powerful, then it will break the Himalayas. If the Himalayas is more powerful, it may stop the Ganga for a few days.
I've not experienced Kundalini as a snake movement.
No, as the whole body it will be experienced. That's also okay. सदाशिवसमारम्भाम् शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject, intensity never fails. Experience with yourself. The 21st and 22nd Sutra of Patanjali talks about intensity. And in the next Sutra, 23rd Sutra, he talks about surrendering. First, Patanjali talks about yoga. Then he explains about different samadhis, samprajñāta samadhi, the samadhi which happens to you when you are lost in one form. All other things are disappeared except one form. Then second, he teaches about asamprajñāta samadhi. Even that one form is lost. And even that form is not there. Then he speaks about the methods, the qualities which can make you experience that samadhi. asambranyada samadhi. Then Patanjali speaks about, now he is speaking about intensity. I can say the way in which Patanjali has put the sutras, I can understand. He is giving importance to the concept intensity much more than samadhi itself. Please understand. Much more than samadhi itself. He is giving importance to the concept of intensity much more than enlightenment itself. Today I really wanted to share an important secret with you all from my own experience. Not only what I learned from my teachers, from my own experience. Intensity is much more important than enlightenment itself. You may think things are a little crazy. You may think enlightenment is the ultimate thing. How can something else be more important than enlightenment itself? Please understand, enlightenment is not a one incident as we all think. It is not a noun. It is a verb, a continuous, intense happening. When I opened up to enlightenment, whatever I thought was me, the whole thing got completely evaporated. That moment is what I call enlightenment. Please understand, that does not mean the process itself stopped at that point. No. Enlightenment is ultimate but not final. The ultimate goes on happening every moment in you. So, word enlightenment should be used as enlightening. That's a proper word. It is a continuous process. So, intensity is responsible for this process to be a continuous process. Enlightening, not enlightenment. Intensity, I can say, intensity will become way of life. It is technique for beyond enlightenment. For beyond enlightenment. See, sometimes you may experience Satori state, the first experience of enlightenment, maybe by accident, or when you are intensely open to some deity or guru. Nothing. If you are just intensely open to your master, available, suddenly you see you are experiencing Satori, that one glimpse of samadhi. One glimpse of samadhi. But intensity is required to retain it, to live it. Let that fill you. And intensity only makes that Satori into samadhi, into ultimate enlightenment. And that intensity only keeps the whole thing alive. That only continuously makes the big bangs and black holes happening inside your system. See, Big Bang is the ultimate but not final, because every moment that ultimate is happening. Enlightenment is the, you see, this moment suddenly you feel, oh God, this is the ultimate I can ever experience. The next moment, 100 times more explosion is happening inside you.
you see, no, this is the ultimate I can experience. And after a few days, again, 1,000 times more intense thing is happening inside you. You say, no, this is the ultimate I can ever experience. I have seen many of our disciples. After every workshop, LVP level 1, they will say, oh, this is the ultimate I have seen in my life. And after LVP 2, they will say, oh, this is the ultimate I had with Swamiji. After 3, they will say, no, this is the ultimate I had with Swamiji. It goes on and on and on. Ultimate is not final. Ultimate is not final. Ultimate means the ultimate thing which you can comprehend. The intensity keeps the ultimate alive inside your system. Keeping the ultimate alive inside your system is what Patanjali calls Kaivalya. Please understand. The very beginning, Patanjali talks about Samadhi, fulfillment. Samadhi means becoming one with the origin, the root, source. Sama means the source. Adi means, Sama means becoming. Adi means the source. Becoming the source is Samadhi. He starts with Samadhi. The first chapter is called Samadhi Pada. And after describing Samadhi, after teaching Samadhi, Patanjali teaches intensity. Then understand the value Patanjali puts it for intensity. The space Patanjali gives for intensity. The place Patanjali gives for intensity. Intensity keeps the Samadhi alive in your system. Intensity lets that ultimate constantly happening in your system. That when the intensity keeps Samadhi alive in your system, that is what is called Kaivalya. I use the word living enlightenment. Living it. In every step of your life, you experience the utility value of enlightenment. And constantly, you are living it. You are radiating it. You are just sharing it with the whole world. Living enlightenment means you will be just radiating. You will be just overflowing with it. You don't even have to teach if you are living enlightenment. Suddenly you will see your very breathing inspires people. Of course, I use teaching so that more and more people will be introduced. These ideas, these truths can be introduced to more and more people. That is the purpose of using this method of talking, teaching. Otherwise, simple breathing, simple being will inspire millions. I've seen my own predecessor, Raman Maharishi, a great master from my hometown. He never moved out of that small city. The whole city, I can say, only even now, in 15 minutes, you can cross from you can cross the city one end from the other end by bicycle. By bicycle, you can cross the city from one end to the other end in 15 minutes. In his period, 60, 70 years before, surely, hardly it will take 5 to 10 minutes. A small city. He never left that city. He never moved out of that city. Once he entered, he just relaxed. But he inspired and inspiring, continues to inspire millions of seekers around the world. Millions around the world are inspired you'll be surprised. He never moved out of that small place where he was staying. Just he was relaxed. And he did not even wear more than one piece dress. All he had, one piece dress and one small walking stick, one water bottle, water bowl. We call it kamandalu in Sanskrit. That's all. He lived and he inspired millions of people. He continues to inspire millions of people. Living enlightenment, when you are radiating Jivan Mukti, suddenly, not only you are living the truth, you are just radiating. Everybody is inspired, sharing. Extraordinary expression happens through you. Intensity. Patanjali is a great master. He never uses too many words. He uses minimum number of words to explain any concept. Even for Asampranyata Samadhi, he uses in only one sutra. He just uses one sutra. Shraddha Virya, Smriti Jnana, Prajna, Itaresham Purvaha. Just one sutra. He finishes the Asampranyata Samadhi. But for intensity, he is writing 2 sutras. Then understand the importance of intensity in your life. I want you to understand the intensity from all its dimensions. 1. Intensity in spiritual understanding towards enlightenment. Intensity in what you call external world, health, wealth, relationship, whatever you call. 3rd, intensity as a lifestyle. Please understand. Intensity in the internal world, intensity in the external world, intensity as the lifestyle itself. Yesterday I was introducing the concept of intensity with some of the examples from Ramakrishna. The whole Vedic tradition which teaches the science of Jivan Mukti stands on this one concept, intensity. Actually, after many requests from many of my close disciples, I have started writing my autobiography. And I dictated many incidents and told some of my disciples to analyze my own life. I told them, find out what is the quality which is a undercurrent in my life, so that we will name the book based on that quality. What is the quality? I asked some of my senior disciples to analyze, study, contemplate, analyze, because I myself can't look. I lived it. I lived. Only the people who understand from outside can catch the thread, the underlying quality. After a few days of analysis, all of them came to one conclusion. Usually the disciples don't come to one conclusion. It is very difficult for these disciples to come to the same conclusion, because any time there is a discussion, means who shouts loud or whose presence is heavy, who is violent, he wins. That's the way everywhere things goes on. That's the way. That is why the truth can never be achieved by discussion. No. It's very rare. If all of them fall in tune and come to one conclusion, then it can be truth. But as long as there are different opinions and people are not able to convince one another, who is going to win? Only the person who has strong voice. The idea might is right is going to be the winning idea. And whatever is said and done, that is the way the world is functioning. You may say, no, 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 that is not, that should not. I am not saying it should be or it should not be. All I am saying is it is the way it's happening. I have a story for you. A cowboy strolled out of a saloon, ready to ride out of town, but he saw that someone had painted his horse green from head. The cowboy stormed back into the saloon. Which one of you painted my horse green? He demanded. A huge, mean-looking, strong guy raised out of his seat and said, I did. Immediately the cowboy said, right, just letting you to know the first coat is dry. It is just the power that decides. That is why the Pandits who go on argue without practicing never come upon the truths, never live the truths, never reach the truth. I was surprised. This group of intellectuals can come to a conclusion anonymously. That was very surprising. All of them came to the conclusion that Swamiji, the undercurrent of your whole life is only one concept, intensity. Whatever you did, intense. I can't say whatever I did was right or wrong, whatever I did was yoga or karma or bhakti or jnana. I don't know all that. I lived all various dimensions. But one thing was undercurrent, that was intensity. Intensity was the undercurrent of the whole life. When you are intense, you just recreate your body, recreate your being. People come and ask, Swamiji, is our life predestined, or we have the ability to recreate, we have the freedom? Please understand, these are all the FAQs, frequently asked questions. Wherever I go, these questions will be put. Whether it is predestined or freedom, our freedom. Please be very clear. Even if you think it is predestined, you only destined before by your past decisions. Understand this one science. Here is an object. I have two hands. Now I have a full freedom to pick up that object through this hand or through that hand. But the moment I picked up that object with one hand, now one hand is bound. So my bondage comes because of my free decision. So all your bondages which you are having now, wherever you think your life is predestined, your bondage comes because of your free decisions which you made in the past. For example, you have 2 feet. Now you have the freedom to lift any 1 feet, right or left. But the moment you lifted one feet, now you are bound. You can't lift the other feet. So your very free decisions creates the boundary, creates the destiny in which you will be living. So you have freedom to create your destiny. Whatever you think is your destiny, whatever you think, the bondage which you have, it is your past decisions that made this bondage happen. Now you have the energy, intelligence to undo or to rearrange or to recreate or to reorganize. Please understand. If you have intensity, this moment, you can shake the whole thing, undo the whole thing, and bring yourself back to that complete freedom. And start creating new destiny. Living in that complete freedom, ability to make your new destiny every moment is what I call living enlightenment. You are free to live your freedom. You have intensity to create or recreate what you think or what you call as your destiny, as your future. This is what I call living enlightenment. Understand? The living enlightenment is a tremendous freedom. It is a capacity of your being, ability of your being. I can say the ability to make yourself available to the present moment. Ability to make yourself available to the present moment. When you are intense, very strong, every moment you will have freedom to undo all the decisions you made, which is responsible for your present bondage, and do new things which will create your new destiny. For example, if you are standing in one leg, if you are intense, you can relax, stand in two legs. Now you will have the freedom to create your new destiny, either lifting the other leg or lifting the same old leg or running or walking. You have the freedom to make decisions about the future. So Patanjali gives intensity as a technique for living enlightenment. Samadhi itself can happen to you in many ways. Very beautifully, Ramakrishna says, even if somebody asks for mukti, I don't think twice, I just give it. But if somebody asks for bhakti, I wait. I wait. Understand? Bhakti means intensity to live enlightenment, intensity to radiate samadhi. That is what Ramakrishna calls it as bhakti. When Patanjali uses the word intensity here, he means intensity to live enlightenment, intensity to constantly remember enlightenment, remember Jivan Mukti itself. Now, I'll enter into the sutra, Patanjali Sutra. Mrudu madhyadi matratvat tatopi viseshaha sutra. Mritu madhyadi matratva tatopi viseshaha Let me read out the translation by Swami Vivekananda. The success of yogis differs according as the means they adopt are mild, medium, or intense. This is a translation. The success of the yogis are based on the intensity they adopt. Sometimes people come and ask, Swamiji, how long it takes for enlightenment, 10 years or 12 years? I tell them it's actually based on your intensity. Without intensity, you can go on and on and on and on for years. No, not for years, for ages. That is what we are doing. With intensity, this kshana, this moment. In Sanskrit, kshana means the gap between one thought and the other thought. This moment, the intensity can happen. If the intensity is there, this moment, the enlightenment can happen. Always it happens at this moment only. Whenever you become enlightened, it will be only in this moment, not yesterday or tomorrow. It will always be in this moment. Patanjali says, Mritumadhyadi Tatvat Tatopi Visesha. The success of yogis differs according as the means they adopt are mild, medium, or intense. This is Vivekananda's translation. And Swami Sachidananda, he says, the time necessary for success depends on whether the practice is mild, medium, or intense. Please understand. The technique itself does not play a major role in enlightenment. It is your intensity that plays a major role. Sorry. The technique itself does not play a major role. You see, it will be very funny. Each master has his own technique, his own method. I can say not only each master, each disciple who understands and practices has his own method. I always see in my class, whenever I teach a meditation, I know only one version of that meditation. When I see 100 people practice that meditation, I learn 100 versions of that meditation. When I teach, I know only one version of that meditation. When I see people practicing, suddenly I learn 100 versions of that meditation. So, Ramakrishna says, Yadomat Tadopat in Bengali. As many faith, so many paths. I tell you, as many people, so many paths. As many people, so many paths. But everything works. That is the funny thing. That is the fun. Please understand. What I am talking is insider secret. Some of the insider secret. Anything you design and people start practicing, it works. How come? Each one has their own technique. Sometimes both of them are completely opposite to each other. I have seen no two masters can agree. If they agree, someone is fake. Because each one has their own experience. That's why I always tell people, each tradition, each religion is unique and sacred, not equal. Please understand, not equal. When we start bringing the idea, all religions are equal, we are bringing a lot of complications, difficulties. The moment you try to say equal, somebody will say, no, we are not equal, we are special. So each one, the outside they will say everything is equal. Inside, no, we are special, we know, but for the sake of others, let us be polite by saying equal. No. Be very clear. All traditions are not equal. All religions are not equal. All religions are unique and sacred. It is unique and sacred to the people who are practicing it. So, unique. Each technique is unique. Each master is unique. Each tradition is unique. You see the Vedic tradition, it is group of religions. Each master is independently intelligent enough to create a religion. Each sutra of this Patanjali is independently intelligent enough to lead human beings to enlightenment. So each sutra is capable of creating a religion. It's like sometimes people come and ask me, Swamiji, why do you have so many techniques, traditions, deities, choice in India, Vedic tradition, in Vedic tradition? I asked them, why do you have so many varieties of cars and transporting vehicles? Why do you have so many varieties? Because there was demand and lot of research and development went in that field. Naturally, when a lot of research and development goes in that field, different variety, different luxury level, different comfort level, different category, different consumers, different customers, different variety of cars are created. I want to let you know an important fact. Till I became enlightened and created the mission, I don't know how you will believe, I never even remembered or had an idea there are varieties in cars. First, when we started our mission, when I started my public life, my first disciple, he asked, Swamiji, I want to get you a car. Tell me which variety you want. He brought a catalog and showed me. I said, car? Just get any car, that's all. He said, no, Swamiji, there are many varieties. It just shocked. See, it's not that I was always living in forest. 22, 23 years, I lived in cities. I traveled in train, many times in different cars, and many ways I lived in cities. But never the attention was paid to that information, to that idea. I don't know how you'll understand, but what I am saying is honest truth. First time, after 23 years, something clicked. Oh God, in cars there are varieties. But I know thoroughly about varieties of meditation techniques, because I was doing research and development in different field. I asked that disciple, why do you have so many varieties of cars and things in the outer world? Because in this civilization, the demand for the outer world things was there, and research and development, the energy, money, people, intelligence put in the field, created different varieties of cars, construction methods, the lifestyle and everything. Whichever field you put a lot of resources doing research and development, you will have variety and comfort. In the East, in the Vedic tradition, our masters put so much of energy and intelligence. Please understand, our cream, intelligent community put its whole energy into inner science research and development. That is why so many different techniques, methods, gods, deities, everything evolved. That's why I always tell people, Vedic tradition is group of religions. It is not just one religion. Group of religions. People ask me, Swamiji, why in the Vedic tradition not much service orientation is there? Please understand, I am not against service, social service. Why it is not there in the Vedic tradition? Because they have something far more deeper to do. They are not created for service. People who don't have anything else to do, like research and development, or don't have anything to contribute, let them serve bread and butter and give some clothes and give some medicines and let them do that work. The Vedic rishis have something far more deeper to contribute than just giving little bread and butter. They were working to create civilizations. That is why they did not give much importance to just giving bread and butter or just giving few medicines, few simple ordinary things. Different techniques, different methods, different deities, different paths. Then what is the point that decides the person's enlightenment? Because in all paths, in all the ways, people achieve enlightenment. What is that it decides? Intensity. That decides the person's enlightenment, the higher experience. With intensity, whatever you do will be meditation. Without intensity, even if you meditate, it will be just a ritual. It will be just ritual. As I was telling, whenever I teach meditation to 100 people, I learn 100 versions of that same meditation. Mrutimatyadi matratvat tatopi visheshaha. The success depends on the person not on what he is doing, but what he is. But what he is. It depends on the intensity which he carries. Patanjali says, based on the intensity, low, medium and high, the success is achieved. I just want to drill this one point again and again and again, so that you will become intensely intense. You will become intensely intense. Otherwise, we do the same old things. See, intensity means the ability to stand for what you believe and break free from the past method of function, the past attitudes of function, past way of functioning. Please understand. Ability to break from the past way of functioning and live in a new way, to start in a new way. That is what I call intensity. Otherwise, we go on and on and on in the same way. You can see in your life, even inside your house, you will walk in the same route, sit in the same sofa, go to your bed the same way, and you will lie down the same way, and you will come back and sit in the same chair in the dining table. You will eat and come out to the garage. You will drive in the same way. You will not even be alive, creative. I always tell my brahmacharis, my ashramites, at least do new mistakes. I'll have some entertainment. Even for that, we don't have creativity. You need intensity to do things new. Otherwise, even your mistakes, same old, maybe a difference in quantity, little big or small, but not in the very quality. I have a story for you. A cowboy rode into town and went into the saloon for a few drinks. When he came out again, his horse was gone. He stormed back into the saloon and shouted, "Who stole my horse?" There was no reply. He was getting angry. Right. If no one owns up to stealing my horse, I am going to do what I did in Arizona. Still there was silence. The cowboy was fuming. This is your last chance. If no one owns up to stealing my horse, I am going to do what I did in Arizona. Just then, a lone voice piped up. What did you do in Arizona? The cowboy said quietly, I walked home. You may be doing the same thing. When there is no intensity, you will be doing the same thing. You will be doing the same thing. Understand, intensity is not seriousness. Intensity means deep passions and passion. Deep passion and deep passions. Strong will and strong prayer. Strong will is passion. Deep prayer is passions. Please understand. If you understand intensity as just will, passion, sometimes you may become serious. I have seen people become very serious. Seriousness is sickness. All seriousness is sickness. Somehow, the Indian spirituality is suffering with this one constipation. A long face. Yogi means a long face. If you see a yogi or some spiritual guy or claims to be a spiritual guy with a long face, he doesn't need your respect. He needs medicine for constipation. Really. Many times, somehow that seriousness is associated with intensity. No. Intensity is sincerity, but not seriousness. You will be intense and be relaxed. Intensity without passions will raise number of thoughts. just intensity. Passion without passions will raise number of thoughts. It may lead to outer world success, but never inner world success. Just a deep patience, acceptance without having number of thoughts may lead to inner world success, the silence, the peace, but not the ultimate enlightenment itself. Please understand. Just passion naturally will raise the number of thoughts. You will be successful in the outer world. The more number of thoughts you have, the more successful in the outer world. If you have just passions, you will deeply accept everything. You may be successful having peace in the inner world, but not the ultimate success, the enlightenment itself, which gives you the fulfillment in the outer world and the inner world. So the enlightenment is totality of passion and patience. Intense number of thoughts with a deep silence. Means your very frequency will be different. Very frequency will be different. People ask me, Swamiji, do enlightened persons have thoughts? Please understand, if you have 10 acre as your mind, for example, if your mind is a 10 acre, your inner space is 10 acre, all 10 acre is filled with thoughts. In my inner space, I have 10 million acres and some 100 acres are filled with thoughts. Negligible, but much more than you. Please understand. For the inner space I have, it is negligible. That is why we call no mind. But if you see the number of thought, the actual factual space, it is much more than you. It is much more than you. But because it is compared to the empty vast inner space, the space in which thoughts are there are very less. That is why we call it no mind. 10 million acre, just only 10 acre is used for agriculture. Will you even remember? No, negligible. That is why I have mind which you don't understand by the word mind. So what you understand as mind, I don't have. That is not there. But it does not mean there are no thoughts. There is no process. The process is 100 times more intense than you, but the background on the canvas on which the process is happening, the space in which the process itself is happening, is so vast, the process is negligible. The process is negligible. So please understand, in the intensity, you do not have just passion. You have passions also. You became complete. You became fulfilled. You just radiate the truth. Intensity is a strong feeling that I should achieve, and strong prayer that I should achieve. It's like you put your whole being, you put the whole effort, and you know the ultimate is supporting you. It's like you will have a deep will, strong will, and deep prayer. Even if anyone is missing, it can't be called as intensity. Strong will and deep prayer. Understand? If you understand the divine is supporting you, the effort you put, even if it is little, suddenly you see the success happens. Just by remembrance, the divine is supporting you. You don't even have to bother whether it is factual or not. You don't have to measure. Am I supported? How many hours it stood with me? What has happened? There is a story. One guy asked a boon from God. God, you should always be with me. God said, all right, I'll always be with you. So whenever this guy walks, he will see one more set of footprints behind him. Means God is walking. Whenever he is in joy, he will see two sets of footprints, he and God. Whenever he is in suffering, he will see only one set of footprints. So he called the God again. What is this? Whenever I am in joy, you are following me. When I am in suffering, there is only one set of footprint. You are not following me. God laughs and says, fool, when you are in joy, you are walking, I am following you. When you are in suffering, I am carrying you. So the footprint which you see is mine, not yours. So be very clear. When you are intense, when you just remember, he is there supporting, even simple effort, suddenly you see it will become reality, success. It will become success. So even a simple thought that he is there, please understand. First, Patanjali talks about samadhi states. Then he talks about intensity. The next sutra he talks about is surrender. Means strong will and strong prayer. Even the idea, you are supported. Suddenly you will see you are successful. You are successful. The next sutra is Ishvara Pranidhananiva. Just by surrendering, people can become enlightened. Just by remembering, you are supported. You achieve. I have a story for you. A man drove his car into a ditch on a quiet country lane. Fortunately, a farmer passed by with a horse. This guy asked, could your horse pull my car out of the ditch? Driver asked. Farmer said, buddy is a big strong horse. We will see what he can do. He will be able to do it, I think. Anyhow, the farmer hitched the buddy up to the car and said, pull Blackie, pull. Buddy, the horse did not move an inch. Then farmer said, pull Samson, pull. Buddy did not move an inch. Then the farmer said, pull Try, pull. Buddy did not move an inch. Then the farmer said, pull, buddy, pull. And buddy, the horse, effortlessly pulled the car out of the ditch. The driver was grateful but mystified. He asked the farmer, tell me, why did you keep calling your horse by the wrong names? Like Blackie, Samson, Try. The farmer said, well, you see, my buddy is blind. And if he thought he was the only one pulling, he will never move. We are all blind. If we think we are the only one pulling, we will never even try. We will not even try. We will not even move. So be very clear. Intensity means simply happen. Things will simply happen. That is why Patanjali, just with intensity, he puts the next sutra, Ishvara Pranidhananiva. By surrender, the ultimate is achieved. Let me tell you my own experience, how I had enlightenment. Even Buddha, when he was just intense, when he was just filled with passion, not with patience. He tried, nothing happened. Suddenly at one moment, he relaxed. The passions joined the passion and he became enlightened. When he understood he is not alone pulling, he relaxed and he just tried. If you think you are alone, you would not even try. Or the idea it is difficult will not let you move. Let you use your muscles to its peak potential. Will not let you experiment or experience your peak. Let me tell you my own experience. Yesterday I was telling about an incident. I went to Master Annamalai Swamigal and I cut my thigh. You heard that incident. After that, I started playing with what he taught me. From where the idea I raising. He told me from where the pain is coming, just look inside. After the pain disappeared, he said, from where the idea, the person who experiences pain, raises, just look inside. I was looking very deeply and intensely. Maybe I can say 2 years or 1.5 years. I was playing continuously with the technique, sometimes very seriously, very passionately. In a way, that thought has become my only thought. Continuously just having only that thought. Actually, that passion takes care that all other thoughts disappear except that thought. Now you need patience to relax even from that thought. Understand? Intensity is combination of passion and patience. You have to have intensity, the passion, so that all other thoughts disappear. Now you need to have patience even to unclutch from that thought, that one thought. So almost everything else has disappeared except that one thought from where the thoughts are raising. One day, I was sitting the foothills of Arunachala, that place is called Pavalakkundru. I have spoken elaborately on this experience in a discourse called Living Enlightenment. It's in YouTube. If you find time, maybe you can spend a little time with that discourse. I have spoken elaborately, step by step, how the experience happened. Today we don't have that much of time, but at least I'll share the essence. When I was sitting, I saw this one thought, that from where thoughts are raising. One funny thing is, because I was constantly working with that thought, from where thoughts are raising, but unable to find the source, that thought has become a strong pain memory for me. The moment I remember to find the seeking, the source, the moment I remember I should start seeking from where thoughts are raising. Because of my past failures, immediately I will be depressed. It will be so much of pain. I will sit, no, I will do every day the same thing, but I will never realize. I will just walk out with a deep failure. Today also the same thing it is going to be. By and by, it became a sort of a pain memory. Strong pain. I can neither drop that habit of seeking from where thoughts are raising, because the intense yearning for enlightenment is there, nor I am able to discover. So what to do? It's like almost married. In Indian village system, still marriage, the divorce is a taboo. You can't divorce. And funny thing, in Sanskrit, we don't have a right word for divorce. because the concept did not exist. The Vedic marriage, you commit till the fire is there in your stomach, means still you are alive. Anyhow, it's almost like a marriage. You can't escape. You can't escape. It is there. And you can neither swallow nor spit it out. And neither I am able to stop seeking nor feeling joy to do that. It became pain. Actually, at some part of your life, your own spiritual practice will become pain. Even the thought will become pain. Because you think, oh, even if I do, many times I tried, nothing works out, but I am not able to stop also. What to do? What to do? Just you have to do. It became a passion, but the passions was not there. It became kind of a strong pain memory. So I was sitting at the foothills of Arunachala. It was a full moon day, Vaigasi month, at exactly 1 month from tomorrow. Tomorrow is Purnima. Tomorrow is Chitra Purnima and Vaigasi Purnima, the next month, Purnima. Evening, it was a beautiful time. I enjoy nature always, even now. Hill, water body, means ocean or river. It's my favorite place. If I know in that city, ocean is there, at least once a day, I'll spend a little time with ocean or with hills. It's my life. It's my passion. So I was just sitting with open eyes. Sun was setting, moon was rising. I was not even meditating. Usually I have only two thoughts. One, the thought, who am I should find out. The other, the thought, even if I seek, I am not going to achieve. That pain. Only these two thoughts will be jumping. Binary code like a 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. Only these two will be there. And both have the same source. Suddenly, I don't know how it happened. Both the thoughts, the passion lost its power over me because of the deep passions I experienced, a deep relaxation I experienced in that evening moon, when the moon was rising. The deep passions I experienced, the deep passive feeling I experienced, the relaxed feeling I experienced, the settled feeling I experienced. It's like in Indian villages I have seen, they use a big bamboo stick to burn dead bodies. After they burn everything, everything is burnt, they will throw that stick also into the same fire. Same way, I used this one thought, who am I, to seek the source of the thought, to burn all other thoughts. Now, this thought needs to be burnt. This stick is there in my hand, giving me suffering and pain. Not getting down, not coming down. That's a beautiful story of Brahma Kapal. Shiva removed the head of Brahma, one head, because Brahma was very egoistic. He was very egoistic. He removed one head of Brahma. It's a very mythological, beautiful description. In our tradition, we say Brahma is able to see in all four directions and up. Fifth head, he had 4 heads, 4 directions, and 1 head towards up, the above. It means he had the ability to see all 360 degrees, this side and this side. Means a pure consciousness. But for some reason, when he became egoistic, the ability to see this side 360 degree lost, means he lost enlightenment. That is what is meant by the word. Shiva removed the one head. But a funny story, very nice story, very deep meaning. The story says that head caught in Shiva's hand. Shiva's hand. And whatever is put in that head, that kapal, that eats it away. So nothing was left for Shiva. Same way, see that head, everything that head eats, nothing was left for Shiva. That kapal has become a big torture for Shiva. Same way, all the other thoughts are burnt, eaten by this one thought. But this one thought is not leaving me. It became a big torture. But somehow, when that patience, I can say in a way I got completely fed up with this whole thing. Seeking and unable to find with this whole thing. So I just sat in that moonlight, moon rising. For a few seconds, my being forgot to seek, forgot to create the thought, the passion of seeking. It just entered the space of passions. Suddenly, at that moment, clicked. Something clicked. Because of my passion, already I raised my frequency to a different level. Now my passions, my relaxed being, just I relaxed into that frequency. Something clicked. Suddenly something broke, opened into my being. How I feel, how all of you feel alive inside your skin. The same strong feeling that I am alive, I started experiencing even outside my skin with the whole thing, with just whole thing. The tree, plant, hill, stones, the earth and the sky, with everything. Suddenly I started feeling I am alive, I am vibrant, I am living it. As long as that passion and passions was there inside me, the intensity, that experience stayed. But after 2.5 days, the passion took over the passions. The passion to hold on to that experience took over the passions to relax into that experience. Please understand. Whenever you want to hold your bliss, you will miss it. Bliss means what? Choicelessness is bliss. When you choose bliss, you have chosen suffering. If your hands are open underwater, river will be flowing. You will be holding the river. The moment you hold the river, you try to hold it, what happens? You have only empty hands. You are with open hands, breeze is blowing. The moment you hold, you have only empty hands. So, the moment you choose bliss, you choose suffering. Choice is suffering, choicelessness is bliss. The moment my passion took over the passions, it disappeared. It just disappeared. Again, it took more than 10 years for me completely tune, polish my being and relax with a deep passion and passions. When that experience happened again, never left, it just stayed. It just stayed and started radiating through this body. Please understand, passion with patience is what I call intensity. Intense, I can say, intensity is required to start your spiritual practice. Without intensity, I have seen many people. They buy all products. You just see an ad in the TV, some 90-day program to build your muscles, to build your body. You see after, before, after photograph. And you order everything. But there is no intensity. You even express delivery it. Because you don't want to wait for 10 days. You know in 10 days it disappears. You express delivery it. But by the time it arrives, intensity is not there. And it's lying down. After few days or few months, when you do garage sale, the same thing without even being opened will be sold for 1/10 of the price. You would have bought for $50 and you will sell it for $5. You need intensity to start any practice. You need intensity to continue any practice. You need intensity to achieve satori. Please understand, in my life, I needed intensity to start my practice. I needed intensity to continue my practice. I needed intensity to achieve satori, first experience. I needed intensity to make that first experience eternally staying with me, and means enlightenment. And I needed intensity for enlightenment, and I needed intensity to live enlightenment after enlightenment. Understand? For ultimate fulfillment, you need only 3 things in the life. 1, intensity. 2, intensity. 3, intensity. That's all. Patanjali says, based on the intensity level, success is achieved. You can just drag, and waste your life. Waste your life. Waste your life. Just today, I was sitting with one of my disciples and chatting. The person wanted to tell me something, but could not tell. She was saying, no, I'll think and let you know. I'll think and tell. I said, don't waste time. At least tell now. I'll work it out. Either I answer. If it is a question, if it is right, I'll fulfill. If it is wrong, I'll clear it. It will be solved. If you are postponing, you are delaying the whole process. Intensity suddenly reduces the whole span of your traveling. Intensity drastically reduces the wastage of time. Without intensity, you can go on and on and on. Understand? When there is no intensity, you are lost in the past and future. Life goes on and on and on. You have eternal lives in front of you. This idea of eternal lives brought so much of passions in India. The Indian culture, the whole thing goes in its own phase. It brought a lot of passion, no doubt. But they missed passion. Understand? Because, you know, if not today, tomorrow, if not tomorrow, day after tomorrow, if not day after tomorrow, next life. You know, eternity is in front of you. I can say that's one of the important ideas responsible for the laziness which is prevalent in India. I have seen till morning 10 o'clock, these guys will be sitting in chai shop and conducting newsroom, analyzing who ran away with who is having affair with who is sitting with who bought whose property. I know in my native village, some 4 or 5 people, they know thoroughly about the whole town. Who ran away with whom, who is living with whom, who sold whose property to what price, who has got how much of dowry for his daughter, who gave dowry for his daughter, how much dowry he gave for his daughter, how much dowry he got for his daughter-in-law. Complete information. Complete information. You will be really surprised. And this fellow knows thoroughly about real estate, who sold, whose house, where, what price, everything. Even how much is given in account and how much is unaccounted. Oh, number one, number two, everything he knows. Once I asked him, he was sitting and talking about some real estate. Swamiji, that guy sold his house just 1 week before, and this house is on sale. This property is in litigation. He was talking. I asked him, are you a real estate broker by your profession? How do you know the whole thing? He said, no, just as a hobby I know, Swamiji. Just for time pass. No, really. I know in my town, in each and every town in India you can see at least 10 people like this. Thoroughly they know everything, but they have nothing to do with it. They know thoroughly in which house, which girl is waiting for marriage, what's her age, qualification, everything. If you ask them, are you a marriage broker? No, just as a hobby I collect. I know everything. And they will be conducting newsroom every day. Every day there will be newsroom going on. Nothing much to do. Because eternity is in front of you. That brought passions, but the passion was missing. The same way, one life concept. This only one life. Whatever you do now, over. Then, no other life after death. This concept brought so much of passion, urgency, restlessness, all disease and difficulties and problems related to urgency, depression, many things related to stress, many things related to urgency was brought by this one life concept. This one life concept brought the stress, depression, urgency. Many life concept brought a deep laziness. Nothing moves. Now you need to understand the science of both. Then you will understand the truth and live a real life. Understand? As long as you are lost in the past and future, you are not living. The eternity is in front of you. You are just patiently. You are not living. Life is passing through you. This is what when our masters mean when they say many lives. Life will be just passing through you, passing through you, passing through you. You are not living. Please understand. Life is passing through you. Future becoming past. Future becoming past. Future becoming past. Just living patiently with deep patience. Means you are jumping between only future and present. Future and past, future and past, future and past. You never experience present. This is one way of life. The other way, just trying to be completely in the present. In the present. This only life means pressure. Pressure. Intense pressure. Just trying to be perfect now, stress. Now what I have is only mind. Understand the whole science. If you realize, if you have only patience, you have many life again and again. If you have deep passion, you have this life alone. If you have intensity, you have both. You have this moment intensely and whole eternity for you. If you have only patience, life will pass through you. You have eternity in front of you, but you will not be living. If you think you have only present, this life, you will be highly pressured. highly pressured, stressed, but you don't have time to enjoy eternity for you. If you realize intensity, please understand, one life or multiple lives is not based on what you believe, it is based on how you live. If you are in this moment stressed, only this life is life for you. Even though you believe there are many lives, you will that truth will not be your experience. If you are living with passions, even if somebody tells you this life is a life, it will never be your experience. Anything which is not your experience is not truth for you. It's not truth for you. If you are intense, passion and patience, you will live as if this is the only life. But you will have eternity in front of you. You will have passions. Eternity is there. You will have passions. You will have passion. This is the thing I have to live. Raman Maharshi says beautifully. He describes intensity. If you close your eyes, even if the whole world comes, you should reject it as a small dust in samadhi, passions. If you open your eyes, the passion, even if small dust comes to you, you should live it and use it as if you got the whole world. Understand? With open eyes, passion, even a small dust, you should live as if you got the whole world. With patience, closed eyes, even if the whole world comes, you should relax as if it is a dust. That is what Ramana Maharshi calls intensity. So realize intensity. You will have intense life eternally. Intense life eternally. It's a paradox. You will be intensely centered but living eternally. You will have past, present, future, all three as part of your life. If you are just patience, if you have only patience, your only past and future is your life. You will not be in the present living. If you are just in the present, you have only passion. This life, you will not be relaxed about your future and past. If you have intensity, you have present, past and future. You will be living as a whole. Enlightenment means living in all three times at a time. Living in all three times simultaneously. My past is never a past for me. My future is never a future for me. My present is imbibing past and future into me. That is why I have so much of freedom to alter any of my past decisions and correct and create present decision and project it into future life. Because the whole thing is in me. If you are living just in present, you have no freedom to correct your past and project your future. If you are living only in the past and future, you have no freedom to correct in present. If you are living in past, present and future, only then you have freedom to correct, freedom to amend and freedom to project. Understand? Living in present is not enlightenment. I am throwing a new light. I am breaking one ice, old pot. Living in present is not enlightenment. That's what we always think. Living in past, present, future simultaneously is enlightenment. Means in your present moment, the whole past, the whole future will be present. The essence of whole past, the essence of whole future, will be in the present is what I call living enlightenment, intensity. So, internalize this one truth. Totality never fails. Experience with the self. Intensity means a deep passion, deep passions. Ecstasy in the restful awareness. Bliss in peace. Excitement in restful awareness. So, bring intensity as part of your life. Anything you do in the outer world or in the inner world, be intense. You will explode in 360 degree in all dimensions. Live intensely and become intense. I can say becoming, when I say become intense, it is much stronger blessing than live enlightenment. So, I bless you all. Let you all achieve intensity, radiate intensity, live intensity, achieve and radiate Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment. Let you all achieve and radiate eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. Shiva says, let you be aware of the gap between two breaths, and the whole day you will be in ecstasy. And he says one more thing, and so practicing in a few days be born anew. He says this technique will give you a new birth. You will not be old person again. You will not be living your old life again. One important thing with these techniques, you should constantly practice. You will see you become a new being. You are not old person again. You will be a new being. Here, Shiva is saying, let you be born as a new person. In few days, be born anew. You will not be a old person again. Only when you practice, you will understand how this bringing attention between two breaths can change your whole life. How can you be a new person? Because whenever you bring your attention between two breaths, you are unclutched. Just you remember that you are unclutched. You come to the same neutral space in which you experience. You are unclutched. All your problems can be alive. You can have your suffering as long as you believe you are a connected being. The moment you understand by your very nature, you are illogical, unconnected, independent, unclutched being, immediately from that moment, you can't suffer, because even your suffering is nothing but connecting and creating a shaft. You can suffer only if you create a shaft. You can't continue to suffer. If you remember again and again, you are unclutched. Because the suffering which happened to you 1 year ago, the suffering which happened 9 months ago, the suffering which happened 8 months ago, the suffering which happened yesterday, they are completely unconnected. Independent incidents, separate thoughts. But when you start connecting all of them and start seeing them, create an understanding about them in your life, or create an idea about them in your life, be very clear, you are creating suffering for you. You are creating hell for you. You are creating more and more difficulties for you. These techniques, you need to go into them. When you go into these techniques, you will see the liberation happening in your being. Whenever you are in depression, just remember that you are unclutched. The incidents or the things happening in the outer world are no way connected to your response from the inner world. In the same way, the thoughts which is rising in your inner world are no way connected to your identity which you have about yourself in the inner world. You have two identities. One which you show for others, another one which you keep it for yourself. Both are lies. Let you be very clear, you always think the identity which you show to the world is lie, and the identity which you have about yourself, within yourself, is a truth. Let you be very clear, the identity which you are keeping within yourself, about yourself, that is a big lie. That is also a lie. Your response or your thoughts related to your identity which you are showing outside to the outer world, and to the identity which you are keeping in your mind about yourself, both are completely unclutched. It's a lie. People come and tell me, they always come and express their guilt. Swamiji, actually I am a different kind of person, but I am showing outside as if I am courageous and a nice, honest person. I don't know how to bridge the gap. Let you be very clear, the guilt which you are carrying, or the personality which you are carrying which creates guilt in you, that is also a pure lie. If you think the personality which you are carrying inside is true, and the personality which you are projecting to the outer world is a lie, you will start thinking about morality. All your morality is the gap between these two, or the gap between these two only creates the idea about morality. I am talking very subtle, but the basic truth about life. The idea of confession is nothing but a pure business. It is an idea given to you so that you can be kept as a slave. This idea of guilt, idea of confession, all these things are cunning, subtle way to exploit human beings. It's a very cunning, subtle way to keep people under the control. Let it be very clear. Your idea about yourself, which you are keeping for which you are keeping inside your mind, and your idea about yourself which you are projecting to the outer world, both of them are pure lies. Both the identities are lies. When you bring your awareness, attention between two breaths and realize, remember again and again, you are unclutched. By your very nature, you are unclutched. Again and again when you remember, you are unclutched by bringing your attention between two breaths. Suddenly you will see all your activities are taking a new turn. You will not be talking in the same way. You will not be working in the same way. You will not be doing things in the old way. You will start working in a new way. You will start thinking in a new way because your idea about pleasure will change. Your idea about joy will change. Your idea about pain will change. All your ideas about yourself will change. That is why I say Shiva is the only master who is master for the Bhavaroga. Bhavaroga means the disease of bondage. He is the only master, only doctor to cure the disease of bondage. He straight away liberates you, cuts all the bondage. He doesn't even give you the bondage of spirituality. Mostly, almost all the religions will take away the social bondages, but they will give you spiritual bondage. One more new bondage, golden chain. But with Shiva, he neither gives you spiritual bondage nor gives you social bondage. Usually, you will be relieved or you will be liberated from the image which you are showing to the outer world by the religions. They will tell, oh, don't bother about name, don't bother about fame. These are all the techniques to be liberated from the image which you are showing to the outer world. Image which you are showing to the outer world, liberating from that image is a lot more easy. It's not a big thing. Just little bit of intelligence and understanding, enough, you can be liberated. But liberating yourself from the image which you are carrying inside about you, that is the real freedom. That's what J. Krishnamurti says, freedom from yourself. Liberating yourself from yourself, because yourself is constantly torturing you. You can't relax with yourself. You can't sit with yourself. See, you can see in your life, even the old people doesn't have any responsibility. I have seen retired, no other responsibility, nothing else needs to be done. Even they can't sit with themselves. From morning till night, they will be reading the same old Hindu newspaper with a big glass. Even editor wouldn't have read so much. See, they would have been married, their sons would have been married, their daughters would have been married, their grandsons would have been married, but they will be sitting and reading the matrimonial column with that big glass. They can't sit with themselves. They can't sit with themselves. When you can't sit with yourself, be very clear. You are not relaxed. You are not at ease with the image which you are carrying about yourself in your inner space. Here, first thing Shiva is teaching, let you be liberated. Let you be in ease. Let you be at ease with the image which you are carrying within yourself about yourself. Only then real morality can happen. Please understand. Unless you are completely at ease with the image which you are carrying about yourself inside your being, unless you accept yourself completely, real morality can never happen in your life. The one and only way to accept yourself completely is to understand the truth by the very nature. Your thoughts are illogical, irresponsible, and independent and clutched. You can't do anything about it. You have only one thing. You can understand this truth and liberate yourself. That's all. When you liberate yourself, you will be completely eased with the personality or the image which you are carrying about yourself in your inner space. Only when you are eased with your personality, Only when you are integrated, life will be a game. Till then, you will be tortured by life. In Sanskrit, we have a beautiful word, Leela. Person who has integrated his life, person who is completely comfortable with the image which he is carrying within himself, for him, life becomes a Leela. It is no more serious thing. It's a game of existence. He is just playing. No question of something is right, something is wrong. No question of getting exploited by somebody. And same way, no question of exploiting somebody. If you have respect for your freedom, your inner space, you will never disrespect others' freedom. Same way, if you are binding somebody, if you are taking away somebody's freedom, let it be very clear, you will be selling your freedom. You can see all the so-called moralists, they will be moral because of their followers. The followers will be moralistic because of the leader. And both are in a big bondage. Both are binding each other. Let it be very clear, the real morality, solid, purity can happen to you only when you are completely ease with the personality which you are carrying within yourself. This meditation technique has got two parts. First thing, you are supposed to center your attention between two breaths. Next thing, you must be able to carry that attention throughout your worldly activity. You will be able to put your attention between two breaths. You will be able to be ease with yourself only if you are ease with your neutral space. If you are comfortable in the zone where you don't have any more attachment with your identity, where you are ready to be relaxed from your identity, means where you are ease with the personality which you are carrying in your inner space. Partaya pradibodhitam bhagavatam narayanena svayam vyasena kraditam purana muninam madhye mahabharatam. Brahmanandam Paramashivoham Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvaditam Gaganasatrisam Tattvamasyaadilakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavaditam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Partaya pradibodhitam bhagavatam narayanena svayam vyasena graditam purana muninam madhye mahabharatam
Advaitamrutavarshiniim Bhagavatim Ashtadashadhyayiniim Ambatva Manusandadami Bhagavad Gite Bhavatveshiniim. Vasudevasutam Devam Gamsachanuramardanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. I welcome you all with my love and respects. You and me. This is a subject today. Daivasura Sambat Vibhaga Yoga. Krishna goes much further today to explain the deeper level samskaras, engraved memories. In the 14th chapter, he spoke about Gunatraya Vibhaga, the Sattva, Rajas and Tamas, 3 layers of Prana Sharira, Mana Sharira and Sukshma Sharira. The next, yesterday, he spoke extensively about causal body in the Purushottama Yoga, how Urdhvamula Madaschagam Asvattam Brahuravyayam, how the roots of the tree is centered. Roots of the tree are in the physical world and the branches are in the causal world. That is why he says, Urdhvamula Madaschagam Asvattam Brahuravyayam Chandamsi Yasya Varnani Yastam Vedasa Vedavit. The roots are, usually the roots of the tree will be in the ground, under the ground, unknown space, and the leaves will be in the known area, known space. But this tree is opposite. The leaves are in the unknown space, the causal layer.